10 points, north, south, east, and west, including Louisville, Kentucky. We have an infinite amount of things to discuss. I cannot wait to talk about last night, the Joe Gibbs Youth for Tomorrow event, which was packed. Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, Cliff Kingsbury, Brian Johnson, Terry McLaurin. Most of the rookie class was there for the Commanders. Joe Gibbs, freaking Joe Gibbs.
Joe Jackson.
Let me just the amount of like business leaders and dignitaries off the charts, and our very own Brian Mitchell got to sit down and do like an hour-long interview with Peyton Manning, and it was awesome, and I really enjoyed it, and I cannot wait to talk about that, Brian. And in every other universe, that's what we lead the show with, except today. Holla. If you've got ESPN on right now, Scotty's back, baby. He's booked.
You arrest the number one player in the world playing in a major. If you don't know who he is, something's wrong. Point blank. And listen, man, I respect police officers because they deal with a lot of stuff, a lot of ish.
Sure.
Okay? But come on, dog. Every once in a while, you got to take a step back and realize what's going on here. If Scotty had done something super drastic, you understand. But he was already past and going where he's supposed to go. And based off of the little picture we got, like the stuff was already thrown out. If he got arrested at 6 and it's 10-something and it's thrown out already, what does that say to you?
I just think,
God.
Now, listen, there was a fatal accident, and you got to be cognizant of that maybe the police were extra, mindful, cautious, whatever.
I understand that.
But
still.
And there's also, you and I have been to enough events, and I've been to enough golf events even. You know what I mean? All these events, generally, once you get past a certain point, everybody that's past that point is supposed to be there. You know what I mean? Like, I've been lucky enough to do it at Augusta. I've worked Avenel, Congressional when it's had tournaments. Like, there are areas that you get checked so much that once you're past that spot, you're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And you don't get to the driveway in front of the clubhouse without having been checked. And what I certainly think happened, and I suppose we will find this out, it appears, now listen, there's a lot of Twitter lawyers going on, and I don't know exactly who's correct, et cetera, but I did see something that says the charges, there's some fancy term for...
What's the word?
Hold on. This might be the best tweet ever. Our very own Cody Betts just made me bust out laughing. You know what he said?
What did he say?
Happy Scotty's Vodka Red Bull to everybody.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we need to put that. You got to show that. Scotty and his crew are actually here. We got to show them that. That's hysterical, dude. I think what happened is
misunderstanding.
Jeff Darlington, credit to Darlington, was on the scene as this all happened. Jeff Darlington works for ESPN. He's mostly a NFL reporter, but he's helping the ESPN coverage of the golf tournament. This is Darlington explaining what happened this morning.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looks toward me. Nor, of course, that he is the number one player in the world.
Scotty Scheffler is on the tee right now. First hole in Valhalla Country Club, Louisville, Kentucky. I mean, arrested hours ago, released, and he just
lasered one.
He just piped it.
If Scotty goes low today, all the other golfers should call that police officer and say, what the hell were you thinking? Leave him the hell alone. He's already too damn good. Don't make him get hyper focused.
There's there's a lot of things wrong with Twitter. Like I won't pretend that X, whatever you want to call it, Elon's sandbox, doesn't have its faults. Days like today, X is just awesome because everybody's got jokes. And X is the perfect place to put them. Listening,
it says disposed charges.
Disposed charges.
Disposed and disposal work together.
They're just trying to, like, I think what it knows is a lot of times people try to stick up for a police officer who made a mistake and just get it over as soon as possible. Listening to that, clearly there was some confusion. It was early hours of the morning. It was pouring rain. Thanks, Mike. Scotty trying to drive the cop was going to piss the cop off. Like I can sympathize that. The Darlington news that really stood out to me that I would guess is pretty accurate and I find it incredibly hard to believe that this dude, that Scotty Scheffler doesn't get dragged downtown and put an orange jumpsuit on for mugshots if the police aren't acting very aggressively. Yeah. There's nobody around to try to verify that he's playing in the tournament.
I have gone through many of situations like that. And once you get past a certain line, everyone inside is supposed to be inside. And you're passing by officers because they know what they're doing, but they understand you wouldn't be where you were supposed to be if you're not supposed to be there.
Correct.
And it's never, ever an issue. I don't know exactly what went down, but I have to, because Darlington made the comment earlier, the police said, I know he's going to jail. You're not even asking questions and you already saying he's going to jail. Come on now.
And dude,
sometimes you got to just pump your damn brakes and have a conversation. Everyone says respect. Okay. You give if you want. You don't just get respect because you're a certain person. You got to give that too. And I think things will be a lot better.
So Scotty released a statement. Before I read something from Richmond John, let me be sure this is real. Richmond John tweeted out, "Justice for Scotty." There's going to be a lot of jokes today. All right, yeah, this is a real statement from Scotty Scheffler, okay? Scheffler tweeted out or posted to his Instagram, "This morning, I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament expressed our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective."
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I can tell you this. When I took the girls to spring break down in Florida, I got pulled over on the airport loop because I went and got the rental car and then looped around to pick up Lauren and the girls. And you get like, I don't know if nervous is the right word, but you get so on edge or anxious that you don't know what to do. I ended up pulling over in like a very awkward spot just because I'm like, well, I don't want this dude to think I'm not pulling over. You end up doing, and it's early morning, pouring rain. Like,
you hear people always say, just follow the orders. First of all, you're baffled at times because you don't know what the hell you did. Okay, and then you start getting yelled at, and I'm like, okay, I thought you're supposed to be here to protect and serve, not to just harass and humiliate. But if I ask you, what did I do? That should never be taken as a knock on you or whatever. Your job is to be able to answer that damn question for me. And then maybe you can bring down all of the hype. Because, I've been asked many a times by people. I mean, I asked them, what did I do? They answer the question, oh, I'm all right, okay, officer, and I listen. But the other guy, don't worry about it. Just give me your license. Why would I just give you my license if you can't tell me what I did?
I have a feeling if he really threatened this officer, if there was like really an altercation, he wouldn't have just hit out of the rough to just short of the fairway. You know what I mean? Like, it was 3 hours ago. Like, if he assault, like, it doesn't matter who you are. If you actually assaulted somebody, they got cameras everywhere. They got footage. Like, they know. Landfill, how thrilled are you right now? For those watching the stream, perhaps they're getting more cameras installed. Of course, we can never disrupt the junks. So Landfill's literally out of his chair. What happens if we need to go to break, Landini? 10:15 is the perfect time to do this, fellas. The perfect time. Jeff, are you getting up on the stream? Is that what's happening here? It is chaos in here for everyone.
Bro, they don't need to know what's going on with the chaos, bro. Yes, we're getting it together, bro.
I'm an agent of chaos, and therefore I will tell the people. I believe in transparency, Jeffrey. I got another funny one. Mark Davis tweeted out a picture of Johnny Cochran and said, if he's next on the tee, he must be set free. This is a good tweet from James Schneider. This is what I was trying to sum up when I got pulled over in Florida, just because I didn't come out of the rental car area the right way, and I was just super confused. Getting pulled over can make the non-guilty feel guilty. Like you seize up because you're uncomfortable. I don't want to go too far, and we don't know. I'm sure the officer has his own side of the story. My gut certainly tells me that this was
if the officer's side of the story was absolutely right, he wouldn't be teeing off right now. Case closed.
Yeah, the charges wouldn't have been dismissed.
I don't want to hear people tell me about color, this, that, and the other. If the officer was absolutely right, there's no damn way he's teeing off right now.
Our friend Michael Jenkins hosts the morning show on the BetQL network. He's celebrating that Scotty Scheffler was still wearing the burnt orange from Texas in his jumpsuit because it's that orange color.
Oh, I tell you,
that the Longhorn crowd
Texas
will find
folks,
joy in
Texas
anything.
Folks.
All right, so Scotty's playing. All's well that ends well, I guess. Obviously, the thing to remember is that somebody died, and that's what's most important. And that's probably why the officer was on edge.
But I understand that point you're making, but where Scotty was, nobody was hit there.
Right.
He is now past all of that and in a supposed secure area where he said he was doing what police officers directed him to do, right? So one of them was upset because he had to work in the rain this morning?
Yeah, I mean, presumably other golfers were able to get into the facility and that without these sort of altercations. But dude, I mean, I believe he was supposed to tee off among the first groups because wasn't he the last dude to finish last night?
I don't know.
Generally, you kind of.
I was nervous thinking about what I had to do. I wasn't worried about Scotty.
You crushed it, B. I think so. If you go off in the morning one day, you go off in the afternoon the next day. That's how it works. I believe Scotty was super late yesterday, if not the last group. All right, so where was he? All right, so Scheffler teed off yesterday at 2:30, basically, which means he was about the sixth to last group to go off. So that means this morning he was going to be sixth to first to go off. And the early morning tee times means that not to suggest there aren't a ton of other people there, But the way these golf tournaments work, the golfers and the caddies have access directly to the clubhouse. They park right next to it, right? They get the Tony Kornheiser parking.
Yeah.
There's probably only, so say he was the 6th group off, they're groups of 3. That's 18, say with caddies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Say it's about 30 people, 35 that maybe would have been that much ahead of him. And maybe some of those dudes don't come that early, or some of those dudes work out with their trainer at the hotel or the house they're staying at. Like, it's entirely possible he was one of the first 20 people trying to get into this location.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly it went sideways. We hope for all parties that everything is okay. Free Scotty, man. When we come back, Chick Hernandez joins us.
That's your theme song, Landfill? Or this chick theme song?
There you go. All right, so the actual complaint has been posted for Scheffler. Assault, second-degree police officer, criminal mischief, third degree, reckless driving, disregards signals from officers directing traffic. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical personnel. Detective Gillis' uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair. $80. Mr. Chick, what do you make of Scotty Scheffler?
Yeah, we're not talking football this morning. Okay?
No way.
No chance. No chance. I mean, look, first off, there's the tragedy, and, you know, your heart goes out to that family. It's supposed to be a great day to watch golf, and that takes place. That is separate, completely separate from what took place with Scotty Scheffler. And as we all know, a lot of these guys, somebody said, why didn't he have a chauffeur? A lot of these guys love, including Tiger, to drive to the course because it takes their mind off of the game as they get ready. So he's driving, blah, blah, blah. It happens. He's in the wrong for sure for trying to continue to drive with a guy, you know, strapped to his car.
Do you think he knew a guy was strapped to the car, chick?
I don't know. You know, Jeff Darlington was there. I don't know what the logistics were. I'm sure if the guy was on the hood, Scotty would have stopped. But it's insane. This whole thing is insane.
And then he goes out and birdies the first hole.
Yeah, because he's the number one golfer in the world. He's a bad mamma jamma. That's what he is. But, I mean, you know, in this day and age of social media where people are getting on them and getting on the police, it's just a bad situation. And it's an incredible situation that it can be covered the way that media can cover it. We can cover it. And that's, I guess, the good part. I mean, look, he's unbelievable that he can compartmentalize stuff. You know, and I'll give you a story on a very smaller scale. Okay, I played golf at Pinehurst last year, and on the first tee box at Tobacco Road, the starter, I'm with my buddies. It's me and 7 white guys. The starter turns to me and looks me up and down and says, "Where'd you get your color?" And 3 of my guys jumped in the cart like, "Oh crap." And I stood there for a second and said, "I'm sorry, what'd you say?" And he said, where'd you get your color? And I said, from Cuba? You know, I was dumbfounded. My guys were so ticked off, and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe this happened to you." And I'm going, well, live in my skin for a day, doofus. I mean, it happens, you know, B-Mitch knows it happens, right? And I go out and play the hole and play it very well. And as I make the turn, I go, "Hey, Dwight," who's the starter's name. I go, "Is Birdie good on one?" As I drive by, and he just kind of nods at me, you know. But you compartmentalize. You say, "Forget it, and let's keep moving on." I know it's a completely different story. It's amazing what's taking place here with Scotty.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
It's nuts. I just think though
he's now in 6th place.
Yeah, you've been to golf tournaments, chick, and I understand the tragedy that happened earlier. But once you get in that certain area,
once you get past the line,
all of that extra stuff is not necessary. And as he stated, and I know what the officer said, I understand the report, but he stated, "I was following officers' instructions." So one officer tell you to go forward, the other officer decide he don't want you to go forward.
Dude,
right.
I've been in situations like that where one guy's waving
just,
you this way, one guy's waving you that way. Chick, do you agree? Talking with Chick Hernandez here. You can follow him on Twitter, Instagram at Mr. Chick Sports. Do you agree? The basic premise, the stance Brian and I believe, have taken is if Scotty did everything he is accused of, he's not on the second hole right now.
Would be correct. The fact that the owner of Valhalla came and picked him up from the station and brought him to the golf tournament says something there. It's a miscommunication, and it starts with the police and the security at the golf tournament. They all should be on the same page. The fact that he's got a courtesy car that's well marked. We've seen him at Congressional. We've seen him at Avenel. They are well marked. You know, the only people that have that car are tournament officials and the players. So that should be cue number one for the police. We weren't there. We don't know what actually took place when it comes to that communication.
True.
If I'm Scotty, I don't know if he did it. I don't think he did, according to the reports. I would have flat out said, I'm a golfer. I'm supposed to be in the tournament, and start from there. But it's just amazing what we're, let's see the Live Tour live this up, by the way. Can they top this?
I doubt it.
Today's a good day for the internet, though, dude. The amount of memes and funny things.
Oh, phenomenal. I posted a picture of, I said, what's his better color? Him in his Masters green jacket or the orange jumpy, for God's sake.
Oh, boy.
Dude, remember when Brian Robinson came out of the tunnel after he was shot to many men?
Many men.
Yeah.
Somebody said that was Scotty on the first hole.
I mean, it's, and now what happens? Because he's not going away. Okay. He very well could win this thing. He very well could win this thing because he is the number one golfer in the world, and he is able to do things that other guys aren't, including the mental part of this. And he's going to go on and win this thing. What stories are going to be told, I mean, and I said, later on, 13-year-old Bennett Scheffler, he's going to be looking at the internet and going, Pops, you got arrested and you won a tournament?
Yeah. I mean, banana land.
What was on your mind? How did you focus?
I mean, of all the super bizarre stories.
See, we were talking about how you do that to Kirk Cousins because they drafted Penix.
Right.
This man got arrested 4 hours before he had to go tee off, and he got a damn birdie. Deal with it, Kirk.
Here's the funny part. So, these guys are so regimented with their work, with their pre-round routine. If he goes out and shoots 4 under, 5 under, well, does that open up his mind to, what? I don't need to spend an hour and a half getting ready for a golf tournament.
Probably
I can just do this. We've all gone through that where we just jump on the first tee and play well and go, I don't need to be out there warming up.
Call JP and find out how that works.
Uh-oh.
My standard pre-round practice is maybe one swing of the driver on the range. I really like to lock in after 3 beers.
See, I called a chick to come on at 11. He said, I would be on the range
he was clearly just driving to the golf course and now has parked his car.
Yeah, I got caught up watching the coverage, and so I figured I still got time. It's 11:50 tee time. I think I'm okay.
11:50, you're there. I wouldn't have even.
You're not even out the house yet.
No chance. I haven't even taken a shower yet.
Well, I mean, and I think the results play out.
Sure. I think that's true. So,
oh my Lord.
I don't know. I root for Scotty. I think he's likable. I think he's a little boring. He's not a real character, but that's okay.
I don't think you need to be a character.
Right. I'm definitely rooting for him
you
this
need
weekend.
To just be damn good.
I'm definitely rooting for him this weekend.
Can you call him boring? Can you call him boring now?
I don't know.
They say as soon as Tiger see him, you're going to walk up to him, my dog.
I mean, somebody put out a picture of him, Tiger, and John Daly, and all in their orange jumpsuits, and it said 19 majors combined. I mean, come on.
Funny, that's so funny.
Come on.
Hey, bro. No, I can tell you, the internet is silly, but it does not lose.
It does. No, it does not. And by the way, you mentioned Tiger. I mean, Tiger's in this tournament. He's not going to win this thing. I want him to make the cut, but he is so now the backstory of this tournament.
Yeah.
Because of what's taking place.
Now everything
morning.
Is. I mean,
right?
Rory trying to win another major. Spieth trying to get the Grand Slam.
Right.
I mean, Xander shot a 62 yesterday.
Yeah, and then I ain't talking about him today.
No way.
Not at all. I know that the PGA Tour puts out they have a weekly show, and I hope one of these guys is mic'd up, because if anybody watched Scotty walking onto the range, the looks from the players and caddies who normally would be ribbing each other, they wanted to say something, and you could see them biting their lips. Yeah, right there, biting their lip like that. Don't do it. Serious situation, can't do it. But in that locker room, just be believing that's taking place.
Oh, that locker room, they letting him have it.
Well, dude, apparently when he walked into the restaurant or whatever, and he was like,
Yeah.
"Hey, everybody!"
Yeah.
Just trying to probably cut the tension.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, look, he's a really good dude. And I think because his swing is so odd looking, at least the footwork,
Yes.
that it's hard to believe that he's doing what he's doing. If he had one of those, normal, I don't want to say normal, but, those picturesque swings, you go, oh, this
Ernie
guy's
Els
unbelievable.
type swings.
Yeah. But now you're going, how is he doing it? But I mean, he started off yesterday, right, with the second shot of the day going right in the hole from 169 yards out.
Right.
169 yard 9-iron, by the way.
Mm.
He's a great story in golf, and now he's a phenomenal story in golf and in news. And I can't wait to see how his post-round press conference takes place.
Dude, it's a must-watch.
I wish we could fast forward to it before the show's over.
So he
might
put it
take
off
that
on
way
the
too.
back. So the birdie was on 10. He just hit on 11, which is a par 3, and he's a little off the green, but he's in perfectly fine position for the par. It is the focus, and Brian, you lived it. Like the focus pro athletes can dial in is just unbelievable. And golf ain't football, but you catch a punt in front of 80,000 screaming people, or you tee off 3 hours after you got arrested.
Only one thing you got to worry about when it's 80,000 people is that football. If you drop it, all 80,000 might boo the hell out of you.
B-Mitch, what's the most toughest situation you went into a game with?
Toughest situation after my brother's funeral.
And how did you play?
Balled out. Led the team in special teams tackles. I was the leading rusher. It was preseason game against Steelers.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you have it. We got a break, Mr. Chick. Hit him straight, dude.
All right, Chick.
Okay, boys. I never hit him straight, but hopefully we'll play at one point.
See you, man. Brother. Thanks for coming on. We'll do
and I won't get
next.
arrested today. I'm not getting arrested.
Do your best. Do your best.
Cross your fingers.
See ya. Give Chick a follow at Mr. Chick Sports. When we come back, real or fake with Cody Betts. This morning's headline would have been the ultimate real or fake.
Oh, man. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This NBA playoffs, FanDuel is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with the no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to three-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian and shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Our boy Cody Betts, as far as the B-Mitch and Finley corner of the internet is concerned, broke it this morning with his Scotty's Vodka Red Bull tweet. Good morning, Kodo. How do you do?
Cody, what's up, brother?
What's up, guys?
You should have had real and fake and do that, bro.
I mean, I'm sure you had real and fake already prepared, but is this the ultimate real or fake headline?
I mean, it's unbelievable. Twitter is incredible today.
It really is, dude. It really is. All right. I want to make sure we're able to get to all the stories. Tell everybody how it works. Let's get down to business.
All right. I'm going to give you guys some headlines, and you guys are going to determine whether they are real or I made them up. So here we go. Number one.
Okay.
Texas stripper injured after fall from pole has jaw wired shut to recover from surgery.
One more time.
Texas stripper injured after fall from pole has jaw wired shut to recover from surgery.
I'm going to go false.
B says fake.
I say it's real.
Jeff says real.
I think adding they had the jaw wire shut is the fake part.
Yeah, I'm going fake too. Too much stuff in that one.
And she got to land on her head.
No.
Have you ever been
She
to
had
the
her
strip
jaw
club?
wire
Man?
shut so she could recover instead of participating.
I feel like I'm confused.
Is this over your head?
I'm fake. I don't get it.
I'll explain later.
Jeff hit me with, have you ever been to the strip club? She got to fall on her head and break her jaw, Jeff. Anyway.
Never said she broke her
All
jaw.
right.
All right. Number
Next
two.
one. Prom shut down after discovering large sums of cocaine found in DJ booth.
At the prom?
False.
I'm going to go false. I heard there was some cocaine was found in a building somewhere, but I don't know about that.
Wait, the coke was with the DJ?
Yeah.
And Jeff quickly tried to say false? Real.
Yeah, I'm going to change the real, too.
I'm on real. Landfill?
I'm going to go fake.
Okay. Aquarium says fake. Prison cell says
All right.
real.
Next one. Boy charged after failed robbery attempt using BB gun at Dulles Town Center.
Oh, yeah, that's real.
Real.
That's real for sure.
Okay. Real. Reals across the board.
All right. Fake police officer robs man in Dale City.
Yeah, I buy that one too. Real.
Yep, real.
Dale City's like right where 95. That's like
Yeah,
a mixing
yeah.
bowl.
I haven't heard nothing like that.
Isn't that? I think if you impersonate a cop, though, you get in a lot of trouble.
Well, he is a fake police officer. But you think the criminal is really thinking about, well, what's going to happen if he get caught doing this? He robbing somebody, JP.
How much is he robbing somebody for, though? Like
I don't know.
$200?
But,
People don't even have cash.
You know what? I'm going to say real, Cody.
I think we're all going
All right.
real on that one, too. A lot of crime in old Northern Virginia. It
It's
sounds
been
like.
a lot lately.
All right, next one here. London woman found with 70 pounds of marijuana at Logan Airport.
70 pounds of weed is a lot.
Real.
That's a lot of weed, dude.
Yeah, I gotta go with real on that one too.
How do you pack 70 pounds of weed?
Well, I recall
Your
coming-
bag's only allowed to be 50 pounds.
I was flying from you could pay extra. I was flying from Amsterdam, and I know that they were like, "Oh, y'all gonna be here a while." And they got this lady in front of me. It wasn't no weed. It was a bunch of cocaine.
Oh my gosh.
Was she headed to prom?
And they say, "We got your boyfriend early. We've been waiting on you."
I'm saying fake. That's too much weed. 70 pounds. Everybody else saying real?
Yeah, I'll go real with that. I don't think they grow weed in the UK, so she's got to smuggle it in.
Yeah, but they found her in Boston.
Right. She was getting the weed in Boston and flying back to London or whatever.
I got the impression she flew from London to Boston.
That don't make no sense.
Yeah, why would someone fly weed from London to America? That don't even make sense.
Which way was the plane headed, Cody?
She was arrested at Logan Airport. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna keep it real.
I'm saying fake. It's too
All
much
right.
weed.
Okay, let's go back through them all here. We got Texas stripper injured after fall from pole, has jaw wired shut to recover from surgery. That one was real.
Damn.
Really?
I
Only
told you.
Jeff
Man,
got that.
I
Man.
was just thinking that she didn't want. She had to. He hurt her neck, and she had to worry.
I
about
still don't
stuff.
understand.
Look, man, your next bachelor party, go inside a strip club, like especially one in Texas. Oh man, they be doing all types of twirls.
I
One lady-
understand that.
I'm
but when he
42 years
said-
old. I'm
oh,
kind
when
of
he
out of
said
bachelor
about-
party
so
range.
she can
Actually, Cody,
heal.
maybe you have a bachelor
about to
party. I'll
say-
go on that. Cody and Pete
Yeah.
Haley are like my
so
best chance.
how does Jeff know about Texas strip clubs?
Man, I believe him.
Because I've been to one before.
I've been to one before. Hey, Dallas has as many strip clubs every block than anybody I ever seen in my life.
Hey, Cody, if you ever get a chance, bro, go.
All right, all
There you
right.
go.
I'll keep that
Maybe
in mind.
Cody's
All right,
bachelor
next one.
party would be in Dallas.
All right, next one. Prom shut down after discovering large sums of cocaine in DJ booth. That one was fake.
Damn.
Um,
All right, the boys are
We've got-
kicking our butt, B. Brian,
We
we are
got,
yet to have a win.
Thought I said fake on that one.
we got
I got a grid, bro. You said real.
That don't mean you. have a
boy
beard.
charged after failed robbery attempt using BB gun at Dulles Town Center. That one was real and recent.
Everybody got that one right.
Mhm.
Yep. Fake police officer robs man in Dale City. That one's also real.
Everybody got that one right.
And then the last one was the London woman found with 70 pounds of marijuana at Logan Airport, and that was real. I think like 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay, so I did the worst. I got 2 out of 5. I guess you can have 70 pounds of weed at the airport. Sounds like
Yes,
a bad
you
idea. I went 2 out of 5. B-Mitch was next worst, 3 out of 5. Landfill got 4 out of 5. Shout out to Jeff Walker, the king of Texas strip clubs. 5 for 5, Jeffrey.
Where'd it go, Jeffrey?
Oh man, drop me some lasers.
Jeff knows about crime and strip clubs. We found his wheelhouse, folks. Boom. Cody, thank you, buddy.
All right, Coach Mo. Appreciate
Enjoy
you,
your
brother.
weekend.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. That's
Yep,
our
have
guy,
a good
Cody
weekend.
Betts. You can follow him with one of the funniest tweets ever if you like our show at Cody Shook, SHOOK _ with the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. What a day. What a start we are off to. Another birdie for Scotty Scheffler. You know what he's doing? He's walking down the fairway, double bird.
He's Sam
Let the
Cassell.
world,
He is
Sam
Sam
Cassell
Cassell,
for
baby.
sure. We'll be right back. It's B-Mitch and Finley. Shots. I mean, there's about 10 cases of vodka floating around the studio today. Shout out to Scotty. Came in, decided to gift us with some vodka, a little summer starter set. Of course, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. And just because he did such a great job last night, the B-Mitch and Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. Remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
Let's talk about last night, B.
Sure.
Really, really cool event. Joe Gibbs has the Youth for Tomorrow. I mean, I don't think people quite understand the scope of Youth for Tomorrow. The amount of kids that get helped, how big it is, how many people are involved. I mean, it's just it's remarkable the amount of money that gets raised. I mean, we start there. I imagine. I mean, I was reading in the program last night. You got honored with the award Terry got honored with last night, which is the Touchdown Club Player of the Year, right? Mm-hmm. You got honored for that in 1995. Did you know that?
Yeah.
But Youth for Tomorrow is a really admirable cause, really admirable charity. And basically they find kids that are coming out of really bad situations, dysfunctional families, drugs or bad neighborhoods, learning disabilities, all sorts of things. And they put these kids in a safe place and let them grow up and become like functioning members of society. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you're truly changing the world. So Youth for Tomorrow is an awesome cause, and people that want to be involved should. Obviously, the scope of Joe Gibbs, the reach of Joe Gibbs. I mean, B, some of the money.
Dog.
Let's just talk about some of the money that gets donated at that event.
Yeah, I mean, you go to a lot of events and you hear people saying $100, $500, whatever. They were bidding 50s and millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars at this event. And I think, it just shows you when you are a person with the level of respect that Coach Gibbs have and, the work that they've done, you get people willing to jump and partner with you. Like he said, he had $175,000 when they went to build their first thing. And he was told by Bill Hazel that the dirt work alone would be $800,000, and then said, "Don't worry about it, we got it for you." Not everybody get that love,
right?
And Bill, Bob, and also the guy that I just saw his name, I was with him last night. They have
when they're dude Cecil,
yeah, there we go. Cecil, coolest dude in the world. They have taken that thing and made. I think they probably exceeded what Coach Gibbs thought when he first played.
Well, at first, I believe I'm right on this. At first, it was a service for young men, for boys, to turn boys' lives around. And I believe it was Cecil. At whatever point in time, he's like, "Well, what about the girls?" And Cecil just came.
That was the other guy. Not Cecil, the other guy.
Okay,
his last name. It was Bob.
Bob. All right. So
I call him Overalls Bob.
Oh, that's the guy you would talk about, the overalls.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. I'm trying to find out when they launched the girls, but I mean they okay. The girls' first home was built in 2003, I believe. Maybe I have my dates wrong. But they're doing tremendous work. Terry McLaurin was honored last night. I got to talk to Terry for a minute, and Terry didn't have. He basically told us he didn't have really a speech prepared, but then he got there and was so moved by the event that he stuck around and gave like a 5-10 minute speech.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it for Terry too was that Peyton Manning was there. And Terry's an Indianapolis guy, grew up loving Peyton. Peyton later said, he's like, "Man, I've known about Terry since high school. Like everybody in Indy knew about Terry." Peyton had some really complimentary remarks about Jaden Daniels, who he knows from that Manning passing camp is a pretty elite invite, and Daniels was a part of that with them. But by far, Joe Gibbs spoke and was really impressive, and Adam Peters and Dan Quinn were there. Cliff Kingsbury was there. Brian Johnson. Like the Commanders had a really strong showing of people.
Always do.
Yeah, always. Yeah. and this thing is called the Burgundy and Gold Banquet. You know what I mean? Like it should be in conjunction, I would say. They should all work together, and they do. Most of the rookie class was there. The only rookies that weren't there, I believe, were the guys that were out in
at
LA
the rookie symposium.
at the rookie symposium. But the headliner,
I got some pictures of them. My
Yeah,
daughter was sending me pictures.
but the headliner was that Peyton Manning was going to be there.
Yeah.
And receiving what we should say, Governor Youngkin was there, and gave a speech and gave Joe Gibbs an award, like the Commonwealth Star Award.
Yeah.
Which was cool. I thought Youngkin's wife, I had never heard her speak.
Yeah, she was strong.
She was funny. She was quite good.
So I got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, it was funny. Just a really, really well done night. But the headliner is that Peyton Manning's there, and then who's sitting down with Peyton but our very own Brian Mitchell. And I don't know. I thought it was fantastic. What did you think?
I think it went well. You know, I was nervous, and then once you start, because we had talked a little bit prior, you know, and I could hear him talking to Coach Gibbs, and Coach Gibbs was trying to explain me to Peyton. He said, "Oh, I know it from Louisiana, play quarterback." I said, "Okay, then he knows some stuff." So at that point, I got a little bit more, you know, relaxed, and once we started talking, and you can start to feel that comedic side of him. It just went on then at that point where I was able to, like, you know, they always come in with certain questions. And then I was able to relax and ask questions that were being brought up in his answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I think once you got that, it was more conversational, which made it go even better.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was great. Some of the comments from Peyton that stood out to me, I guess, talking about, you know, what the Commanders have and trying to get the organization back better, I guess. I thought of Terry McLaurin. I wrote a couple notes down. He said, "I'm a big fan of Terry." Peyton on Jaden Daniels. He said, "I'm a big fan of your quarterback. I got to know Jaden. He was at our camp last year. I'm excited about him." But Peyton went on. Now, he was joking about it, but he's like, you got to be patient with rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And he talked about breaking the rookie interception record.
Yeah.
And then he joked, Eli would
have broke that.
Yeah, but he didn't start. One thing that I thought was really interesting that you and Peyton agreed on last night was play guys.
Yeah.
Play them.
See, I've never believed, and I will never believe, that you can learn more sitting down watching somebody else do the job than they're going to learn while they're doing the job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always said it. Yeah, you get to see how somebody can do it, but hell, your journey doesn't start until you get into action anyway. You know, because you have to find out what that speed is. You know, everybody play high school, play college, and you come into the NFL thinking, okay, cool, I can do this. You know, and everybody tell me, oh, I ran a 4.2, I ran a 4.3. When you get on the football field, you got to think about stuff and react in a way. That 4.3 guy may run 4.5, 4.6. You know what I mean? So once you can get to that level and play with them, you realize the things that you have to continue on with and the things you have to let go of. So, and when Peyton said about playing early, that's when I was like, okay, cool. Because Jaden will probably be playing. But you also have to have the level of patience with that. You know, because I used your thing. I say you felt that if we go out there and he's progressing, all that matters. And he agreed.
This year.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Brief interruption. Scotty Scheffler putting for another birdie. About 10 feet downhill.
That's called focus.
He just pushed it, but I believe he's 2 under on the day through 3
It's called focus.
Yeah, clearly. The guy's just a machine.
There you go.
Other parts with Peyton, he's just so good at delivering his lines. You know what I mean? Like he's just so good at doing that. But I don't think that Joe Gibbs has the pull of anybody, right? But I do think there was a level of newness to everything last night. I think Josh Harris has invested in Joe Gibbs Racing. I believe Joe Gibbs even invested in HBSC, the holding company for all the other sporting events. it seems like, and maybe it's Jaden, maybe it's the new coaching staff. Like there's a million reasons, right? But it just seems like there's such a level of newness with the Commanders organization.
It is. I mean, a new ownership, and that's why I talk about this daily. When we open up phone lines, most of our callers are talking about what happened before.
Right.
And I'm like, are you ever going to give the people that are here now a chance to prove to you who they are? You know what I mean? Because if you immediately go back to what was and what did and how things were, you're not giving the person that's here now a fair chance. So you have to allow that a little bit. And I understand it's tough, but I feel like what has happened has happened. You can't do a damn thing about it to change it. So moving forward, let's just, and I've said this for years, as fans, we can hold people accountable as well. And that doesn't mean that you have to turn your back on your franchise, on your team. Just expect more. Don't just be happy just because. You know, I hear people, we're the best fans in the world because we don't boo out our team. Sometimes they may need to be booed. And a lot of times they're going to need to be cheered. But if you get mad at your family and upset with your family, what makes you think you can't get upset with a team? I think that's how life goes.
Yeah, I'm always just going to be positive. Like this is my team. Like you can
fool yourself, but I would ask those same people, well, you're always positive in your personal life. I doubt it.
Like, listen, if that's how you choose to be with the football team, cool. But that doesn't mean that's how everybody has to be.
Yeah.
And I think I tell you what, I think Peters and Quinn have some expectations. I think, dude,
Man, as successful as those guys are, you think they don't have expectations?
Brian Johnson this time last year was like, yo, this guy could be the next big hot head coaching name. You know what I mean? Like, look at the work he's done with Jalen Hurts. Then he becomes OC. Then, frankly, I think he gets scapegoated because somebody's got to go in Philly and he gets gone.
Yeah.
You don't think that dude wants to make it work this year?
Hey, man, when you have that prove it mindset, that is normally a key to success. And you look on this football team right now, players, coaches alike, a lot of them have a prove it mindset. Like Brian Johnson from last year, it wasn't my fault. Or a guy that had a chance to play last year on another team and wasn't given opportunity. I can show you what I'm about. You know, Jahan Dotson coming back. Well, I'm gonna show you I'm year one, not year two. So you get all those people working together, and the common goal has to be we're here to win. And I mentioned it earlier this week about the Navy SEALs that were over there.
Yeah.
You know, that making sure not only are you saying I'm gonna do what I can so he can trust me, but make sure the person next to you trusts in you. You know what I mean?
Totally.
They know you're gonna do the right things. And if you keep all this going, and let's be real, people outside can say what the hell they want to say. It doesn't really matter. You know, whether it's a knock or praise. None of them matter. You know, you always hear guys talk about when somebody say something negative, but they accept all the love, though. That shouldn't matter either. Because you, inside that building, should know what the hell you're doing to make sure you all can get where you want to go. And if you're worried about what somebody outside is saying, you're allowing the outside to infiltrate what's going on.
Well said. Well said. Now, Jeffrey, I want to ask you a question.
What's up, JP?
Awesome event, Youth for Tomorrow. If you're at all interested in helping the cause, check out the website. Really worth supporting. But Jeff, Brian, how long have we been talking about Jeff doing the Jaden Daniels hype song?
Ever since we drafted him.
It's been a minute. Now, I understand
we said it before, like, if we draft him, whoever we draft, Jeff, you're going to make a hype song, and he agreed, yes, I will.
Now, the studio's time has been an issue. We understand that.
People that are paying dollars are worth more than
Jeff's been busy trying to get the stream up and running, and people seem to really like the stream, so credit to Jeff for that. But Jeff, I have a simple question because on the show sheet at 11:30 it says Jeff Walker's song. Jeff, at 11:30, are we able to play the official Jaden Daniels hype song?
Yes.
Oh, that's the air horn. I'm fired up for that, Jeff. I'm fired up for this. Okay. Landini, do you want to do St-Juste real quick? Because it's a good interview. I was there in an official capacity for NBC4 for about an hour. And then they don't allow media during the function, which is cool, and I appreciate that. So early in the program, before I sat down, thank you to my friend Scott Davidson for inviting me. Got to catch up with a few different players. I got to talk to Benjamin St-Juste. And last year was a down year. I don't think anybody would deny that. But, this is a dude that I think good coaching could change a lot. I think good scheme on the back end could change a lot. Here he is, me talking to BSJ. Fourth-year veteran?
4 years.
Fourth-year veteran, Benjamin St-Juste. Time flies, man.
It does. I still remember our first couple of interviews during training camp when I was a rookie, right by the tent.
All our questions were about being from Montreal.
Exactly. Hockey. How's it feel to be here? But no, it feels great. Year 4, new staff, new energy, new vibes, new faces around the team. It's time to really take it up a notch to a different level.
What's that energy like? How's it different?
It just feels like every day we're competing. Like that's how I can what I can say from what I've been there for the past couple of weeks of OTAs. Like we compete at everything. Competing in strength and conditioning, competing in workouts, competing in OTAs, competing in the film room. And that's what the rookies, especially now that they just got here, they're learning, they're hungry, to learn more. They're hungry to surpass us as veterans. And then we're here, to show them the right way. And I think we're up to a good start for the season.
What's it like playing for a staff, Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, and everything they've put together that these guys make the most out of the corners they have?
Honestly, like since I started working with the guys, I've learned so much. I mean, it's night and day in terms of like the experience that we have. Just speaking for me in the DB room, we have all the pieces and the coaches from assistant to safety coach to DB coach to Coach Witt on the defensive coordinator job. Even Dan Quinn, like he has a good background, a good knowledge.
Legion of Boom.
Exactly, about DB. So I feel like for me, I'm a just learn so much, and I think that's going to take my game to a different level, and I'm here for that,
That's all terrific, but I do see it looks like there might be some news in the St-Juste family here.
Yeah, it is.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Do you know when, boy, girl, any of that, or is it too early?
No, we got the news. It's a baby girl on the way, and it's July 26th, right before training camp, right before things get serious. So I probably won't spend as much time with the baby because of training camp. But like once the season starts, and I have a little bit of free time here and there, that's where my time is going to be. And when I'm not on the football field, that's where my time is going to be spent at.
I'm a girl dad. You are going to spend as much time as possible with that baby, I promise.
Yeah, if you had one advice for me, what would it be?
Sleep.
Sleep. Trying to get some sleep. All right.
Ben, thanks, buddy.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, he's about to work now. And if it was anything that he lacked, it won't be lacking anymore because you have to be there for that baby girl. Because I think she's due around the 27th.
Yeah.
So
she was there last night. I'm sure you saw her.
Leo personality.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
Uh-oh.
And then Terry's getting married on February 15th.
That's crazy. Terry's getting married on the same day B-Mitch got married 32 years ago. Life is funny, man. Here's what we're going to do. Get fired up. Jeff Walker's Jaden Daniels hype song
Hype
next.
up. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Rude just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Rude 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Rude keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home with the boys or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Rude.com. That's RUUD.com and see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
and a hell of a leaderboard at Valhalla, including Scotty Scheffler, who was arrested this morning, taken to jail and let out. But I'm excited, man. I'm legitimately excited about this. Our guy, Jeff Walker, is a talented musician. He drops bars. Jeffrey, you have a Jaden Daniels hype song, is my understanding.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to introduce it?
I thought a follow-up question or something was coming.
What's
coming
the
behind
inspiration here?
The inspiration is Jaden Daniels. It's a new time in Washington. If you don't feel it, I don't know what you feel. Because the feeling is in the air. It's there. I want to give a big shout out to my boy Sean Minotti. He's on the beat. Gotta give a big shout out to my boy Jake and LB. They helped me get this recorded and with some good quality. So we are here. We got the Jaden Daniels hype song. Also, for the people on the stream, we have uploaded it to YouTube. So you'll be hearing it on the stream as well. So we got you.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Very cool. All right, drop it, Landfill.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go.
Well done, Jeffrey.
Thank you, JP.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I like that you said some of them are crazy over and over. I think that's pretty fair. I thought it was good. B?
Yeah, was. He focuses on that.
Jeff's a good
Whenever
musician.
he says he's gonna do a song and he does it, I always expect it to be good.
Me too. Me too.
Because I know he's serious about that.
Right.
Now, a lot of the other stuff he says, I don't know.
Landini, what's your verdict on Jeff's new song?
I like it. I like the left hand up.
Yeah, I liked it, dude.
Some of the fans are definitely crazy.
Appreciate y'all.
Some of the fans are definitely crazy.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought of like our listeners, and when I say crazy, I don't mean like I do mean like off the wall, but off the wall in a supportive way. Because B know when it's good football being played in this town,
Oh yeah,
it goes wild. When we had our little runs over the past couple of years, oh man, FedEx was rocking at one point. Quickly went away, but it was a time that was had.
I've seen FedEx bump. It can bump again. I've seen it. My own eyes. I have felt it. It can happen again. I like the Jaden song. I think there's a lot of excitement. I maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like we're actually in a healthy place with Jaden.
we are.
Folks are excited, but there's not like the savior syndrome.
I think a lot of it's coming from him too, though. The way
Dude.
he is, where he's not trying to promote himself as a savior. He's letting you know, I got some stuff to work on. We. He says we a lot, and he's not French. Okay, like you know, we used to get the I when it was good and the they when it was bad.
Yeah,
He's not saying that. So
I think you're so right that a lot of the savior complex stuff is him not acting in that manner.
Yeah.
Right. And every time he's had an opportunity to generate headlines, Like he walks to a fork in the road or an intersection, and you go right for headlines or left.
I think every time someone tried to ask a question that was going to generate headlines, he stiff-armed it. He Heisman trophy.
He Heisman it.
Yeah. And just went on past like, nah, dog, I'm not falling for that.
Totally.
Because I've always said it, and I think people don't they don't agree with it, but it's the truth. Most dependent position in sports, as we could say it's most important, but it's the most dependent as well.
Both.
And the moment you start telling your people that you're dependent on, that you did everything yourself, they quickly can allow it to go the other direction.
Jeff, well done. Let's re-rack the song. Maybe we play it during Heard It Here first, the end of the show. So if you missed Jeff Walker's Jaden Daniels hype song, we will play it again at 1:45. Maybe we sneak it in again at 12:45 too. I liked it, and we'll give it plenty of burn today. And what's cool about making a Jaden Daniels hype song, Jeff, is we can play it a lot. Like it's in the television business, you call that evergreen. Nobody go anywhere. Preakness preview with our guy Smokin' Joe next.
Joe.
And we're giving away Nick Swardson tickets.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O. Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass. He is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air. Something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O. Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass. He is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air. Something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O. Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass. He is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air. Something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is.
Without You. Strong. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday song right here. I want to let the beat drop and everything, but our guy Smoker Joe is on the line. And when you got a guy named Smoker Joe on the line, you don't make him wait.
We don't
Joe,
make him
what's
wait
up,
at
dude?
all.
How are you?
Hey, JP, B-Mitch. Long time no talk, B-Mitch.
What's up, Joe?
Doing good, doing good.
Uh,
JP knows I'm going to go down to the Irish Inn.
I love
And,
the Irish Inn.
Have a little lunch with my daughter. So I know he knows Christy Hughes, so hopefully Christy's going to be there.
Cool. We'll say hello if you do. If you do
Absolutely.
see him. Joe, let me start here. In all your years involved in horse racing, has any jockey ever been arrested on his way to the track?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Kent DeSermo. So he was a kid who, just for some crazy stuff and maybe driving drunk, but not something like what happened with Scotty Scheffler. So that's just wild.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, it just wild. All right, dude, get us up to speed. Preakness is tomorrow, right?
Preakness is tomorrow.
Running in Baltimore. Baffert's allowed back. Only
Who's your favorite mutter?
Yeah, get us up to speed.
Yes. Well, Baffert had 2 horses in, and the 4-horse Muth was going to be the favorite. But Muth, in a cross-country trip, got 103 temperature, so he was scratched 2 days ago. So now we're left with one Baffert horse, the 9-horse, Imperialism. Is it Imperialism? Imagination. I'm sorry, Imagination. And really, I'm kind of against Imagination. People are going to bet Baffert. He's not going to be the favorite. The favorite's going to be Mystic Dan, of course, because he's the Kentucky Derby winner. and most of the horses that run in the Kentucky Derby do well in the Preakness, even though they come back in 2 weeks. But I really like a horse who I bet in a Derby future at 57-1 to win the Kentucky Derby, but he didn't get in. His name is Tuscan Gold. He's the 8 horse, trained by a guy named Chad Brown, who's we spoke about a couple weeks ago. One of the best trainers in the country. He won this way by skipping the Derby or not getting in the Derby with 2 horses at Pimlico. One of them was cloud computing, and one I think at 10-12-1 and early voting. He's only had 3 starts, but this horse has got he's got a lot of upside. He's got more in his tank. And unfortunately, with the scratch from Muth, he'll probably be the 3rd favorite, but he could be 9-2, 5-1. So if I had to pick a winner, I would pick him, right?
What is Mystic Dan? Is he the favorite?
Mystic Dan's going to be the favorite. Now, Mystic Dan's going to get. I sent you a photo of that hole that he got through on the inside in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, he was lucky. The jockey's boots were like his left boot was scraped so badly that he couldn't use that boot again. And if he doesn't get through that hole, he doesn't win, Mystic Dan. So, but he's going to have the same sort of trip. Really, he's going to save ground, and his mother was a mother. So, I mean, she really, really was.
How does the weather look bad in Baltimore tomorrow?
It's going to rain. It's 70. It's going to rain all day.
Ugh.
The rain's going to come in a little bit earlier. It's going to come in. The system changed a little bit. It was going to come in later, so we won't get a dry track for the Preakness, but it might not be pouring down. So the horses that move up, you got it. Like, to me, if you're just a win better, you bet you bet Tuscan Gold to win. If you want a long shot, you bet a horse called Seize the Gray, who's won a race on the slop, ran 3rd in the mud. He ran on Kentucky Derby Day, but in a different race. And he's trained by 88-year-old Wayne Lucas, and he's got speed. So if horses are winning on the front end and Seize the Gray seizes the lead, and some of the 1 or 2 of the other speed horses breaks a little slow, he could steal it. He's 15-1.
I like 15-1.
Yeah.
Joe, is Preakness longer or shorter than the Derby?
It's a 16th of a mile shorter.
Okay.
So it's a little shorter. That's why the horses coming from the Preakness, they're dead fit. You know, either they're dead fit or they could be a little tired. But if they're tired, you know, the horse kind of shows that he's not the same by losing like a lot of weight, not eating his feed. And the 3, Catching Freedom, is bucking. I got friends who've been at the track the last couple of days, turf reporters.
Who's at the track? Mr. Slattery up there?
Danny's gonna be there tomorrow. I talk to Danny every day.
What about Mr. Wickline? Is he up there?
Absolutely.
I love it.
Absolutely.
These are just my friends' dads that are horse racing people.
Absolutely. So really, if you wanted to do like an exacta box, and I'd do it bigger, I would box Catching Freedom the 3, Mystic Dan the 5, and Tuscan Gold the 8. If you want to do a triple, a trifecta, I would throw in that 6, Seize the Gray. So that's boxing 3, 5, 6, 8. And if the 6 gets in, it's going to pay. So you got to look at the prices when you're out there. You got to look at the weather.
Seize the Gray is the 6.
Seize the Gray is the 6th horse going off at 15-1.
Yes,
B-Mitch is writing this down. If you're watching on the stream, B-Mitch is taking notes, baby.
Yes. And
Joe, you'll love this because B wasn't here when you came on with us before the Derby, and he texted me Saturday. He's like, yo, what were the picks?
Well, I'm going to give you a bet to make. So it's the race before the Derby. It's called a daily double, right? It's like a parlay. So you're going to take a horse in the 12th race. His name is Highland Chief, right? He's the 1 horse. So you're going to play the 1 with, in the Preakness, you're going to use him with the 3, Catching Freedom, the 5, Mystic Dan, the 6, Seize the Gray, and the 8, Tuscan Gold.
Hold on,
So
Joe, you're losing me. I'm betting on a different race along with all these horses?
Yes, it's like a parlay.
So
You
I'm
know
putting
that.
5
And you
horses
both know
in across
parlays.
2 races?
Yeah, so it's called a daily double. So
Hypothetically, how would one text a bookie this bet? Like, what is the language I would hypothetically
you would
use?
say, I want a daily double for, just say a $5 daily double, the 12th race, the 1, into the 13th race, the 3, 5, 6, 8.
All right, hang on. I'm writing this down.
Okay.
12th race, the 1.
Into the 13, 3, 5, 6, 8.
13th, 3, 5, 6, 8. What?
Yep.
What would a $5 bet pay if this hits?
Well, the 1 is the 1 is like 12 to 1, so it'd pay probably about, for $2 it would pay about 100, so 2.5 times that. So anywhere between $250 to $300
for a $5 bet.
For a $5 bet. Well, I mean, it's a total. You're betting a total of 20, right?
Damn. Let's make that bet, B.
And then maybe press the 1 with the 5 and the 3 a little heavier, because they're going to be bet more. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. All right, Joe, we got a boogie. Last question. Preakness. Yep. I used to go to Preakness in college.
Yeah.
Is it still as wild as ever, or have they kind of tamped that down?
I tell you what, look, there's a lot more tents out there, right? So there's a lot of more upscale tents. There is that infield presence of the kids just having fun.
That's what I did.
But there's so many obstacles for the announcers to be. I mean, when you're sitting in the grandstand of the clubhouse paying $500 for your seat, you can't see the horses on the other side because of the tents and the towers that they built for the concerts that are there. The announcers, they can't. I mean, they have obstacles that they won't be able to see. So fortunately, this ownership group is going to go away at the end of the year, and it's going to be a nonprofit that's going to take over. They're going to run the Preakness one more year at Pimlico, and then shut it down for reconstruction, go to Laurel, run at Laurel for a year.
But eventually they're going back to Baltimore, though, right?
Yes, they're going to go back to Baltimore. They're just going to fix it, but they're going to have a new ownership group that's a nonprofit that really, I think that these people have their, it's going to be a good ownership group, like the new Commanders ownership group.
There you go. Joe, we got to run, man.
Joe,
thank you for the time.
All right, B-Mitch. Thanks, JP.
See you, buddy.
Bro.
That's our guy, Smoking Joe, man. If this bet hits, we're going Sizzler. Nobody go anywhere. Brendan Porath joins us.
We're going to Sizzler.
High noon in the District of Columbia and Louisville, Kentucky. Let's talk golf. Our boy Brendan Porath from the Shotgun Start, Fried Egg. Brendan, what up, man? Thank you for making time. I know we bugged you twice this week, but today's events are rather spectacular.
It's kind of literally a shotgun start.
That might be true, of course. Happy to jump on. Didn't expect to turn around and do it this quick, but yeah, today warrants it for sure. Warrants, literally.
Warrants, seriously. All right, so I listen to your podcast. You guys do the daily podcast during golf majors, Shotgun Start. I was listening to it this morning as my phone starts going crazy, mostly with like, yo, is this real? With the news of Scheffler being arrested, and then just the outflowing of like memes and jokes. What was your day like? I know you got young kids. You have to get kids to school, and then this all happened. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. So first off, last night we were on the air, and Xander Schauffele, who's like a great player, he's like running away with it, and we're like, oh man, could this be kind of a boring PGA? I wake up this morning, and that like 7 to 8 a.m. hour, as you know, is like, I don't know, put the phone away, get the kids ready for school. So I put it away, and then it's like late 7:45. My phone, I turn off silence, just blowing up. And it's like, this isn't a real thing, right? I saw tee times were delayed, and they're supposed to have thunderstorms, and that's just, I figured it was weather related. It wasn't that, this very real tragedy that happened just after 5 a.m. A volunteer was hit by a bus fatally. Mm-hmm. That's what delayed it. But like my first interaction with the morning is this Jeff Darlington, ESPN reporter, video of Scotty Scheffler being put in cuffs outside of the gates of the major championship he's supposed to tee off in like an hour. It was just a surreal morning, and it continues to be surreal as people get off their jokes and memes and everything else.
Do you think that the PGA, because of an incident like this, because most of the guys drive themselves, do they begin to say we have to shuttle the guys in to make sure nothing like this happens again?
I don't know about that. I think these guys wouldn't even take them up on it, quite honestly. They like their routine. A lot of the players don't drive themselves or have their caddy, manager, whatever. Some do. Oddly enough, Tiger drives himself a lot to events. It's weird. Like, he has everything. You'd think he'd have a driver, but they just like to do it themselves. And they have the courtesy cars, which are clearly marked. And usually that is understood, and that's how they get around a lot of this traffic. And clearly there was some sort of big misunderstanding as Scotty was trying to get around what was already a bad traffic situation because of the accident.
Well, dude, you know what's crazy is, think about the Netflix show. I don't even know what it's called, the golf Netflix show. Full swing. Thank you.
Yep.
A ton of the coverage is them driving to tournaments. Is it at all possible that Netflix was filming Scotty driving to this?
I don't think so. I'll probably check with the producer. He signed up for the first season. I don't think he did the next one. I don't think so, but I do think we will have some sort of more substantial video, whether it's like police, body cam footage, something from the course. It feels like whatever nebulous details surrounding this right now will come out with some sort of video, more video.
Yeah, and dude, it's tough because you read the police report and the guy's pants were injured for $80. Like, it's just, it's so hard not to poke fun at this.
Why would they even put that part into a police report?
It
makes no sense.
There's theories that like that helps, build the case or build a charge for criminal mischief or the assault, or like they need further damage. But it is a pretty amusing thing that people are having fun with this morning. I think there's just a lot of stuff we don't know. And I think while it's sort of water, I don't know if it's water under the bridge, but we're past it. He's playing golf. It's like, I think it's fair to ask like all the questions, like, did he maybe do something wrong here? It seems like probably not. Was the police officer really overzealous? Should all of this have been avoided? Probably. I think like everything's kind of on the table right now because we really don't know a lot as we get our jokes off.
Dispose means get rid of by throwing away or giving or selling to someone else. Bring it. So they say the case has been disposed. Is it gone?
No, he's got arraignment on Tuesday. He's getting arraigned on Tuesday.
On the paper, it said it was disposed. So I don't know what that means.
I don't think so. I don't think the charges have been officially like what. I think that was just a marker of if they highlighted in pink or whatever, then it's been disposed. But I don't think they've done that yet.
Okay. I mean, it's just such all the crazy stuff that's in the sports world. Even this one just stands out so much because Scotty is like such a square ass dude. You know what I mean? Like that's what really makes it jump. Not to compare it to any of the Tiger stuff or some of the crazy things we've seen with other athletes, but it just is all so bizarre.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this became sort of a national news story, but like the golf context is like this guy is the very best player in the world. Like an hour before a major championship, it's like, you know, pulling over the UGA, the Georgia bus, because they made a wrong turn on the way to the national championship and telling them they all might not be able to play or they might not make it, you know, not just like Kirby Smart, but like the whole team is not going to be able to make it and they forfeit. Like that's kind of the limbo we were in. He is the very best player in the world. He is, as you said, a pretty big square. Class is a kind of word that gets thrown out willy-nilly in golf and probably overused. But he just is a good, normal dude who is not known for having a great temper or anything like that. There's jokes about how he probably started a prison ministry in the short time he was in the can this morning. Because he's a very religious guy. He's just very straightforward. And he's also unperturbed by anything. Like he just sounds like he got to the course, he walked in, ate a full plate of eggs, laughed about it, and now he's off. He makes a birdie on his first hole. It's so bizarre. It's such a massive story.
Can you? Maybe I saw it from you on Twitter. I don't remember where I saw it, but can you tell the story of him walking in this morning?
Well, so the owner of the course picks him up in his Range Rover out of jail. Apparently, like they get to the course about 50 minutes before his tee time. Everything's pushed back. And he just walks in. He says, "Hey, everybody!" Like goes in the locker room. He's doing stretching. Apparently, he sits down. He made a joke about I'm free and was eating just sat down, ate a full plate of eggs and player dining. Goes out, hits balls. It was just like he is the kind of person, and it's why he's so successful that a lot of the outside noise doesn't seem to penetrate with him. It makes him successful. This is certainly a unique one. I don't know. I honestly, JP, B-Mitch, I thought at like 8:30, he wasn't getting out. He was not playing. And the number one player in the world going for maybe a grand slam this year was not going to play. It didn't seem like that was going to happen, but here we are.
I mean, it's just so bizarre, but pretty damn funny too. Talking with our friend Brendan Porath from the Fried Egg Shotgun Start. Check him out at Brendan Porath. I promise we won't have you on for like a month after this because we double dipped. But what about the actual golf here, too? I mean, Xander goes crazy yesterday, but plenty of people chasing him down today. The weather looks like it's just going to be soft out there. Is there any reason to think that maybe this afternoon's times will be harder? As much as the Scheffler arrest and release is the dominant story, there still is a golf tournament to be played.
Yeah, it's crazy. I thought we had a full day by like 10 a.m. You know, we had Scotty Scheffler in an orange jumpsuit. And it was like, but no, we still got like 8, 9, 10 hours of golf.
And then he birdied the first hole.
Right? Comes out and birdies the first hole. It's going to be just a dartboard. It's really soft. It's not going to get any firmer, really. The afternoon tee times may have it.
Yeah, pinhunting
I don't think it'll be any harder. It was funny to listen to Rory McIlroy talk yesterday. It was like, oh, if you were at Quail Hollow, just, you know, the regular PGA Tour event last week, this is like a huge step down, so much easier. So it's just sometimes part of it's the course. You know, these length is not, you can't make a course long enough to make it challenging anymore, right? And as soon as it gets soft, these guys are too good to just not pile up birdies. So I think Xander's out in front, but guys are going to be on his heels really fast. Yeah,
they're gonna make him work today.
Yep, for sure. And there's too many studs in the mix, right? It's a test of skill, not strategy. And there's too many studs who just like never kind of have any kind of weak points with that skill. Like you've got Colin Morikawa, Rory's going to be on him. Finau, Scheffler's already coming. So yeah, he's going to be all over, looking over his shoulder.
Quickly looking at the leaderboard, who is Mark Hubbard?
He's a goofball. He's like a fringe sort of up and down from the Korn Ferry Tour, pretty solid now on the PGA Tour, like, 100th, 125th in the FedEx Cup. His brother is a podcast host. Mark Hubbard has gone viral like 3 or 4 times for doing like goofy stuff. He does this like twirl with his putter. He putts with his like pinky down by the bottom of the putter sometimes. He just goofs around. He's a goofball. He's having a good year. Like, he can go low. And I think, like, in all seriousness, that's sort of the lament of this course is it's one of those where everybody's going to get bunched up, and maybe it doesn't separate the guy, like the true best players in the world, right, who are playing at their best. He's having a good year, but it's kind of like a regular sort of PGA Tour stop where it's soft, it's long, and maybe like the misses aren't penalized. You saw John Rahm last night, throw his club in disgust after he was not playing well. He did not play well. He was missing the shot, but he's like throwing his club in disgust. He's so off. And it's just like, all right, it's just an up and down for par. There's like no real big penalty for misses for a lot of the players right now. So you're going to get a Mark Hubbard type and those kinds going low.
So everybody knows Mark Hubbard right now is in solo second, 8 under, 2 under on the day, through 4 holes. So then I looked him up. You called him a goofball. Guess what this dude's Instagram name is, B?
What is that?
Homeless Hubs, right?
Homeless Hubs Golf. So I think he is a goofball.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I like this guy. I can root for that guy. How about this, Brendan? I think coming into the weekend, the best story was Rory can win again or Spieth can get the Grand Slam. Now with Scheffler on top of all this, what's the best story?
I mean, it's Scotty Scheffler. Yeah. He's in an orange jumpsuit this morning. He's taking mug shots. Like, I can't, like, overstate this. And then, like, what's the most stressful round of golf you've ever, like, pre-situation in golf, pre-round you've had? Like getting stunned by a bee? Like, he's in jail in an orange jumpsuit. It's crazy. It's Scheffler, then Rory, probably the second one would be after that.
He was in jail and then birdied the first hole.
Hey.
Like, that's just so asinine, dude.
Talk about proving that no matter what happens, you still have to push through.
All that said, who's your pick now? You're a day in, a day and a half almost. Like, you've seen where people have started. Who do you like? Xander, can he hold on?
Yeah, it's hard not to pick Xander, even though, like, we've seen him shrink from the moment at majors over and over and over again. This is kind of his thing. He goes out, he goes low when it's soft and easy. Then kind of recedes by Sunday afternoon. An incredible player, so many top 10s, no wins, but I do think it's so soft and kind of well suited for a guy like that to get by. Right there is Rory. Rory played poorly yesterday. He played bad. He kind of was sloppy and had to scrap through it. So you'd like to think, given the way he played last week, that goes away. And, you know, when you shoot 66 when you're sloppy, you'll be right back in it, hopefully, if you get your normal form and your recent form. So I love a Rory Xander battle again, just like last week.
Is Xander going to have to win one here soon to make us continue? Because, like, I know we get to talk about how great he can be. He's got to show it eventually, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, he should have won one by now. Soon as done and gone. He should have, like, I don't know. He's been in the top 10 in the world longer than almost anyone right now without a win. And he's an incredible player in a way. But, you know, you got to actually put W's up on the board, and especially W's at majors. And he just doesn't do it that often for how often he's in the top 5, top 10.
Well, and one step further with that, how many even just tournaments has he won? Because he's always second, third, top 5. Like,
a lot of that. Yep. He's won 7 times, but a lot of them are kind of like, you know, off season events, smaller fields. His biggest win's a gold medal, right? A gold medal in Olympics. But that's also like a smaller field with not a lot of the top guys because they make it like the international sort of mix.
He doesn't even have like Riviera or the Players or something, right?
No, he's gotten hot a little bit in 2022. He had 2 wins that summer, but no, he doesn't have a ton of big wins on the resume, in my opinion.
Okay, last thing.
Yep.
What's the cut line look like with everybody going so low? And what side of it is Tiger on?
Tiger is just on the wrong side of the cut line. I thought +1. He was 1 over yesterday. It was about as good as he can do. He did not play well. He saved a lot of pars with some like medium to longer putts. He's just on the wrong side of the cut line right now by 1. I think it's only going to go lower. The cut's going to be like even 1 under. It's like a Corn Ferry Tour event right now. You have to put the pedal to the metal and make birdies. And I don't know. It is cold. It's wet, soggy. I don't know if it's going to be that cold, but, the wet and sogginess in the rough, another walking 18 holes. He kind of usually gets worse and worse as he walks back-to-back days.
Bad weather's not good for him.
I'm not optimistic about it based on what I saw yesterday.
That's a bummer.
So.
Okay. Where are you going to be on October 6th?
What's that? Oh, I was looking at that.
Brendan is a Browns fan, and the Browns are coming to town.
I'm going to whatever they call the field now, Commander's Field or something. It's not FedEx anymore, right?
Field
I'll be there.
It's just field. I'll be at the field. It's currently called Commander's Field. I imagine that will change, but they do have that Kenny Chesney concert, I think, next weekend. So it's at least going to be.
We'll find out something.
Yeah.
Will it be Chesney Field?
Yeah, right. Well, dude, obviously we'll be in touch before then, but we'll see if maybe we can get you close to your brownies and enjoy the game a little bit.
Love it. I'll plan on it.
All right. Brendan, thank you for making time. I know it was last minute. I know you're busy as hell. Thanks, buddy.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Brendan Porath, fried egg, shotgun start. You got to listen. Those dudes are a riot and wired in to the golf world. We've been doing a shocking amount of golf, but there was a shocking event this morning. We did some football because that's how we operate.
Yep.
NBA playoffs, full go.
It was a shocking outcome last night.
There was a shocking outcome, and a man that always produces shocking outcomes, Mr. Jimmy Patsos, joins us next. Mark Hubbard 2 hours ago tweeted out, "No effing way Scotty only weighs 170. Damn, I'm fat." Because in his police report, Scotty was listed at 6'3", 170. That's skinnier than Jaden Daniels, by the way.
So he cracking jokes.
Yeah. While getting into the lead. I'm a fan of this dude. All right. You know who else I'm a fan of? Our friend, Mr. Jimmy Patsos, who is globe-trotting. Are you in Chicago? Cincinnati? Paris?
I was in Chicago. I'm now in Cincinnati. We got Grassroots, DC Premier, Team Thrill. We got Middlesex Magic from Massachusetts squaring off against the West Coast Elite. These are all the kids that travel around the country, Adidas, Nike, and, of course, Under Armour. They play, but I was at the NBA Combine for 2 days.
How was that?
Who doesn't love Chicago? It was good, but not as good as my Ferris Bueller's Day Off tour on my off day. I had to do a little Ferris Bueller tour, and we went to the art museum. Well, I really went by myself. I couldn't get Ed Tapscott to go, so. But B-Mitch, we're out there watching the Combine. I got some kids moving up. Wizards, 3 picks, and I'm telling you right now, I like the Zachary is awesome. That's who I think they should take to go with Koulibaly. That would be the second player.
Is that Sar?
Oh no, it's Zachary Rissacher. Rissacher, not Rissacher. He's the 6'8", 6'9" kid. Another long wing, can play. He's ready to play. He's played in the pro league, but he's an athletic 2, 3, or 4. Really, Bilal's a 2, and he's really a 3, 4, but he's long. It's who OKC would pick, put it that way, because as you know, Winger, Dawkins, and JT3 are the 3. That's the 3-headed monster at the Wizards. But Will Dawkins is from OKC,
right?
And you see, we're going to talk about them later, but that's his background, and that's who I think they should pick. They also have the 26th pick. Zach Edey was out there. Tyler Kolek, the point guard from Marquette. I like him, and then in the 3rd round, I hope Cam Spencer, the hometown hero who played for UConn, a Baltimore kid that transferred from Loyola to UConn. And then there's some other guys at that last pick that they could have. But like Oso, I really liked Oso. I have him written down, a big guy from Marquette. But as you guys know, and B-Mitch, you know this, who they take it to, then that depends who you take at 26. If Stephen Castle moved way up, who I like, he shot the ball well. He's a freshman guard from Atlanta that was on UConn's team. He had like 40 points in the 2 games in the Final Four. He's 19, and he can play the point. So as you know, B-Mitch, if they take a guard, then maybe they should take a big man at the end of the 1st round and then best available maybe in the late 2nd round. But these dudes are hustling. The new Wizards organization is really working hard, and they're not going to waste any picks. So there's no stashing or anything like that. The future's bright. It's going to take another year. Kuz is back. Denny had a great year. They got a good bench because of Gibbs. The question is, do they get a point guard to come back, Jones, or does he want to go somewhere? But most importantly is who they draft again. And we're just going to have to be patient.
Yeah, so, you have to be patient. But like another person supposed to be getting some press from it. I think it's mostly because his dad is LeBron James.
Oh,
how is Bronny looking?
How did Bronny look?
He looks good, and he looks perfect for the 55th pick that the Lakers own. Just nobody's going to mess with LeBron because he's, when you're a top 5 player in the history of the game, definitely the best player in the modern era. Look, they picked 55th. That's where he should go. Go play with him. And bare feet, he was only 6'2".
Wow. That actually makes a ton of sense. I feel like there'll be so much conversation surrounding Bronny, and then that might just be what happens, that he goes late 2nd to LA and stays there. But Jimmy, I want to go back to the top. So do you think the kid Sar is going 1 and that's why the Wiz can't take him?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing Sar. Look, I know all the different scouts, Adam Finkelstein, but, I like Catherine Peaks. She's my friend. She does Yahoo. I see GMs. I've sat with different guys. I'm on the media side for Monumental over there, but you used to be able to sit together. Now they put you on one side or the other, but I saw Sean Marks from the Nets. You see all the guys.
Well, it's not like you can't have a cocktail with them later.
Well, maybe, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the good part about Chicago is it's such a great place. Everybody wants to go. You see a lunch at Ralph Lauren, which is the hidden gem there or whatever.
Yep.
But they're there for 5 days. Look, it should be 2 or 3 days. They stretched it to 6 because they have interviews.
6 days for the NBA Combine?
6 days?
NBA Combine is now 6. It goes from the draft lottery which the Hawks won. For those of you that don't know, the Hawks won with 3% chance. I don't think they pass on Sarr because they have plenty of guards.
Yo, there's 58 guys get picked, and the combine is 6 days. I figured it was a day.
Yeah.
Look, it goes from the G League, and you got to get to some G League invites. And if you play well, you get moved up like Boogie Ellis from USC, who's a second-round pick. He can be picked if he needed a point guard. In other words, all these scenarios are discussed. And it's lottery. They figure out who wins that. Oh, it's Sunday to Friday. I went in for 2.5 days and was exhausted. Not exhausted, but like tired of hearing all the stuff. But I do like, as you know, B-Mitch, the measurements. I don't mind some of the agility runs. This isn't the NFL. But I like Stephen Castle having to take 53s and making 37 of them and moving. That's what I'm like. Let's take him. And, I want to ask B-Mitch this. People get so caught up, B-Mitch, in like, well, he should be picked 5 through 10 instead of 1 through 5, so we can't take him. But what if you like him, and what if he plays
If you like him and he fits what you want to fit, you pick him.
Totally agree. So you got Sarr going 1, and then Risache. I kind of like saying that. Risache, too.
We got the Risache. He's cool, but I would really take, if you position-wise, if Jones leaves, take Castle. Like, he's 6'6", 19. He can definitely play the point. And what everyone wanted about his shooting, he was one of the unsung like heroes why UConn won it. But I'm like, B-Mitch, if that's who you like and that's the position you need, and Wenger and Dawkins are probably going to kill me for talking about this, but we love the Wiz. We're with you. But, like, Castle might be a 10-year pro. And Caravan, the white kid from he's from UConn, is a sophomore. See, these guys are playing. Let me give you a little stuff on this, JP.
Okay.
B-Mitch, you'd be getting paid today, brother, in the NIL, and you would have left your school, by the way. So anyways, B-Mitch, these dudes are running up and down, and I'd say 20 of them, let's say they played, there was 40 to 50 kids that played. And like Bronny James played. They played actually 2 days of scrimmages I watched. There's a bunch of kids playing, and they're seeing how they do, and there's 20 college coaches there, and they're ready to. The bidding is going to start. Coleman Hawkins is going to be Coleman Hawkins is going to be a second-round pick from Illinois. Why not take? I'm hearing $750 to $1 million, and there was a few schools that I won't name hanging around there, telling them don't go to the pros, come to us instead of the two-way. What's your thought on that, B-Mitch?
Hey man, I'll say this: they're gonna learn when they get to the next level. They can't just leave when they're not playing. Somebody better teach them that. College is setting them up to where they're not going to understand after college.
Because of just bouncing around.
Yeah, you're not going to bounce around in the next level.
If you were going to be a second rounder, you could stay in college because second round contracts aren't guaranteed, right?
No, they're not. Two ways pay about, G League pays around $100,000 now, but really when you have a two-way, you're making $500,000. But
stay in college and make $1 million.
I'm sorry?
Stay in college.
Well, not everybody makes $1 million in college.
No, but these guys that played well, I'm like, is he definitely leaving? And they're like, see, in the old days, B-Mitch, you played well, you were out of there. Like, Herder played well, he shut it down for the second day. The Hawks picked him 22nd. Now guys are playing well, saying, well, maybe I will go to Arkansas with Mr. Calipari, or maybe I'll stay at home and go to Illinois for another year, or there's a new coach at Kentucky. Arizona wants to win. I'm just making up these names if everybody gets my drift.
Right.
But not really. Anyways, like that's what's interesting, B-Mitch, is 12 to 15 guys I said, oh, he's going to be good. He can come back. He might come back. He might go back to Iowa. So that's what's been weird. We're going to find out that the next week.
Talking with our friend, Coach Jimmy Patsos. You can follow him on X and Instagram at Coach Patsos. Of course, watch all of his content on Monumental covering the Wizards. And what matters most to me is he was on that staff that won Maryland.
Got 3 Mystics games, JP. Got 3 Mystics games coming up.
Nice. We'll be watching. B-Mitch and Landfill are betting on every Caitlin Clark game. They're going heads up. So we've all of a sudden we've become a women's basketball show. But Jimmy, so just quickly, if the Wiz stay at 2, Risache, is there any chance they move back for the Kid Castle? Would that make sense?
Yeah, well, that's, back to the old scenarios. You heard every scenario possible. Remember, there's agents in the lobby, GMs and scouts in the gym, college coaches in both places. So, like I said, the potpourri of options in the draft was at an all-time high, including not going to the draft. I hope they keep the number 2 pick. I'm down with the patient building. They really battled this year. I thought the coaching change served the Wizards well. BK did a good job. I think Kuzma and Denny being really happy there is good. Your two best players right now. The two centers were pretty good. Bagley, I think, was kind of a steal. And,
Bagley played
Rashawn
well.
Holmes is just good. Bagley played well, and Rashawn Holmes, who went to Bowling Green, was just kind of a grinding. They just, all of a sudden, they got a couple pieces everywhere except for another point guard. They need another point. And Jordan Poole wasn't bad at the point, and he can score. But Bilal Coulibaly, another Frenchman, he's the future. Let's take another 19-year-old who's the future and grind our way through another season. Then you get a free agent. But these three picks, Jerry,
you get the kid Flag. That's how it all works.
Wow, you'd have to play. Yes, I know Cooper very well from Maine. He's going to Duke. Ace Bailey's really good too. Okay. So is Ron Harper's son.
I'm
on
cool
the
with any of them.
McDonald's All-American.
Hold on, Jimmy. We got to bounce, and I got to get you. I need you to make some picks.
Love you. Celtics had an easy run. How about Dallas Celtics final? And by the way, it's number 9, Bob Haffert's horse. Just my imagination. Imagination number 9 in the Preakness Saturday. Love you guys. JP, I'll see you.
Thank you, Jimmy. The legendary Jimmy Patsos at Coach Patsos, Patsos. He's got Celtics Mavs in the final.
I'm just saying how many questions was asked and how long did Jimmy talk?
He's the best. he's the best. You turn the mic on.
I saw your question. No, I cannot imagine that.
We got to run through some NFL win totals. Phone lines open at 1:00. Ask B-Mitch anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. B-Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We all got cases of Scotty's to take home. It's a good day. It's a good day, B. Landfill also said that we could split up his case and take extra home.
Cool.
Very nice of him. But because he just bought $180 worth of tequila. Is that accurate, Landini?
Yeah, basically.
Actually, I have a series of questions for you. I know we have Ask B-Mitch coming up. I know we got to do these win totals. What exactly did you get delivered from CVS today?
I got some chapstick, bottle of Topo Chico bubbly water, soda, and some chips.
How much did you pay for that? And what was the delivery fee?
It was like $25 for all that. I don't know what the delivery fee was. Mostly, I needed the chapstick for my lips. And like, I can't just have the guy deliver $4 worth of chapstick. So I ordered a bunch of other stuff. I wanted to get, we're a nut show.
We're a nut show.
We like nuts. I wanted to order some nuts for us, but
nuts for nuts.
They didn't have the variety.
For you three.
Unfortunately.
You often eat the nuts?
I have never eaten them.
Yeah.
You've never.
When
I have pistachios, you eat the pistachios.
Y'all get into all of those comments, I just stop eating.
When I have pistachios, you eat those.
B-Mitch, you frequently shared nuts with me.
When?
When you have some nuts, you give them to me.
I don't share them. I just give you the whole thing.
Y'all peep what he said. He said when y'all started saying all them things, he stopped. So y'all have stopped me from successfully eating
Peanuts.
Pecan.
Don't say y'all. You're
I've
part
never
of this,
eaten.
Jeff.
I don't like peanuts. I never really liked peanuts.
You like pistachios. When I have pistachios,
Pistachios, I like pecan.
And then I was supposed to have cheese dip for the chips, but they're out of cheese dip.
Bastards. I do think whatever you paid in delivery fee, you could have said, yo, Jeff, you want to get some chips and dip? I'll pay if you go get it. And I think you could have cut that fee in half.
Totally.
But he might not have gotten the right chapstick. So
that's true.
You get what you pay for. Also, Landfill just told me the house drink at his house is Scotty's vodka, Sprite, and Gatorade. Sounds kind of good.
Sounds delicious. That's called the left hand up.
My buddy B. Fry, we played like 6 holes of golf the other day. He had a vodka vitamin water.
Huh?
They call the caddy cocktail, man. You hydrate while you dehydrate. A lot of good ideas there.
Bunch of weird dudes.
Who?
Just drink.
Oh, Lord knows we don't need to have a what's a manly enough drink for B-Mitch debate.
No, I'm not gonna have it with you youngins.
Greg, I didn't think you were telling the truth, Landfill. IHOP really is selling mimosas these days.
I told you. I am an IHOP aficionado.
You are. I take it all back. Do we have the Commanders win total yet, or is it just the AFC?
Yeah, it's on there. Although you know what, NFL.com is annoying. That's my official stance.
They've made it hard.
Yeah, they got to make things easy instead of making things hard.
I'm just gonna Google it.
That's not easy for most people.
If
Make everything hard.
If there's one thing you could say about me, Brian, is I make things easy.
No, you don't. You don't even explain. If it got numbers involved, you definitely don't make it.
Jeff, wouldn't you say that I make things easy for people?
Not all the time, but the win total for the Commanders, according to
Hold on, let's guess.
6.5.
7.
Landini?
7-3.
7-3. What sense does that
What the hell
make?
is that?
That's not a real bet.
It is. I'm trying to guess the win total.
It'd either be 7 or 7.5. There's no 7.3 in Vegas.
Not according to NFL.com.
Oh, well, that makes this whole list suspect.
Yeah, it says, well, it has two things. It says 7.2 wins, but the win total is 6.5.
Okay. The win total's what matters. And Brian,
Nailed it again.
you did. Congratulations.
I just get to the point where how the hell can you get 7.2 wins?
I'll read what they write.
But 6.5 is reasonable.
6.5, you got to
gotta
pick
go with
6 or 7.
a solid number.
6.5.
And that doesn't apply to 7.2?
But 7.2, I'm just saying 6.5 is the over under. 7.2 is the wins. They say you can't get 7.2 wins.
All right. win total for the Commanders is 6.5. Now, this is after the draft. This is after free agency. This is based on the team they got. What makes me nervous about that? What makes me nervous is I accidentally just made contact with this really gross thing over the mic. But what makes me nervous about that win total is they have that juiced. To bet the over is minus 120, which means Vegas is making you pay, which kind of to me, at least on the surface, means Vegas thinks it's going under. I'm reading now from NFL.com. Here's all your totals. Win totals over under 6.5. Plus 290 to make the playoffs. Plus 900 to win the NFC East. I kind of like that. At the odds, you're getting 9-1 in a 4-team division. And I think Philly's going to take a step back. I don't know what's going to happen with the Giants.
So you're going to bet them to win?
I like it as a flyer. If a $50 bet to win the division at plus 450, I like those odds.
It could be plus 1 million to 1. If you don't think they're going to win, that's wasting money.
I think they could win it.
The NFC East?
Dude, you had them going 10, or a lot of people, you said you think there's a better chance they win 11 games than they win 6.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest, basically, it's only 4 teams to win. One of them's got to win. So you're already getting better odds than
you are a prime example of what Vegas attacks.
Talking myself into something?
Because they throw out a number and you automatically assume everything's going to happen based off of that number. That number is to get people thinking just like you do.
But B, there's only 4 teams to win the division. Yeah. And one, you could just get, if Jalen Hurts goes down, what happens? Right? Those numbers would change.
You just said they were going 7-10 yesterday. Now today you're going to put a bet on them to win the division?
Because it's a flyer. If it was 1-1, if it was my 50 wins me 50, hell no. But my 50 wins me 450, I like the odds.
Bet it.
I think I might.
Bet it.
But I might see if it goes higher.
Okay.
You know me.
Yeah.
I'm a procrastinator.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 5,000 to win the conference, I wouldn't bet that. Plus 12.5 to win the Super Bowl.
You may as well as a flyer.
No, but it's a flyer I think that can hit. Like to win the Super Bowl, they're one of 32 teams. I'm not betting that.
All right, bro.
I like the odds on that one. It's the same as our horse racing. We're putting all these things together to make the bet juicier. I read now from NFL.com. Commanders fans should be excited about a number of shrewd moves and draft picks, but I particularly loved what the new regime did at the linebacker position. They took it seriously, I add parenthetically. Free agent additions, Bobby Wagner and frankly, Luvu, both ranked in the top 15 in defensive stops last season. I expect these 2 veteran studs to help this rebuilding team get through some early schedule challenges. Washington faces its toughest 4-game stretch of the season in weeks 3 through 6. At Cincy, at Arizona, against Cleveland, at Baltimore. Nobody go anywhere. Open those phone lines up, Jeff. Press the button. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B-Mitch anything.
And 9.
Leadville, I saw it with my own two eyes last night. And when you see things with your own two eyes, it impacts you because you know what's real. I saw, how big you think that ballroom was? 500 people in there, something like that?
Close to it.
Packed.
Yeah.
If there were 500 people at the Joe Gibbs Youth for Tomorrow event last night that Brian was the MC with Peyton Manning, 485 of them wanted to ask B-Mitch a question. There's not that many times where you get an open opportunity to ask an NFL legend, a burgundy and gold legend, a question, and yet every Friday at 1 o'clock is one of those opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
We call it Ask B-Mitch Anything. Phone number is 800-636-1067. Got a couple phone lines open. Most of them are full. Let's start with Vince in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vinny? Ask B anything.
What's going on? What's going on? Hey, B-Mitch. What's up, JP? How y'all feeling, man?
We're good, man. How you doing?
B-Mitch, man. Two questions, actually. One, as a youth football coach, I coach for the Glenarm Bulldogs. I was wondering if you can give me any points or any tips on how to be more savvy out there on the field. You know, because I'm especially a quarterbacks coach, so I know you've been a quarterback before. So I just wanted to see if I can get a couple of pointers. And
you want to be savvy with your players or when you coaching against other teams?
Against other teams, my scheme, my game plan. You know, how to, I guess, you know, just overcome a few defensive schemes as far as like the blitz and things of that nature. And my second question is, would you be willing to come out to the field and talk to the squad and give them a little inspiration for the upcoming season?
Well, I could probably do that if the time works out. I could probably do that, but we'll have to. I get Jeff to get your phone number before you get off the phone.
Great.
But ultimately, if you want to try to be a little bit more savvy, what you want to do is start putting plays you've been running in the formation you've been running, because they already going to try to attack you a certain way, and you already know how to circumvent what they're doing. You know, let's say you've been lining up in the same scheme, same personnel grouping all the time, in the same formation, and you run the same play. Hey, that play is a play action pass, or it goes completely opposite to the other side. Because people are trying to play, they're trying to play the statistics. You know, how many chances he gonna do this? So they play a defense to stop that one play. You come with something else on them.
Definitely.
Thanks, Vinny.
Jeff, get that number.
One last thing. All
right, we got a bunch of people though, dude. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One last thing for you, JP, for you. Okay. What was why did you end Tuesday with if you made it this far, I owe you some meat? What's going on with that, man?
I was giving away meat. I was giving out my meat. And
you mean your Omaha?
Omaha
steaks?
No, I had made London broil. Omaha steaks are soon to be delivered though. And if everybody is cool, we'll have another Omaha steaks in studio grilling session.
We're gonna have that because you can't cook.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you, man.
Jamar is in Fairfax. What's up, Jamar?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Oh boy. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
All right. Hey, B-Mitch, this question's for you. You know, we acquired Tyler Biadasz. We've been calling him Tyler Badass.
Yeah.
From the Cowboys, right?
Uh-huh.
So I got a friend that's a Cowboys fan. He told me that, you know, y'all can call him Badass because he's a badass lineman.
Hey, man, you know Cowboy fans always hate everything that leads from there.
Cowboys won't be Cowboys, man. I know it.
You know, so what he told you the same thing about Dan Quinn and everybody else too, right?
You know he feel that way.
Let's see if they have 10 interceptions at one player this year.
All right, I like to hear it.
There you go.
Thanks, Jamar.
All right, bro.
B, I got one in from Twitter that I wanted to read. This is from Dwayne. He says, ask B-Mitch if he got to compare head sizes with Peyton Manning. That was a lot of head.
Yeah, his is bigger than mine.
It was funny that B didn't see my Instagram post till today. And then if anybody saw it, he laughed about it. So we're all good. Corey is in Sunderland. What up, Corey? Ask B anything.
Hey, B, I just wanted to let you know, man, it was cool meeting you last year at the Defenders game. And like I was telling the guy that I called in to talk to, I just wanted to know how you're such a down-to-earth guy with being a professional athlete.
It's just who I am, man. I was raised that way where you're no more than anything. Your job may be something that people see, but it's just a job. And I try to treat people how I want them to treat me. You know, if you, I'm like this. If you respect me, I'm respecting you. I can go there sometimes if I have to, but ultimately I don't, because I think when people see that my personality is more inviting, I don't have to deal with those issues.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If you remember, you was telling me the story about how Jeff had to get his helmet taken away at BSU.
Well, he never got one. They wouldn't give him a helmet.
Thank you, Corey.
They wouldn't give him a helmet.
Thanks, buddy. All right, everybody ready? Is everybody prepared? Commander Tequila is on the line. Hello, Commander. Ask me anything.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Okay, I got 2 questions real quick. All right, for JP. It's not for JP, for B-Mitch.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Do you think we can have a running back, like a defensive end, or offensive end run like a running back, bulldozer in to the line, make a touchdown? Or
Do I think we can? I think we have a lot of athletic big men on the football team, but I don't know if Cliff is that much of a, what's called plays, the gimmicky type plays.
Yeah.
Like you talking about like William Refrigerator Perry would do it back in the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I remember that.
I think if your running backs and your offensive line is good enough, you don't have to do that.
All right.
Yeah.
And then we're not able to see no more the fake punt to throw the ball, right?
No, you can still do that.
Fake punt.
You can still do that.
There will be no more surprise onside kicks, Commander Tequila.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's it. All right.
Commander,
cool.
what have you been sipping on today?
Yeah, honestly and truthfully, I've been sipping on all day tequila sunrise.
That's a boy.
All right.
Have a great weekend, bro.
You know what? I got to play, though. Like, the kickoff return as it's set up now, you catch the ball, you start full speed like you're going to the right sideline, plant and throw that thing back on the left side.
Music City
catch somebody.
Miracle.
You can catch somebody.
Or you run that and then you fake that.
Well, somebody's going to try it, but I'm saying you need a returner who's very, very talented.
Jeff, if you want to highlight some questions from the stream, I'm happy to ask a few. My guy Tay is on here and says, ask B-Mitch, does he like Macallan 12?
No.
Really?
I don't like scotch. I don't like that peaty taste, that smoky taste.
Macallan doesn't have.
Well, I had Macallan and it had a smoky taste.
Certainly, but
it's not as strong as the others.
Yeah, like it's not like Lafroig or something.
If I taste it, I'm not going to drink it because it confuses the hell out of my mind. Like I'm like,
you like bourbon that little bit sweeter.
I should be eating some meat, steaks. Okay, we'll get it right. When I start like tasting that smoky taste, it confuses the hell out of me.
All right. B gets confused when he drinks scotch. I do too, but maybe it's a different reason.
What did Craig ask? Craig asked, have I ever been arrested?
I wasn't going to say that one on the air.
All right, I'll leave it at that. They got me for assaulting the officer. Greg.
So hold on, let's back
up. They bumped me with a police horse, and it kept doing it because the police, the campus police. I'm dancing with a young lady. He gets in between us to start dancing, and I pushed him out the way. He wasn't dressed up, so when I get outside, the other officers, they I guess were defending their dude, and he kept bumping me with the horse, and I punched the horse. And they said I assaulted an officer.
It's a hell of a story, and
it's truth.
And you want me to go to Louisiana for lanyap?
I don't do those type of things anymore. I'm not 18 or 19 anymore. I think I was 19 then, yeah.
All right. I have a question for you.
Yes. Why are you laughing, Phil?
That story is just always so ridiculous that you punched a horse because the guy tried to
I forgot.
take your date.
Who met my buddy Sugar Bear? Sugar Bear told him about this story. He told you, yeah, that's true.
Of course, B-Mitch has a boy named Sugar Bear.
I mean, the last 2 minutes of what was said are just so uniquely Louisiana.
Hey, nicknames. I didn't know his real name until like 7-8 years ago.
Let's go to Juan in Rockville.
I thought you had a
Juan,
question.
ask B-Mitch something. I have a question, but we'll go to Juan. Juan, what up?
How's it going, B-Mitch?
What's up, Juan? How you doing, brother?
All right, I want to know, why do people always say you smell good? What scent do you wear? What's the scent do you wear?
I wear different stuff every day, man. I don't like to smell the same, but I one thing about it, a lot of dudes they tell, I don't wear cologne, I don't wear deodorant. I do, because guess who like it? Ladies. So I guess a bunch of dudes like it, because I get 4 dudes talking about how I smell on a daily basis over there.
What are you wearing today?
Today I am. What the hell am I wearing today?
I don't know.
What's the?
You're wearing an
man.
Adidas T-shirt.
What
That's
am
what
I
I
wearing
can
today?
tell
I
you.
forgot which one I'm gonna put on. It's the little blue horse, Jean-Paul Gaultier.
All right, thank you.
The blue bottle with the body. That was it. Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Nice. Thank you very much.
All right, man.
I got a question for you related to that. Since the junks talk about your cologne every day,
Yeah.
they're clearly smelling you every day.
Yeah. Sometimes before I even get in here, I hear him.
I'm going to ask Landfill this question. Who should be more alarmed, Landini? That the junks are smelling B-Mitch every day, or that Bishop once had a naked dream about me?
Okay, let's be real. You have a nose so you can smell. And they've been talking about me smelling good for 3 years.
Yeah, I'm saying.
But they never
It's a lot
dreamed about me being naked.
That's a lot of.
But one of them did give you a Valentine's Day present.
That's true, dude.
That
That's
was not
true.
See, you all are trying to
He
mix
gave
up
you a
stories.
present on Valentine's
He
Day.
gave me a present from his wife
On
because I had
Valentine's Day.
spoken. Now, see, y'all trying to discredit Black History Month?
No.
All right, then. So I spoke to his wife's kids about Black history, and she sent me a gift through her husband. See how I changed the story on y'all right there.
There's
Shut
a
it
lot of
down.
other days.
There's 27 other days.
But it's the day that she gave it to him. So y'all saying Cakes brought me a gift from his wife. He was just a transporter.
On Valentine's Day.
From his wife.
That makes it even more risque. having Bish dream about me is nothing.
You cannot change this story and make it a man dreaming about you naked is way worse than a man delivering a gift from his wife for you.
Or smelling you every day for 3 years?
No, they smell my cologne. They don't smell me. They never sniffed on me.
Zach,
your butt crack was showing in a room with a dude naked.
In a dream is an important part to highlight. Zach is in Des Moines. Zach, please ask Brian
what's
something.
up, brother?
I have more of a football question. How's it going, gentlemen?
Please, thank
We'd
you.
love a football question.
Do you think an under-the-radar hire has really been Anthony Lynn this offseason? I just feel like we're going to run the ball so much more, and I feel like we had to pay him a lot to peel him away from the 49ers. Just wonder what you guys thought.
I think you're absolutely right about that. Anthony Lynn has always had good running games on his teams. You look at what he was doing when he was just in San Diego with Eckler. Then he also comes over here, San Francisco, and what they did last year. I think, and then also being able, he can take pressure off of Quinn, Kingsbury, because he's a former head coach as well.
Bro, he was there for Herbert's arrival.
Yes.
Like, I get that he's a running back, but he knows how to help a young quarterback. And for everybody that loves the Shanahan system and everything, guess where Anthony Lynn played and won 2 Super Bowls?
Yeah.
Under Mike Shanahan. So
I'm
he
saying,
touches a lot of bases, man.
Listen, man, I know we talk so much about the main characters. That coaching staff, I would tell everyone
And they spent
to
some
go
money.
and research that coaching staff and the success they've had on other squads and how they can also, like I keep talking about, get your kids and do what to them? Develop them.
Thank you, Zach. All right, we got to move here. Rick is on the route. What up, Rick?
What's up, brother?
Swing by D-City Smokehouse. Get us some wings.
B-Mitch, JP, what's going on, my guys?
We good,
brother. How you doing, buddy?
Good. No, absolutely. Hey, JP, thank you very much. You, Doc Walker, Heavy Metal Chris, y'all had the show rocking. Y'all had class. Y'all even signed the football for me. I really appreciate you guys. Appreciate that.
I thought JP skipped class all the time.
But I'm a class act.
He was a class act. He was a class
I got
act.
you.
But B-Mitch, my question for you is, outside of Commanders Week 1 football game, what game are you most looking forward to watch Week 1? that's gonna have your eyes glued to it that you ain't gonna, if you have the opportunity to watch it.
Kansas City Chiefs against the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that's an easy one, man. That's a juicy.
Andy Reid against
Andy Reid
against John Harbaugh. Pat Mahomes against my man Lamar Jackson. Seeing what that defense could possibly do here, and see anybody on offense gonna stop Chris Jones.
You think they're gonna give that rugby player from the Chiefs the ball? I heard they got
Rick,
a rugby
we got to
player.
bounce, and I got.
If he's on Andy Reid's team, he gonna touch the ball.
Thank you, Rick. Charlie, you get 30 seconds. Go fast.
Oh man, B-Mitch, what was your best playing weight?
Best playing weight 216, baby.
216.
Yep, call that
That's
my
good.
pimp weight.
I figured you for about 230, like a pocket battleship.
Thank you,
got time for the
thank you,
cold
Charlie. Appreciate you. We have to make time because we have an NFL owner on the line.
Okay.
When billionaires call, we make space. Hello, Jara. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, JP, B-Mitch, and the aquarium. Hey, listen, do you mind if I just do a public service announcement real quick?
Sure.
Listen, Commando Drunko. First of all, let me just say this. In that Jimmy Buffett song, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, they don't mean 5 a.m., you dumbass. They mean 5 p.m. And all I can say is do not drive today. Do not get near any damn car. And I got 2 initials for
Jara,
A.
He's a nice man. He's a nice man.
He sounds like he's nice, but he couldn't get a sentence out today, man. Hey, listen, y'all have a great Commando.
Hey, Jara, what
AA.
about the Netflix documentary that you've
it's
commissioned?
going to be award winning. I'm going to get an Emmy for that. Now, you know me. Everybody wants to know about Jared, including you. You just don't want to admit it.
I do want to know more. I mean, but an Emmy's, Brian and I each have an Emmy. I figured you'd be shooting higher.
Well, I mean, listen, whoever does is probably going to be in the golden car, red carpet, whatever. He's going to get the biggest award you can give in
the
journalism,
glory hole,
whatever the
even.
hell you call it.
Perhaps the glory hole.
That's it. And when they did it, he was asking them about the glory hole. And that's just whatever. Hey, listen, it is what it is. But listen, Commando, don't drink. Please put the bottle down. I got to go.
Thank you, Jara. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg joins the program. All right, folks, caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Nick Swartz and Toilet Head Friday, January 24th at Warner Theater. Tickets on sale Friday, May 17th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. I'm going to stop talking for a second, let Peter hear his song.
Oh, that sounds great.
Peter Rosenberg joins us now. ESPN New York, Cheap Heat, Hot 97, a million things. You can follow him at Rosenberg Radio. Let's start with what's most important. Are you happy Landfill played your song, Peter?
It felt great. And now I'm kind of glad that I missed yesterday because he had to play it twice.
He did have it playing yesterday. Because of him playing it yesterday, and then we had stuff come up and chaos ensued, and then you coming on today, I wasn't entirely convinced he wouldn't mess with you again and play another song.
I actually bumped our normal Friday at 1:30 song to play Peter's song.
Wow.
I don't know.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the love right now. It's feeling good.
I don't know how long you can count on this, but you should enjoy it for now. Landfill, how long are you going to lock it in and not mess with Peter?
We'll see. We'll see.
Peter, I give you permission. Whenever you see him, punch him right in between his eyes.
I thank you, B-Mitch.
There you go.
I know if I get permission from you, there's nothing he can even do about it. He just has to take it. Ask for another one.
Just hit him. Bam.
All right. Gotta ask, dude. The Knicks have a closeout game tonight at the Garden. The Rangers closed out last night, which had gotten a little dicey for them. What are the vibes in NYC?
The vibes are very, very, very positive, energetic, excited. I would say the way that the Ranger game played out last night, for all the people who pay attention to hockey, probably gave them an extra bit of confidence today. Just in terms of the feel, the energy that you need to close out on the road. Obviously, when it got to the third period, Rangers down 3-1, Carolina crowd just sniffing, going 7, and then you score 4 unanswered to finish them off. I think that probably made people feel really good. So, listen, the way that the Knicks won at the Garden in Game 5, I think that really set a tone that made people believe, you know what, let's stop falling for the narrative that we're not good enough. Let's just go out there and win. I think people believe in this team, man.
I mean, they should. Tonight, tonight's in Indy, though, right?
That's right.
Okay. If that gets to 7, which I kind of think it will, what do you think that vibe will be like? Will it go from fun to nervous?
Listen, you guys know what Game 7s are like, and I'm sure it will be. There certainly will be, your share of nervousness should they get there. But I do think there's such positive energy in that building right now that they will generally just be stoked. I mean, in fact, so much so, guys, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I view it like this. The last game in Indiana, they got absolutely crushed.
Mm-hmm.
They get a nice, they come back home, get a huge win, and then they get a 3-day rest, which is great for this team because you guys know Brunson's sort of been dealing with something. They weren't able to get Anunoby back. The time didn't do enough to help that. But if I play a first half here in which, it feels like Sunday and Indiana is just all over them again, I kind of pull back the troops and say, let's just play for Game 7. I don't know that I wear this team out scrapping in the second half. Like if you're down 17, let's say you get to halfway through the third and you're down big, as NBA games can be. My philosophy with a game at home on Sunday would probably be to pull back the troops and rest them and go get it on Sunday.
Do you think Thibodeau has that type of mindset?
Obviously, the general answer there would be no. But if you think about what happened last Sunday, they rested Josh Hart basically the whole second half. They pulled Brunson with, I think, 4 minutes left in the third. And then the result that they got on Tuesday was a rested group that dominated. So I know it's antithetical to who Tibbs is as a coach, but listen, I don't think that'll happen. I think they're going to end up playing a close game anyway, and it's not going to be a decision. But I would not go fighting for a fourth quarter comeback down 18. I'm thinking about let's get back to the Garden.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think Tibbs would do it, but it's probably the smart move, especially with the team as banged up as they are. Let's switch gears. We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg at Rosenberg Radio. I know you are not a draft guy. You don't get hyped by the NFL draft. But I also know that you, at least maybe before you were married, but like you will go to Commanders games on the road. Maybe you go to the one at Giant Stadium. Maybe you're coming home and you try to plan a holiday trip and get a game in. Do you get excited for the NFL schedule?
Yeah, a little. Ish. I mean, I get other years probably more because like there's nothing going on and I'm just like, oh my God, give me football. But right now, because of the situation in New York, with the sports being so exciting, plus, I'm a Celtics fan. The Celtics are heading to the conference finals. I got so much going on that I'm kind of thankful to not be like, oh my God, I can't wait to see the Commanders schedule. So obviously I looked at it. You go check the major things, see how many national TV games, see if there's a Thanksgiving game. I check things out, see if there's an appealing road game to go to. I did that game, but I wouldn't say I'm as stoked as I would normally be.
Okay.
Yeah,
stoked.
Which I think, by the way, that's a healthy place to be in.
Stoked less. Why? Just because they may have gone too far with how much hoopla there is around it.
Yeah, because I hope we're going to have a good team. I don't want to make the biggest thing about next season that I plan a good road game. I want to believe that we've actually changed things and it's going to be a future of everything kind of matters.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like living and dying over the schedule. I feel like that's what you do when your team's a loser. When your team's a winner, you're like, I mean, we're good every year. I don't know. I'll go to a game. It'll be great. Because guess what? My team always goes 12-5. I don't know. Do Steelers fans sit around waiting for the schedule? Or is it just like, I don't know, every year we have a schedule and every year we go because it's a great time. They always put a representative product on the field.
Right. It is true.
I'm trying to be normal.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll remember this name, I think, John Hughes. We all went to high school together. John,
sure, I remember him well.
Yeah, great dude. One of our close friends. John and his boys, and B, they were all in Seattle with us. We were all drinking last year at the bar after the rally, if you remember. Okay. My boy Johnny Booze and his soccer buddies all plan an away game together.
Yeah.
And they landed on that because they got to a point where they're like, man, we'd rather not have season tickets. We'd rather just pick one away game and make it like a trip. And it's more fun and, spend the same amount of money or whatever. But now maybe that will reverse and people are like, no, I want season tickets. I don't care as much about finding a good game.
They may do that, but I just think when you already know what teams they're playing. And you normally know which teams are on the road or at home. The whole hype around just the schedule being released is something that the NFL created, I think.
Yeah, but it is nice to be able, if you're going to plan a trip, now you can.
Yeah, if you're planning a trip, I understand. But I'm saying, that's why I understand what Peter's saying. I know most people don't get hyped up about the schedule release.
I love it. I geek out. But I geek out about
you geek out over anything football.
Yeah, that's a fact. The last thing, Peter, while we've got you, by far the biggest story of the day is just crazy. What did you make of Scotty Scheffler getting arrested this morning and then birdieing his first hole out and now being tied for fourth?
So I'm late to the last part of the story. I was wide awake for the beginning of the story and was like, what the hell is going on? It was kind of bizarre for the most boring dude. Right. My number one critique of Scheffler is that he has no personality whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
He could hit the greatest shot of all time. And you're like, could I get a fist bump, bro? What's something?
Right.
So it was among the most random stories I've ever seen. So does it appear that it was just as simple as him mouthing off to cops and they decided today's the day?
I don't know if he really mouthing off. The actual story hasn't come out, but I think it sounds like it was a misunderstanding. But now they're saying that the police was dragged to the ground. It's a lot of this stuff I don't understand, Peter, to be honest with you.
It's a very odd story. But I
just think if he did something that bad, he wouldn't have been playing golf 3 hours later. That's
and it's hilarious because it's one of those moments where the cops probably think, oh, this guy thinks he's important. We'll show you. And then a few minutes later, they were like, oh, no, he's important. He's going. Sorry, guys.
That's exactly what I think happened. Like, oh, you think you can push us around? And then, oh, boy, we made a big mistake.
Right. Yeah, you think you're well, guess what? You picked the wrong one. It's like, nah, guys, you picked the wrong one. And he didn't do anything.
Right.
So, I'll tell you the least surprising part of the story, him starting with the birdie and already being tied for fourth. That part's not surprising.
Right.
Yeah,
he's just he's been dialed in. Now they're all kind of tearing this place up, but he started, I think he was 4 under, so he's 3 under on the day, and he's on the 13th hole. And he was arrested this morning.
I'm actually very into this. The arrest now gives me something to hang on to and like about Scotty Scheffler, besides him just being a great golfer.
He's an outlaw, Peter. It's what you always thought.
I've never seen someone who dresses like he works in a random office in Columbia, Maryland. I've never seen someone like that turn out to be a rebel like this.
Peter, as always, thank you for the time, bro.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Next week, boys. Peace.
Got you, brother.
See you, man. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, every day we make bets. Time to count them all up.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's luxury. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
We about to get paid, y'all.
For sure. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's a luxury. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
We about to get paid, y'all.
For sure.
Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. Baby. Go on. Blinded by the light. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to wrap up the week. It's my understanding it's Grant Paulson's birthday. Happy birthday to Grant.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday, Grant.
I'm sure those dudes will have
It's crazy. He doesn't look 45.
Let's guess. How old is Grant? 37?
30-something.
36.
42.
I'm 42.
Same age as Grant.
Look it.
B said 30-something, which isn't a real answer. You're disqualified from the pool.
I, of course, know the answer.
What is the answer?
42.
He's not 42.
I don't think he's 40 yet.
I think it's 36.
All right.
36?
While we're guessing things, what do you think the percentage of Americans that have had a sip of coffee in the last 24 hours is?
Percentage of America
that drinks coffee, basically.
35%.
97.
35 to 97. Quite the delta, Landfill.
Yeah. I'm going to go 40.
67% of Americans.
Damn.
This is according to data provided by the National Coffee Association.
How would they know that, though?
Coffee is delicious.
I assume they survey people.
Yeah, but
But what about the people like on the radio show that
How
make
about-
their coffee in the morning?
How
but
many
don't talk to
kids
them?
are really
You
going there?
survey an amount of people and you use that as your sample. I'm not a surveyologist. I don't know exactly how
That's
it
not a
works.
word, Jay.
I don't think it is. 20 years ago, though, there's a significant rise in coffee. 20 years ago, fewer than 50 Americans were drinking coffee every day. Now it's damn near 70. Inflation, Lamp.
I think more than 50 people drank coffee 30 years ago.
More than
50% he
50
meant.
people? I would take the over on 50 people.
He was thinking 50%.
And it was 20 years ago.
I drank coffee this morning.
Not me. I hate that. Let's make some bets. Jeffrey.
It hurts me to say this, but we didn't make bets the entire week. So we made bets last night to determine who would win Heard It Here First for the week. And Brian Mitchell is the winner for Heard It Here First for the week. Yeah.
Damn, B. How'd you pull that off?
Lucky.
At least he owned it.
Hey, my mind was focused on other stuff.
Yeah, you were locked in on getting ready for Peyton.
Yeah.
And called the winner.
Yeah, maybe you should pay less attention more often.
Hey, people watch this. People watch this stream. They know. B-Mitch's head is always down. Yeah, I'm
Locked
focusing
in.
focusing on everything.
Are we making bets for the weekend?
No, we never make bets for the weekend. Where are you coming from?
Fine.
Trying to make up your losses?
I'm always chasing, baby. You think the Knicks close it out tonight, B?
I think so. I think so.
I think the Pacers win tonight. I think that joint's going 7.
Pacers. Two
Y'all
games back
sound-
to back.
You think the Pacers win it?
J-Dawg's
Pacers
hating
gonna
them
win it.
again, like they normally do.
Ooh, J-Dawg's coming in hot.
Hating again.
Leadville,
like
you
they
got the
always
Knicks closing it out tonight?
Yes.
Ooh, couple hockey potential closeouts. I believe the Panthers can close out the Bruins tonight. I think they will. Anybody have a lean? Jeff, no hockey lean from you?
And I don't know how to call that one.
Dallas could close out the Avalanche tonight. I hope people were watching the stream for the face B just made. And the Canucks can close out the Oilers tomorrow. Good with that, Landfill?
I'll take that.
Canucks.
What city are the Canucks from, Jeff?
I know.
You don't get to play.
But I know.
Okay, you can go after Jeff. Jeff, what city are the Canucks from?
One, what is a Canuck?
I think it's like Yankee, but to a Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
Like people refer to Americans as Yanks when they're overseas. I think people would refer to a Canadian as a Canuck if they're like in Spain.
Montreal?
Vancouver.
No, sir.
Oh,
Vancouver.
Where are the Oilers from, Jeff?
I know.
Edmonton.
Boom.
I know that one.
That's how we're going into the weekend. I thought you were going to say Houston, which I would have been forced to accept, frankly. For whatever reason, I already threw away my show sheet. I want to say thank you to everyone that joined the program today.
Still in my show sheet.
That's not your show sheet. That's your draft.
Chick Hernandez.
Chick Hernandez. Brendan Porad. Jimmy Patsos.
Mhm.
I can't read that far.
Smoking Joe.
Smoking Joe.
Peter Rosenberg.
Peter Rosenberg.
I feel like we're missing someone.
B-Mitch.
B-Mitch was on the show, yeah.
You don't get thanked.
Yes, I do.
Fine, then thank Jeff
You ask B-Mitch
for
every
making his
day.
hype song.
Cody.
Cody
Shook.
Betts. Yep.
Cody Betts, who brought the internet down with his Scotty's Vodka Red Bull tweet. Thank you. I hope everything's all right in Louisville, man. We'll see what happens as more news emerges. Thank you to everybody that called in for Ask B-Mitch Anything. Grant and Danny coming up next. Happy birthday to Grant. You made it this far. I owe you a bottle of Scotty's.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O. Trolley was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass. He is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air. Something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
We about to get paid, y'all.
For sure. College, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Trolley was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
We about to get paid, y'all.
For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Trolley was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
We about to get paid, y'all.
For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Trolley was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a tell you something about the city you about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, Charlie was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard.
Friday afternoon to everybody listening live on 106.7 The Fan. We're Grant and Danny. It is May 17th, 2024. You can check us out on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen to us wherever you are on the Odyssey app. And, of course, you can watch us in high definition via the cameras we've got in studio on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Daniel, what's up?
What do you say, bud? Had a fun and productive day thus far. I've already done some work. I was fortunate enough to be able to host and lead a improv comedy workshop at Northern Virginia Community College this morning, which is a unique thing to be able to do in the morning, but it was a lot of fun. So I appreciate them for having me.
I got to tell you, first of all, Danny, you look sharp. We're
Thank
going button-down shirt. We're going navy blue and some red check over there.
Yep.
I think you look good. So we got that going for us.
Thank you.
I got a great dinner planned tonight. I'm going to get a steak dinner at Randy's Steakhouse.
Now, it's not just some Friday as to why you're doing that. Why are you doing that, my friend?
Birthday dinner
Look
tonight,
at that. There he is.
you know.
It's a birthday day.
It is a birthday day. So you can't beat me today. Feeling good.
Yep.
Not really a birthday guy. Don't love doing a bunch of birthday skits and bits. But if it's a reason to get a babysitter
there you go.
And to go get some steak, then it is a win in my win-loss column.
We did the wacky, you're at a chain restaurant, like, today's your birthday all day long, so we wrote for you this song. Like, we did that bit already.
We also had to send some videos of you guys eating the cake that was sent in from my house so that my daughter could see, because she was, I don't know why, it was very exciting. The idea that my friends
Isn't it
would
strange
eat
what they get excited
cake.
about?
She also, this was very cute and great.
Mm-hmm.
She said to me yesterday, she said, would you like to take me to school for your birthday tomorrow? And I said, fairly common that I take her to school, but of course I want to do that for my birthday. That's a great way to spend my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
And then when we got to school, she went up and told the teacher it was my birthday, and she got me a birthday sticker from the place where they keep the birthday stickers at her classroom. And so that's why she wanted me to take her to school to get a birthday sticker.
That's great.
Very sweet. Good moment. Meanwhile, my son kicked me in the shins and punched me in the stomach. So everybody is excited for my birthday.
Is there a difference between boys and girls at that age? There is. And
he's happy too.
No, he's great.
He gets to eat cake.
He's great. But I'm telling you,
Yes.
like, I've already done this.
You have two boys.
This does not stop. It just manifests in different ways.
Right.
Like this morning, we're like, we had to we screamed at our oldest, you have to stop distracting your younger brother. We're trying to get his clothes on. Like that's where, and like the amount of grabassery and shenanigans and like then both like mom and I have already flipped out, like veins coming out of our forehead, sweaty, trying to get to work or trying to get to the kids to school. Everyone has like tearful hugs goodbye, like we're departing on a space shuttle. It's awful. And yeah, it doesn't change.
The quartet is back together. Ryan is back from New York City. working on the program with Darius behind the scenes. You lived in New York.
Yes.
So presumably you gave him all kinds of things that you wanted him to do.
Yeah, so he did a bit where he's like, I'm going to have this trip, like give me some recommendations, and I'm happy to do that. As I love doing that so much if I've been somewhere. 2, I love having the expertise and stuff.
Oh,
like
yeah.
It's over the top and it's obnoxious. But then 3, I found out like he's going to be there for less than 24 hours. He had no time to do any of these things.
But this doesn't stop you. If you tell Danny I'm going somewhere for 12 hours, he'll give you 15 places he wants you to go. And then if you don't go to them all, he gets angry. But here is
That's actually pretty much it.
I'm going to be on your side for this for a second.
All right.
I want to make sure he went to at least a place that you recommended because there was a lot of chatter, a lot of talking about what he should do, where he should go, how this should go down. And if that was all for naught, I'm going to be a little frustrated. Not to mention his MO is already whatever we tell him to do, he does the opposite in general. And whatever movies we recommend, he doesn't watch.
Yep.
So he's like, I'm just having this thing going on in my life. What's your life experience tell you? And we're like, go left. And he's like, okay, right looks
I've
good.
already gone right 10 times.
And then he calls after he's gone right. And he's like, you guys were right.
Should have gone left.
Should have gone left.
Should have gone left there.
But hey, you got to let the bird fly out of the nest. So did you go to any of the Danny Rouillet recommended places?
Routier?
I'm not going to lie, I didn't.
Yeah.
Not one.
Not one.
Not one. Because
You guys spent all purpose over a week, at least an hour with you over talking about different places.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep.
Do you want all that time back or are you still happy?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't mind because here's the thing. I got to show that I know. That's so much.
That
That's
is
so
the
great
win
for me.
for you?
That's so exciting for me. Because like nobody listens to me at my house. Like my children, my wife, they don't care about what I say.
But you said that where you were putting your head and sleeping, at the place, the person's house that you were staying at, the buddy from school, you were blocks away from a couple of the places that he suggested.
we absolutely were. But I must say, as you guys already know, we had a lot of train issues getting to New York City and, of course, leaving New York City as well. So yesterday, or actually 2 days ago when we first got there, we didn't get into the apartment until about like 4:15. The party started at 5 o'clock.
But one of the places was a breakfast bagel spot.
Yeah. Yes.
You were there yesterday.
I was there
for
yesterday.
breakfast.
I was there. Here's the thing, though. Like Katz's Deli, which is one of the things that I really wanted to go to myself. My friend wanted to go there. We all wanted to go there. At the
So
time,
does everybody else.
At the time when we got there was a line out the door. We could not wait.
So you tried.
We tried.
That's all. You know
Yeah.
what? That's a win.
He
then.
tried. Yeah.
So this was not like Danny said that. That's funny. So you tried to go to the place.
I tried to go to that deli.
I think no harm, no foul then. I think
Yes.
everybody won.
Mhm.
This was a classic example of a tourist trap that everyone was already at.
Well, actually, the thing is, I don't believe so. I don't know. Danny could probably speak to it, but it just seemed as if it was people just lining up for lunch and an early dinner at that point.
Yeah. So it's famous enough where New Yorkers, non-New Yorkers, everybody. It's the scene from When Harry Met Sally. It takes place there. And if you've seen the movie, you know
then
the
it's
scene.
definitely a tourist spot.
Well, I mean, it's also a famous, iconic New York spot. So
Of course.
so the point is, locals, non-locals, everybody goes. And I
But
was like,
Kevin McCarthy's reenacted the scene there
Yeah.
on his Instagram.
Right.
I mean, everyone's doing that bit.
for sure. Yeah. But the line's going to be up the yang. So, he tried. The part that frustrated, to borrow from my buddy Fred Smoot, me, was I was like, this is the bagel spot. This is where you go. It's right down the street from Katz. It's like 100 yards away. This is life-changing, game-changing, the best you're going to find. This is it. And he's like, yeah, I'm meeting someone for brunch. I'm like, well, that's not there. He's like, you're going to sit down somewhere for brunch. The whole point is
Right.
this. You're in that neighborhood where I live for that thing.
A little bit column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah.
He definitely could have probably gotten to a place if he wanted to. It was not a big enough priority.
Mhm.
But he also did make at least a single attempt
He made the effort.
to
That's true.
go to one of the places,
Mhm.
and that is exceeding my expectations for him on the trip.
That's fair.
Hearing all of the descriptions and you breaking down, go here and ask for this guy and sit at this table and look for my initials on the wall.
You got to talk
in
to the
this
guy.
Bathroom stall, all this stuff. I knew every step of the way. Eventually, he would see none of that, but he tried. And so I want to give you credit.
Yeah.
That you did that.
I
And
did try.
I hope you had a great trip. You also went to New York early enough that it probably didn't smell terrible. I will be honest with you. About 2 weeks from now, at the end of May until like September 1st,
It stinks.
I am not going to New York.
No, hey,
Winter,
listen.
Christmas time, love it. Let's do it.
Respectfully
Broadway
disagree.
show, but I hate New York in the summer.
Here's where I need to disagree with you. The idea that it stops September 1st is adorable.
I'm guessing.
It is a steam bath still with all the water surrounding it and the hot trash on the street. It stinks. May now through the end of September.
Does it already stink?
Yeah.
Oh,
No
wow.
fun. And winter there, I think it's even worse because you get all the snow, whatever. It's nice. It looks cool, like in certain parts of the city. But then when it does that half melt, so now there's so many puddles and like that 4-inch deep frozen water just off the curb when you're trying to walk across the street. Nope.
Speaking of nope, Scotty Scheffler was told nope today.
Yeah.
He decided that it was a yes. And he tried to go where he wanted to go, and he got arrested for it. We're not guys that typically talk much about golf on this show. I don't know how much of this story you have tracked today. I find it unbelievable, Danny. Where are you at on your level of keeping up with Scotty Scheffler's arrest at the PGA Championship?
So it's probably the biggest story of the day. So to that degree, I couldn't help but pay attention to it. And this morning, as stuff was kind of breaking in real time, where a mugshot is circulated and you go, okay, thanks AI, thanks fake internet dude or whatever. But then you go, okay, well, that's real. How did we get here? And there's the varying accounts, and I'm still not 100% clear on the blow by blow, second by second. I think we need to be a little bit more patient with that. I know that there are accounts. I know some people have said this is what they saw. We don't know what was said, what happened exactly. The facts are going to hopefully play out at some point, but it sounds more serious than just the simple misunderstanding it's being dismissed by. It also probably isn't World War III, which other people are saying it is. I'm sure the truth is somewhere in between.
Yeah, and I also think a couple things can be true also, right? Like, it can be true that maybe a police officer, not knowing it was the number one golfer in the world trying to make his tee time, was overzealous and maybe over the line with how aggressive they were being. And also, oh, by the way, Scotty Scheffler, you probably could have handled yourself better. You probably could have listened to the person that was yelling at you. But for people that don't know what's going on, and I would say that's only a few of you at this point, Scheffler is unequivocally the number one golfer in the world. Okay? He has become the best golfer on the planet. And I don't even think it's that close at this point. But he is doing something right now that is dominant on the PGA Tour. The PGA Championship is probably either the 3 or the 4 seed on the golf calendar. The Masters, the U.S. Open are elevated, but this is probably the next level down. So the comp I'm going to give you, I workshopped and needled this with Valdez when I got here this morning. This is Patrick Mahomes being arrested, trying to make his way into the locker room to play the Baltimore Ravens in a division round playoff game, like the second round of the playoffs.
Okay.
This is not the Super Bowl. That would be the Masters. This is probably not the AFC Championship game. That would be the U.S. Open. But this is a playoff game, and this is the best player on the planet. So you think about this as a breaking news story before a playoff game where 4 hours before kickoff or something, Patrick Mahomes gets arrested trying to get into the player parking lot and is now being taken to jail over presumably a misunderstanding. Now, he did get arrested. He has been charged. In fact, several charges. Second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding traffic signals from an officer. Like, these things all sound really bad. The only firsthand account that I've heard to this point still comes from Jeff Darlington of ESPN, who just happened to be there and see the entire thing. And this is how he reported what happened on ESPN today.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the number one player in the world.
So that was Jeff Darlington passing along what he saw, which is part of the story. I don't know that that's the whole story. It's part of the story. I also have here, Danny, the police report, which came out today. And this is what they said in the police report. Detective Gillis, who I guess is the police officer that was involved, was directing traffic into Gate 1 Valhalla Golf Course due to the road being closed in both directions from an earlier fatal collision. I think that's important to note, by the way, because I heard a lot of talk about this and saw a lot of coverage of this and never even knew that this all stemmed from a fatal collision.
Right.
Now, this is very different than what happened with Scotty Scheffler, okay? But earlier in the morning, somebody, presumably going to the golf tournament today, first thing in the morning, got struck by a bus and they were killed, tragically. Because of that death, there was a traffic buildup and they were directing traffic in a different pattern than normal. And the players were caught up in that as they were trying to get there for their morning tee times and to get their work in and to get on the course. Supposedly, some of the players were told, go around the traffic pattern this way, let the cops know you go down this road, and that'll get you in. And that's what Scheffler was essentially trying to do, supposedly. This particular cop either didn't know that, didn't know who he was, didn't see the signage, which is supposedly on all these cars that the golfers have. And that's where there was this, I'm going to call it a miscommunication between the two. But back to the statement. Listed subject, that's Scheffler, was driving eastbound to gain access to the course. Subject pulled into the westbound lanes where outbound traffic was flowing to avoid backed up traffic. Detective Gillis was in the middle of the westbound lanes in full LMPD uniform and high visibility yellow reflective rain jacket. Detective Gillis stopped subject and attempted to give instructions. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, abrasions to his wrist and knee, was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical personnel. Detective Gillis's uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair. That last sentence is funny to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not that he got hit or that they dragged his pants or anything, but and I don't know how police reports work. I just think it's funny to say his pants were $80 pants and he'll never be able to wear them again. Like that seems like a pretty minor detail.
I know that. Yes, it struck me as well. Like if I have an incident outside, I'm not gonna be like, these were $64 jeans that got damaged. FYI,
Not making light of the situation.
Right. Thank you.
I'm reading a police report.
Yes.
And the last sentence to me just stands out as odd.
I noticed that too.
His pants were $80 and they're damaged beyond repair.
Yeah.
Like, maybe leave that part out of the police report.
Or you say his pants were damaged beyond repair. The $80 pant part is strange to me. Anyway, but the focus is,
But this
of
is
course,
a pretty serious deal.
Yeah, I take it, and people should take serious things seriously.
So I want to next get into what you think happened. Right? Like, what do you think actually happened here? And then we can also update how he's playing today. Because, as you said, not necessarily a golf show typically. This is the biggest story in the world as far as sports goes. This is the number one golfer on the planet who got arrested trying to make his way to one of the biggest tournaments of the year. He's also scheduled to speak here in moments right after his round, so we can try to grab that when that happens. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
He was going into Valhalla to work out and get ready for his tee time. They were directing traffic. He held his media credential out and was going in like they'd been instructed to. And apparently there had been a traffic accident or maybe even a fatality down the road, and that had changed the traffic patterns. And he was unaware of that. And, you know, I think the officer that was directing traffic was maybe not part of the event traffic detail, and so that's where the miscommunication arose, and that's why we got it.
So other PGA golfers have been let through this morning, and he was under the impression that he could go through?
Yes. Well, they are allowed to go through. That's why they have the credentials, their way through. So unaware that there had been a arrest, you know, he proceeded like they've been instructed to.
That was the attorney for Scotty Scheffler meeting with some reporters outside the courthouse after his arrest today. The number one golfer in the world arrested trying to get to the PGA Championship. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Look, I mean, if you don't listen to a police officer, and especially if I don't know what it means he attached himself to the vehicle.
I don't either.
I imagine that means he like leaned on his hood or something, but I guess it could mean a lot of things. I don't really know what that means. But if a police officer does that and you continue to drive, you're going to be in big, big trouble. If I did it or you did it, we'd still be sitting in jail right now. We probably wouldn't be playing golf, and we'd be in jail for a little while, I'm guessing. So I'm not telling you he didn't do anything wrong. I do think there's probably more miscommunication here than like felonious bad guy trying to get at the cops, if that makes sense. Like he clearly thought when he turned onto that lane, this is where I'm supposed to go. And if I had to guess, I've seen a picture of some of the police officers that were in this rain gear this morning at the golf club. It seems to me like you can't really tell that it's like the difference between guy who's hired to direct traffic versus police officer. Now, maybe your logic is if someone's directing traffic, whatever they say is gospel. I would view someone directing traffic at an event with less reverence than I do a police officer. I'm just telling you that outright. So a lot of times, and you know my bit, like I'm like, I know where I'm supposed to be, man. Thanks for the time. Like I'm just.
Yeah, I've seen you do it. When they're waving you a certain direction at FedEx Field, you go, "That's nice. I'm here more than you," and you go to your spot.
I'm just trying to go to work, man. Yeah. I know where I'm supposed to park. Maybe you're not seeing the bad, this thing correctly, but like, please let me just go to do my job. And maybe he was in that mode, thinking it was a traffic guy and it was a cop, and maybe he doesn't know the cop leans on his car, or is on his hood, or whatever. And I want to hear from him today and see what his side of the story is. Like, that's all I can come up with. But look, that's different than he shouldn't have been arrested. He probably should have. If they're telling him to stop and it's a cop and you don't, and then they're on your car and you keep going and they fall to the ground and they're bleeding, you're going to get arrested. So two things can be true here. I also think there's a good chance, based on what we know, the police officer didn't know who it was, didn't know he was supposed to be driving on that road, and this all could have been avoided if they were more on the same page with probably whatever he was instructed, and it seems like they weren't.
Several things. No one will hear this part or remember this part, but all the facts need to come out. We need to be patient and not rush to judgment, and there's a lot we still don't know. There's a lot that I don't know. So to your last point, it sounds like the weather was inclement. It sounds like if these guys are wearing these rain ponchos, making it harder to identify them as police officers, then it may be harder to identify professional golfers. Maybe harder to figure out insignias or decals or things like that for on the officer side of things, right? So if visibility is limited or it's a hurried situation, there's a backup and everyone's trying to get in and move as smoothly as possible, somebody skirting that delay, I can understand an officer going, hey, wait, hold on. Just hold the hell on, right?
He's doing his job.
So the thing that I always say when that's something I guess happens all the time, a golfer being detained and arrested is not the most normal thing.
The best golfer in the world got arrested.
Pretty
on his way
commonplace.
to the major.
But the example or the axiom I've kind of used here, I've got one of my college teammates is a DC police officer. I've got a good friend who works for the FBI, but has had experience. A number of Capitol Hill police officers. A number of folks in my life have been related to law enforcement. The singular point to stress is they don't know your mind. It's why I always want to come down so harsh on people that rush the field or like not storm the field like at the end of a game, but like middle of an inning, you decide you're going to run out and do a circus dance or whatever. People don't know your mind. They can't tell. So when an officer gives a specific instruction, not only is that instruction not obeyed, but it's the opposite. That guy doesn't know. Are you racing in there to explode the place? Are you racing in there to do damage? Is the heightened tensions of the world that we live in, are you doing something related to that? This is a high-profile event. Are you about to make a big demonstration, a scene? They have no way of knowing what it is that you are thinking, especially in a lickety-split, super quick moment like that. So to me, there's a small, what might have started as a small misunderstanding or could have been solved in a moment going, yep, it's me, number one golfer in the world, going to where I was instructed to go as a golfer. That doesn't happen. And next thing you know, we escalate to a point. And I'm sorry, it sounds like Scheffler is in some water here.
Here's what I want to know. Was there a moment where he rolls down his window and they interact and he goes, hey, I'm a golfer, I'm trying to go there, I'm Scotty Scheffler, whatever, and the guy says, that doesn't mean anything to me, I don't care about you, turn around and go that way, and then he just went anyway?
Yeah.
Like I want to know, because my guess is it's raining, it's wet, like you said, visibility's bad. You've been told, go down this road. And presumably this is the road he went down yesterday. I'm just speaking from experience, and I think we've all done this. If I go into cover training camp every day, and I go in the same little path to park in the grass out at the park, by the second, third, fourth day, whatever it is, like I'm just holding my badge up at the window, and I'm going slowly. I'm not going to be reckless, but I'm just like holding my badge up and slowly going where I'm going and just expecting I'm going to go park at the same spot. He might have just been half paying attention. Like, you heard the attorney there saying he didn't know that the traffic pattern had been changed. He didn't know about this fatality, and it's tragic that happened, but somebody got hit by a bus. I think there's a chance, Danny, he's just 5 miles an hour, ludicrous style, so everybody sees him. And he's just got his little I'm Scotty Scheffler pass in the window, and he keeps going, and the cop's yelling at him and banging on the side of his car, and he keeps going, and the guy jumps up, and next thing you know, you're dragging a cop, and you're getting stuffed and cuffed. I mean, that could be too. I'll bet you it is mostly misunderstanding. But to your point, anybody who isn't leaving open the possibility that even if it's a miscommunication, if the cop told you to do something and you heard him and you know it's a police officer and then you do it anyway, you're now playing with fire. You're going to get burned. If the cop told you, stop your vehicle, you can't go here, even if you know you're supposed to, then let's have a conversation or get somebody on the phone. But if you just keep driving and you go, I'm the number one golfer in the world, kick rocks, man, you're just a police officer, then you deal with whatever consequences come after that. So that's where we got to wait and see exactly what transpired.
Right. Is everyone aware of the command? Is everyone on the same page? And he said, screw you. I mean, again, there's a million things we don't know, and I don't want to speculate. So, I mean, to me, what I kind of keep going back to this, what began, it seems like, and again, so much we don't know, information needs to come out. This is generally how we should approach everything when it comes to an allegation, police report, or otherwise. Serious things should be taken seriously. But it sounds like what began as a slight, mild miscommunication due to a bunch of different factors escalated very quickly to the point that it sounds, again, according to that police report, and again, this is all alleged, whatever we're supposed to say, Scheffler did something that you can't do. I mean, and there are consequences for that. Now, are they going to be as stiff for him as they would be for like me having done it? I don't know.
Definitely not. But I think we agree, or maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth. I guess I should ask. I am a believer in premeditation or not. In other words, what's the word I'm looking for? Like an accident versus malice, essentially.
Right.
Like if he didn't realize that he's trying to, that's a police officer who's trying to stop him. And oh, by the way, now this guy, I don't know what attaching to his car means.
I mean, the first image I had in my head was I put it like I'm holding a very important suitcase. Handcuff on my wrist, handcuff on the car.
Right,
Are you attached? What does that mean?
The way Darlington described it, it sounds like maybe the police officer reached into his window and like grabbed him, and Scheffler kept driving. That's bad. You know, but just it's bad if a person puts their arm in your window and you keep driving as well.
Yep.
Like he doesn't have to know it's a cop. He might think it's a parking attendant or someone wearing a jacket or whatever. Like you got to stop at that point. And maybe he did. It was 10 yards or something. But I guess my point is I need to know what led up to him continuing to drive past. If the window never went down, they never interacted, it was just the cop yelling one thing, he's listening to some music and going 10 miles an hour, then there's no premeditation. It's probably a complete accident, misunderstanding, and I don't feel as much animus towards Scheffler. If he pulls up and he stopped for a second and the cop goes, "You can't go here," and he's going, "Oh, you're just a dumb parking guy. You can't tell me what to do. I'm Scotty bleeping Scheffler." And then he just takes off. Well, now dude, bleep you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, then deal with the ramifications here. Todd's in Tallahassee on Grant and Danny, listening on the Always Free Odyssey app. What's up, Todd?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I actually worked a whole bunch of these events, Kemper, Booz Allen, U.S. Open, a bunch of them. The cars that these golfers drive and the officials are very well marked. They get their own like VIP lane straight to the clubhouse. You know, I had to sit in line and park in a farm field somewhere and walk all the way up there. These guys have a VIP lane and they have VIP cars that are very well marked. So the cops probably knew right away that he was an official and he was someone that was supposed to skip a line and go to the clubhouse. And Scotty might have just thought that he had, you know, his own VIP lane that he was in, and there was just miscommunication. And then obviously, like, we don't know all the details and everything.
So I definitely give him the benefit of the doubt of, my guess is he knew exactly where he was going. And in his mind, this person doesn't know that I'm supposed to go here. I'm not going to waste my time explaining it. I'll just keep driving and they'll go about their day. That's probably his mindset. I believe that. I also, having seen pictures of the yellow outfits, have you seen the images of like what these
the
police
ponchos,
were wearing? Yeah. They were just wearing big yellow ponchos.
Mm-hmm.
And in the police report, it says like they're in clear police uniform. No, they're not. You can't tell that's a cop. I'm looking, if that's what the guy was actually wearing, there's no way to know that's a cop. And you could say this is disrespectful or what have you. But like when I'm walking back from the Nats game and whistles are blowing and people are screaming at me, don't walk, do walk. I'm just trying to get to my car. Like, with all due respect, I've walked across the street before. I'm gonna get there, okay? Thank you. Like, I don't treat that person like a officer of the law. If they're in a police uniform, you better believe I'm listening to what they're saying. It's a little bit different, I think. Mike's and Tyson's. What's up, Mike? How are you?
I just want to make sure we're getting the benefit of the doubt to both sides. I get that we all want to respect police officers. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I work with them every single day, and 99% of them are just stand-up guys. But right now in New York City, there's a dispute between the union and the city because the union doesn't want to accept a zero-tolerance policy for steroids. There are hothead cops, and sometimes they're hotheads for a reason. There was an opportunity to de-escalate. He had Scotty in the car. They could have figured out what was going on, but no, this cop was mad because his authority was not respected, and now he's going to make a big arrest and make international news and all the rest over something that, from what you just described, big yellow ponchos, you know, this kind of chaotic scene where everyone's trying to get just where they need to be.
The part I'll disagree with you on a little bit here, Mike.
How does he feel when he's got somebody hanging on his car?
Well, I'm sure he was petrified. I mean, he's probably like, what the hell's going on? Here's the part I'll disagree with. This officer, I think his last name was Gillis in the police report.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a fun day for him.
No.
Like the idea that like he benefits from this or he gets his name out there. This dude's being vilified and crushed and the butt of every single joke. I mean, nobody is a few people might be coming to his defense, but this is not the way he would want to get his name out there, I would say. Like, today's been a really bad day for him. Not a day where he's like, I'm famous now. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, buy my coffee tomorrow.
Can't wait for my fan mail. Yeah. It's, you know, it's a lot more than you bargained for when you showed up in the rain to help with some traffic patterns, certainly. And you're investigating, let's not forget, a tragedy that occurred first thing in the morning.
But that's the other part of this. And I'd listened to a bunch of radio and watched and read a bunch of things, TV and whatnot, and didn't even know there was a tragedy in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that is a big part of this. And to Scheffler's credit, and the statement that he made where he called it a miscommunication and said it'll get sorted out, one of the first things he did was say, I'm thinking about that family. And like, nobody's talking about that. Imagine being a friend or loved one of that person today, and everyone's just popping off their memes and their jokes on social media about what happened with Scheffler, which I know is a completely different story, and people can spin two plates. You can, talk about both at the same time, but that is worth at least remembering.
Indeed. Yeah, and that was the impetus for all this. So, who knows what communication happened beforehand about which lane guys are supposed to go in. I mean, it's a bunch of logistics I don't know. That's kind of my point here is from what it sounds like, I haven't drawn any conclusions. I've got thoughts. I've shared those. We need information, and we need that as soon as possible before we really formulate, to me, like where we should be kind of pointing.
He's going to speak after his round. I think he's got 3 holes left, so we'll grab that audio as soon as he gets to the podium today. He's actually shooting, I believe, like 5 under today. He's now within a handful of strokes from the lead. Professional athletes, whatever happened and whatever you think about this,
you can compartmentalize pretty well, I guess.
My goodness. I mean, he didn't warm up really. He just got out of jail, literally. Like, took his orange jumpsuit
Is there a
off.
place I can hang up my orange jumpsuit in the clubhouse?
In the back of some dude's SUV, changed, walked out to a big ovation, started playing golf, and is actually putting together a whale of a round today, it looks like. We'll get you more on this as it develops throughout the day. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I need something to call FedEx Field moving forward. Let's get into that next. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate you. We've got one final chance for you to win a pair of tickets to see an upcoming awesome show in the DMV. If you want tickets, you got to be listening at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz today. It's Hank Williams Jr. at Jiffy Lube Live. You can only win those tickets right here on Greg and Dave. You got to be listening. Coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes. Every time FedEx Field comes up, I find myself saying FedEx Field, even though that's not the name of the stadium anymore. You'll remember that it was announced FedEx presumably wanted off of the stadium, that the contract ran out, or for whatever reason, they've gone their separate ways. The guy who is the founder of FedEx was a minority owner, one of the people that was at odds with Dan that forced him to sell the team. That's Fred Smith, who's the father of Arthur Smith, who's the former head coach of the Falcons, now the offensive coordinator of the Steelers. But FedEx and the Commanders, the relationship is really no more.
No mas. Amicable disillusionment, it sounds like, but they're not in business together anymore, which is fine.
However, we got here, right? So I am a guy, though, typically that continues to call the stadium whatever I know the stadium as. So just as an aside, like if Capital One Arena this season became, I don't know, Five Guys Place, I'm just going to keep calling it Capital One Arena for a while. It's what I know it as. It's what rolls off the tongue. I don't really care about your marketing deals necessarily. I'm a Capital One guy. Like, we're just going to do it that way. That's how I feel about it. I'll give you another example.
Okay.
San Francisco Giants. Where do they play?
Is it AT&T Park or is it Pac Bell? I can't remember which.
Oracle Park.
Oracle, yeah, see?
I don't do that. I have never called it Oracle Park. I'm not going to call it Oracle Park. It's AT&T Park. It's not, but it is.
See what I'm saying?
That's where I'm at. Now, after a while of hearing it, I do update my file. So right now, the Guardians play at Progressive Field. They no longer play at Jacobs Field. It was Jacobs Field for a long, long time. And for many years as Progressive Field, it was just Jacobs Field to me.
There's the Jake.
Exactly right. Even though it stopped being the Jake. I don't like the updating of the company thing. I don't want to do it. And I'll never call it bowl games or not I'm watching the blank bowl presented by, like, I'm not playing that game. That's your marketing deal. Congratulations to you.
Is it really the Nokia Sugar Bowl? It's more like it's the Sugar Bowl,
It's
though.
just the Sugar
It's
Bowl.
the Sugar Bowl.
But I want to know what we should call FedEx Field moving forward. If I'm going to stop calling it FedEx, what should I call it? Now, it's important to note that the Commanders have solved this problem for people. They're just going with Commanders Field.
That's what they are going with.
Yeah, that's the name of the stadium now.
Okay.
So there's going to be signs when you drive up that say Commanders Field. On the website, Darius looked it up before the show during the pre-show meeting. Everything is listed. Darius, correct me if I'm wrong. Everything was listed as Commanders Field, not stadium, right?
That'd be correct. Commanders Field.
And that's what they want us to go with.
That would be correct, yes.
Respectfully to the team, I don't want to call it Commanders Field. I don't know how I feel about Commanders still.
Yeah,
I do. Unlike you, I don't hate it. And I call the team Commanders. Like, you actively try to avoid it.
Correct.
I'll say the Commanders are playing on Sunday. Which Commanders underrated? Which Commanders autograph are you hoping to get at training camp? I'll use the word. But don't rub it in my face with Commanders Field now. Like, don't make me overdo it. Also, and maybe this is a sign that the name's just bad, saying Commanders Field sounds cheesy and terrible.
Sure does.
I don't know why.
Because it is.
But like Washington Commanders, it's not my favorite. I don't think it sounds good. But I don't get that same cringeworthy vibe as I do when I say Commanders Field. Maybe I'm just not used to it. You get what I'm saying?
I smell what you're cooking. For me,
the 49ers are playing at Commanders Field. Ugh.
That word makes my skin crawl. Using it however they want it to be used. You know what I mean? If I was to say my commanding officer or he's in command, like in a regular sentence, it's not cringeworthy. The name of that team is cringeworthy. It's awful. So naming other things after it, I'm not doing that, respectfully.
I'm going to say something that you're going to hate.
Oh, go on.
This is the bell.
Here we go.
That I hit when I say something Danny hates. I think I would rather call it the Command Center than Commanders Field.
Do you feel comfortable doing the rest of the show by yourself today?
Like, if you said
I need to
me,
take a few laps. Seriously?
I'm not saying that's good, and I'm not going to do it. Okay? You're not.
All right.
I'm just saying, in a world where I either have to routinely say, hey, where are you going today? Hey, Mom, I'm going to Commander's Field. I'll never do that.
Oh.
I would rather, when my mom calls, ring, ring, ring.
Hey, where you going, son? Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got to go over to the command center. I would rather do that than Commander's Field.
That's just so horrible.
No, I won't do either. But I would rather do command center than Commander's Field. I will never do, listen to me right now.
Okay.
I will never actively call it Commander's Field. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to. I refuse.
Will you actively call it the command center?
I will call it Pepsi Field, even though it's not sponsored by Pepsi and they sell Coke products, which are superior, before I call it Commander's Field. I'll call it Taco Bell Stadium. I'll call it Best Buyville. I will pick a sponsor for them. I will not call it Commander's Field. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do that.
I'm not going to do it either. Do you have any real suggestions, or what? Like, are you actually looking for advice here? Like, what do you want to call it? What should we call it? Because I know what I'm calling it.
So I've got two ideas.
All right.
I will give them to you next.
Okay.
I want your ideas for me, or what you're going to call it. But I think this is something that people can help with.
Okay.
What should we call FedEx Field moving forward? I need something so that on this show, I just say it. You guys know what I'm talking about. It can't be FedEx Field, and it's not going to be Commander's Field. What should we call it? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. G&D welcoming you back on the Fan. We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Moran. They provide legal services in the estate planning, elder law, and probate administration areas. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and mention this show if you want a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're live all over DC on 106.7, in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, coast to coast on the Odyssey app, and streaming video-wise on YouTube. Topic at hand. This isn't important because we're actually going to determine at the end of this segment once and for all, Danny, what I will be referring to FedEx Field as moving forward. The team, to their credit, and I'll tip my cap, they've gotten ahead of this. They're just going to name it Commanders Field. It's all over their website. That's what they want. I'm not doing that. I don't know if Commanders is the long-term name. Ownership hasn't come out and told me to buy in. I seem to think because of that they might change their name again. I think that even though Commanders in and of itself, when I hear it out loud, I don't love it. I don't go as far as to say it's cringeworthy. I think hearing Commanders Field for some reason is. So I'm just not doing that. I'd rather do Command Center, but I'm also not doing that. What am I going to call FedEx? That's the question. 800-636-1067. We'll get to the calls in a moment. I'm going to pitch my couple of ideas to you.
Okay.
First idea I've got is the age-old, bad joke about FedEx. But now I think I can use it, and you'll feel okay about it. Fed up field. Bad stadium. People are fed up with it.
Yeah.
So I don't even have to say field. I can just, moving forward, say the game's at fed up. And it sounds kind of like FedEx. It rolls off the tongue. It's very quick.
It's easy and quick.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about. And just naturally, maybe at first people go, what's he talking about?
What's he saying?
But a few months from now, when you're listening to the show in October and they're playing a home game against Carolina or whatever.
Thursday night football at Fed Up.
We're going to Fed Up Sunday at 1 o'clock. Let's see what happens. The boys kick off just after 1. Fed Up Field is kind of the leader in the clubhouse for me. Danny, give me a suggestion.
What is that stadium? What is the location? What has it been for some time? You got one word, one syllable. What do you think about? What do you think about that home field? Overrun by opposing fans. Miserable to get in and out. Bad sight lines. Long waits. Cold chicken tenders. What do you think about? I think about Dallas Cowboy fans screaming at me. The whole experience every time I've been? Nubs. That place is nubs. It sucks. I will be referring to it as Nubs Field. The game's at Nubs. Do they have a game at Nubs this weekend? Is it a home game? Steamed up. They're at Nubs. The place is Nubs. The idea is Nubs. The idea that they might be there for a second longer than they're contractually required to be is a non-starter and terrible. The whole thing is Nubs. Therefore, ipso facto, Nubs.
So Nubs Field.
Nubs Field.
And for short, Nubs.
Nubs.
Fed Up Field for short, Fed Up. Our buddy Richmond John tweeted me, said, change the name field. There's a little bit of momentum there.
That's a good bit.
Some other good ones I see here. The Battlefield from Carter Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate that. The Battlefield. I mean, there's a little bit too much.
Because now you got to do the.
Yes, exactly. It's a little too wordy with the syllables. The Battlefield. That's 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to shrink that down a little bit, but we can workshop that. Sawdust says the only correct answer is winning off the field. 2 words, winning off the and field. That's not a bad bit.
Are they at Waft?
That's not a bad idea. They're playing at winning off the. I am actually going to jot that down right now. That's a lot.
That's a cumbersome construction.
It is.
But it's good.
But I like it from a branding standpoint. The Commanders and the Lions, Sunday at 4 o'clock at winning off the.
Winning off the field.
Thank you, Bruce. And we all know we got to keep Bruce's traditions alive.
His legacy alive.
As long as we can. David says Raljan Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep on Raljan, Maryland. Was it ever Raljan Stadium? I think it was. Right before Jack Cook.
Was it Raljan Stadium? Because I know it was in Raljan, Maryland. I don't remember it was called Raljan.
Actually, I think that might play a little bit. What I like about that is the disrespect to Dan Snyder.
Yeah.
That he picked Commanders. I'm not using that. And I'm just going back to the previous owner as if you never existed. And I just say over at Raljan. And real ones know. That's one of those that separates the wheat from the chaff a little bit. Like if you hear Raljon and you're like, what's he talking about? That's not a word. You don't remember. But if you're a real one, you know about Rajon Maryland. You know about Kenny Albert and Dick Stockton in their younger years welcoming you into
Raljon, Maryland.
All right, let's take some calls. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Michael in Northeast on Grant and Danny. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so Grant, I really liked your example about, hey, if I'm telling my parents or someone older that knows that it's FedEx Field, hey, yeah, I'm going over to FedEx Former. Yeah, we don't know what the new name is going to be, but Command Center is definitely a non-starter for me. I like FedEx Former, and I remember messaging you. You said you loved it.
FedEx Former is outstanding. You tell me this, and maybe this is nitpicky. Does Former FedEx roll off the tongue easier than FedEx Former? I think Former FedEx rolls off the tongue.
Let me try it. Home game this weekend, FedEx Former. Home game this weekend at Former FedEx. First one. FedEx Former.
Okay.
FedEx Former.
I actually like that fine. Now,
FEF.
FedEx is continuing to get some love as a sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
They're not paying for that love.
No, it's free.
We okay with that?
Not for me. Whole thing's Nubs. Should have a name on the stadium. Nubs.
I think FedEx Former is very good.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be on my. I have to move winning off the podium. That's going to supplant it. I'm only going to have 3 finalists at any given moment. So winning off that just got knocked off. I've got Fed Up, Raljon, or FedEx Former. Raljon is a feeling. I came into this thinking I was going to go with Fed Up. Raljon is a hard charger.
Raljon is making a push.
That is pretty good. Jeremy's in Ashburn, home of the Commanders. What's up, Jeremy?
Hi, guys. I think I'm going to go with Hog Pen. Kind of has some nostalgic vibes. It might instigate new ownership into a new potential idea. And our fans love living in raw sewage. What else do I got to say?
They're used to it. There's a trough.
Hog Pen. I get the difference between pig and hog from a Commanders and organizational history standpoint. Pig pen sounds a lot better and kind of really describes the joint.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going over to the pig pen.
Hog sty, the pig pen.
Hog pen's great because you got the Harris ownership group or the Hogs.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think the name should be the Hogs. Should have been the Hogs to begin with. Just staring you right in the face. Just
looking right at you.
Looking at
Hi.
you. Going, hey, everyone likes me. I'm right here.
It's from when we were good.
But you had to know. You just knew better than the rest of us. Let's go to Wayne in Pennsylvania. What's up, Wayne?
Party on, Wayne.
Hey, how's it going? How about just calling it our home field? It's correct. It is our home field.
Wait, can you use that in a sentence, please,
Oh,
sir?
I see what you're doing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're playing the 49ers at our home field on Sunday.
Okay, so really never give it a name ever. Yep. Just refer to it as at home, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not real keen on Fed Up because come the middle of the season, I'm hoping that we're not fed up with anything other than that stupid name.
Well, then we'll be fed up with the winning. I mean, we'll be fed up with how handsome Adam Peters is and all the credit he's getting for this great roster on ESPN.
That's actually pretty creative. Where you just go, where's the game this weekend? Our home field. Because you're always saying our home field.
I don't like 3 words.
Okay.
But I could just say, what if I just always said home?
There you go.
They're playing at home.
There you go.
If it was just the word home.
But we're going to have to say the name of the stadium at some point.
In what way? Like, give me a time when you
I don't
have
know.
to say it. Use it in a sentence, please. Place of origin.
Yeah. When's the last time you went to the stadium? And then you're going to be like, which one? Which stadium?
Okay.
I was at Nats Park?
When's the last time you went home does not work there.
You see what I'm saying?
When's the last time you went to Raljon does?
Yeah, now you know it. Raljon's on my podium.
I think you're sleeping on Fed Up a little bit because it sounds so much like you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you mean.
And I've never
and that's been the
it.
name forever that
Kind
people
of,
informally, yeah.
I mean, but also FedEx Field, that's very formal. That's like I'm wearing a dress shirt with buttons and a tie. I refer to it as FedEx, which is why these companies pay a lot of money, by the way.
There it is.
But like on a text or if I'm just on the phone, like, hey, I'll be at FedEx in 30 minutes. Hey, I'm on my way to FedEx. I'm not saying FedEx Field. You know, I'm not dropping off a package on October 3rd on my way to the game and a tailgate. You know what I mean? Like, what time are you getting here? I'll be over at FedEx in 30 minutes.
Somebody Kinko's doing 2-day overnight? No.
Let's go to Dominic, who's listening on the Odyssey app.
He's doing that, yeah.
In Ohio. Very, very handsome, by the way. Looks like Adam Peters. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, boys. Thanks as always for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple suggestions if you'll indulge me. So number one is Left Hand Up Stadium. Danny, that's for you.
Dominic, how dare
you? Number two is Great American Restaurant Stadium. Grant, that's for you. We can call it the Maui Pineapple Chicken, if you will.
Oh, Mr. NPC, I'm in on that.
Yeah. But I think ultimately Washington Football Stadium, even though it sounds like a bit, kind of sounds the best until they actually figure out what the hell they're doing with the name.
So many words,
Washington
though,
Football
Dom.
Stadium.
So many words. Going to Washington Football Stadium, I can't. It's just too much. The same as Washington Football Team.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems to think like I think. He said until they figure out what they're doing with the name. Don't you guys get that by saying nothing, they are breathing oxygen into the idea that they will be changing the name again? So I'm not telling them they have to change the name or that they should, although I think they should. But I'm not saying that. What I am saying to anyone listening that matters is every day that goes by where you kick the can down the road, which is what we're all assuming is happening when you go, it's not a priority right now. We're not really sure right now. And we've got other things we're considering. That is not, this will be the name. Think about how different these two things are.
Very different.
The name will always be Commanders, or we got other things we got to fix first right now. Because that's what they've said so far. The saying nothing is being taken as saying something. And if that's not your plan, if that's not what you're thinking, you need to come out and address it and say, get used to Commanders, because people will start to fall in line. Not to the extent that you'd probably like, but there are people like me, as soon as you say this thing is a thing forever, I'll just get more used to it. I'll get my kids the merch that I haven't necessarily. They got some stuff, but for the most part, we're keeping it casual. Because I don't know if I'm wasting money.
Mm-hmm.
I think something else is coming in the next few years. If I'm wrong, tell me.
100%.
Lead me in the direction that I need to be walked
We
in.
need a status report. I know they don't want to put the cart before the horse and say we're gonna do this. Then everyone's looking at the watch going, when are you doing it? When? That's tough too. It's rocking a hard place. But you are 100% correct. I triple stamp your double stamp, Lloyd. The longer there's no definitive, it means there's something to this. It means there's smoke. It means there's the time in Castaway when Tom Hanks is rubbing the 2-6 together before he lets the air get to it and he actually gets fired. We're right there. We're all sitting here begging for something, right? Because this is me saying, Grant didn't say this, I'm saying this. The name sucks. Every time I hear it, it reminds me of Dan Snyder figuratively smacking me in the face and thumbing his nose at me and going, ha, 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 you're stuck. It's the last vestige of him. Cut it right off. Amputate it immediately and then shoot fire at it. Let us all come and take a turn with the flamethrower. Get rid of it this instant. It's horrible. It was never good. Anyone who thought it was good should have to leave.
Well, and there are a group of people that have bought in and or like it, but I would say that 90% of those people would buy in on any name.
If they were the earwax, those guys would have
Right.
gotten the shirt day one and waited in line for it, and like taking
and
selfies.
I'm not joning, because
No, seriously,
those
they love it.
people are necessary, and they're the ones that are traveling to games
Totally.
and listening, and like that is the heart and soul in a lot of ways of the fan base. So that's a good thing. But my point is just, I don't think they loved it because it was awesome. You could have named the team anything, and they would have found a way to make it work, just like they will with the next name.
Mhm.
So, well, you have that little circle of people that are going to follow you into whatever battle you go into with the name. You got to get a bigger circle.
Mhm.
You got to get more people that can tolerate the name. And I also heard in your monologue there, in your soliloquy, that you are putting the suggestion Left Hand Up Stadium in your
No.
Mount Rushmore?
No.
Is that what you said?
No.
It's on the podium.
Nope. Nope. On the YouTube stream right now, you'll notice both my hands are touching the desk. Keep your hands down. It's embarrassing. Do you understand it? It's embarrassing.
Let's go to Brandon in Waldorf on G&D. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, General, how are you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Good.
Okay, so I have a very simple one that works, and it works for multiple reasons. If you go into a Nats game, you say you're going to the ballpark or Nats Park.
Yeah.
You go into the Wizards of Caps, you say you're going to Capital One or Cap One. When you were going to former FedEx Field, you were going to see a game. There's nothing special about it. No, I mean, the team had their moments, but like, there's nothing about that stadium that stands out to you that makes it feel like a home stadium. So When you ride around town and I say, Grant, who they play week 2? You say, where do they play week 2 against the Giants? You say, the stadium.
The stadium is good because I'm a believer. Like, I like excellence and simplicity. The stadium.
It's clean.
It actually is something I could get down with. I don't know if it'll be my favorite. I'm going to jot it down. I got a good tweet here from somebody. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. X-Fed Field. Little double meaning
X-Fed.
there. It's no longer FedEx.
They're playing at the X
Stadium.
You know what?
The X.
I like the X.
The X is kind of silly.
I like the X.
Did you just stumble into that?
Yeah.
That's going to
shorten
get a
it up a little bit.
spot.
That might have bumped somebody.
I'm knocking FedEx Former out. The X is now. I love that.
I kind of dig the X.
So I've got Raljon, Fed Up, and the X. What order do you like those in? 1, 2, 3.
Say them one more time for me. Roll them out.
Yeah.
Like try to make it you and me are having a conversation.
Commanders, Giants, 1 o'clock on Sunday at Raljon. Commanders, Panthers, 1 o'clock on Sunday at Fed Up. Commanders, Chargers, 4 o'clock on Sunday at the X.
Dude.
You like the X,
dude. That catapulted for you. For you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
For your rankings.
Are you sticking with?
Yeah, it's Nubs.
Nubs Field.
Yeah, it's just Nubs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, my order is. There's a few minutes left here. I kind of like Raljon. I like Raljon. Now, I'm curious because Clary, you're young enough, Darius, you're new enough to the game here. You guys have no memory or recollection of Raljon, Maryland. So does that appeal to you in any way, or do you just think that sounds stupid?
I think it sounds stupid. I have no file on that at all.
So when I keep saying Raljon, that's so funny, that's so great, you're going, it's like Danny hearing his kids say a word.
Yeah. It's just kind of going in one ear and not the other because I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
So I believe if this is how it went, Jack Kent Cook's kids were named Ralph
and John.
And John. So Jack Kent Cook bought the land to build the stadium on, and he named that area, that town, whatever part of PG County, Raljon, Maryland. It was his own little area. And then when he built the stadium on Raljon lot, people said, I'm going over to Raljon. Now, this is literally when I was a little kid when the stadium was new. Late 90s, I'm going to say it was probably from maybe 95 before they built it and were breaking ground through like 99. And after really Dan took over, obviously they were gone, so it was over. But that is just a deep cut, like real nice recall.
It's a good bit.
That's a real story. That's a real thing that happened.
That's a fact. Yeah. But yeah.
Wow, that's awful.
So Raljon's a little bit silly.
It's silly in the
throwback.
In the throwback area. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So have you heard anything you like more than Raljon, Fed Up, or the X?
I'm kind of digging the X. I was going to ask you. I want to hear you say the X doing a fake open to the Fox theme music. Would you be willing to do that?
Could you give us one of those?
Yeah. Well, as you know, you know the clock. We could do that as soon as we return.
All right.
We've got business to tend to. But we've also got a lot of suggestions here, so we can get to those next. 800-636-1067. Also, just out of curiosity, you guys don't hate the name as much as Danny does. And on a scale of, like, Danny hates it, and I don't know who, but, like, Rally, somebody loves it. Where are you at on the name? Like, Commander's Field. You're fine with that, or you'd like to call it something else?
No, I hate the stadium. I hate the field. I hate everything about the Commander's name. Not as much as Danny, but I hate it so much.
So you're not going to call it Commander's Field?
No.
All right.
I don't have a problem calling it Commander's Field just because that's what the team wants us to call it. That's fine. I'm not going to be a rebel. I found myself more recently not liking the name as much because now we're starting to hear more and more players make fun of the name.
Oh, this is hitting Darius hard.
It's starting to hit me now.
He keeps sending these videos to us. Like, I don't care what Joey Porter Jr. thinks about anything, but like the Pittsburgh Steelers corner is like joning on Emmanuel Forbes on a video call. They're on FaceTime, and he's like, "You play for the Commanders? Ha, that's a stupid name." And who is the other person?
Montez Sweat.
When Montez Sweat said it on Chris Long's podcast,
now that he's a Bears guy, he's like joning on the name.
But that kind of like opens my eyes that okay, cool. If those guys think that it's stupid, that means that the players on the team probably
they play in the NFL,
too.
and other NFL players probably feel similarly.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
How could they not think it's stupid? It sounds like a video game arcade team.
Yep. There's so many other teams that sound stupid too, though. But
right,
we just
but they're not
stuck
2
with
years old.
I don't know.
Like, if you named all those teams now, they would probably think they sound stupid too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you give it 40 years, no one's going to be on whatever version of FaceTime exists then. You're like, Commanders is a terrible name.
And that's why at first, when they said the name, I wasn't one of these people who was enraged by how stupid the name sounds. But now that I'm hearing players kind of realize or say and come out that this name is stupid, it is becoming a little bit embarrassing to me.
I don't hate the name. I just want to go on record.
Oh.
I think the name is not that good. I don't like the name. I think any name they would have picked other than the one I wanted, and I don't mean that selfishly, but it's just my idea was let's appeal to the people that are angry and call them the Hogs and bridge the era. And I think that's the thing they did the worst. So if you're not going to go with something that was burgundy and gold clad and was all about the organization, everyone was going to hate it for a while. And that we're just in that period, whatever they were. And they picked something that means nothing. So that's kind of where I'm at. I call them the Commanders. I got no problem. But don't now tell me to do Commanders Field and,
That's just the brand. You got to embrace all of it.
I will not be doing that.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
I have my Commander's lunchbox and my, I'm eating my Commander's snack. Like, leave me alone. Everyone leave me alone.
You guys throw your anniversary party, you and Darius, on 2/2/22 every year,
Yeah.
Like, how fun was this?
I'm just not going to be playing along with all of the skits and the bits. Speaking of which, someone was listening yesterday because I thought this was good. They just said, how about Raljon Skibbity?
I tell you, that fits.
800-636-1067. We're looking for a new name.
Skibbity.
For FedEx Field. FedEx is no longer a sponsor. The team is going with Commanders Field. We're not going to be doing that. G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Top of the hour. 30 minutes from now, ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We're giving away tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. Plus, Scotty Scheffler is going to talk after his round. We'll have his comments for you after he was arrested trying to get to his round of golf at the PGA Championship this morning. Thanks for locking into the Fan. All right, Darius, give me that Fox music. Let's make this happen. Aerial shot. Good afternoon and welcome into Raoul Stadium, where the 2-0 Commanders look to get off to their fastest start in the last 9 years under first-year head coach Dan Quinn. Backwards hat, goatee, a little bit of white. Meanwhile, on the other sideline, all right, kill the music. Here we go. And go. Aerial shot. Title card. A pleasant Sunday afternoon on a rainy, overcast day in Landover, Maryland at Fed Up Field. B-roll over Jaden Daniels warming up on sideline. Rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels has taken the league by storm over the last 3 weeks. He's got 9 touchdowns and just 1 turnover.
Woo!
Can he stay hot against the arch rival New York Giants today? Hello again, everybody. Welcome in alongside Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. All right, one more.
Okay. Yep.
Felt good.
Yeah, that was good.
Aerial shot. Title card.
Title card.
Good Sunday afternoon and welcome in to the X in Landover, Maryland, where the 0-9 Washington Commanders are scratching and clawing for their first win of the season behind quarterback Marcus Mariota, making his 4th start.
Oh, no.
Jaden Daniels due back next week. Fear not, due back next week. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet is in the booth.
Woo. Okay. Now, people are going to focus on the content there.
No, the content's not important.
You and I both know that, but I'm telling you, people are going to notice that last one. The X rolled off your tongue.
I thought so, too.
Didn't it?
All right, current rankings.
Didn't it?
The X 1.
Wow.
Raoul 2.
The X.
Fed Up 3. We're looking for a new name for FedEx Field. The team's going with Commanders Field.
We are not going with that.
We're not the team. Jay is in Alexandria. Hello, Jay.
Hey, guys. Had some funny ones like former airlines Peanuts Field.
Peanuts Field is kind of good.
Field, because, Peanuts Field, out of water field. The day I went 95 degrees, they ran out of water by the end of the first quarter. But my 17-year-old and I just like Battlefield or Battleground. But I don't know.
Battlefield and Battleground play, especially for the Commanders, of course, if they stay the Commanders. The only thing I'll say about the peanuts or the water and those kind of things, I'm not trying to keep picking at the things they did terribly in the past in the Snyder era.
Okay.
Right? I am embracing and moving forward. It's a brand new world. I got Adam Peters. Danny's got Dan Quinn. It's his namesake, right? We got Jaden Daniels. It's a whole new ball game. The Harris ownership group is here. Dan Snyder's gone. So I don't need to poke fun at sewage and water and gates falling on Jalen Hurts. It's all in the past. I'm just not doing Commanders Field. So something that is optimistic, positive, I'm fine with that. It doesn't have to be a shot. Like you're going Nubs Field because you think it's a terrible place.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not even trying to poke fun at it necessarily. Fed Up Field is to me, the reason I like it, it sounds the most like FedEx, and we're kind of over the stadium and want a new one. But that might even be too negative.
So everything that you're saying is right about the new era that we're in. They're at that same place. See what I'm saying?
Facts.
So to me, I can do 2 things. I can be excited about the new era, which is correct and wonderful and awesome and good, and we have reason for optimism for the first time genuinely in decades. And they play at the worst place in the world. My name for that place is going to reflect that part.
Let's go to Steve in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. Hello, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. Thank you.
Hey, well, I had an idea, but I like your idea better. I was going to say call it the Jack because that's what we used to call it back 28 years ago, which is not a bad name. But I love the X, man. Get Elon Musk to put in about $500 million in there and
Freshen her up a little bit.
That's funny.
Couple curtains.
What about just go with Jack Kent Cook, the previous name, the owner with whom they won their Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Jack Kent Cook.
Jack Kent Cook.
They're playing at JKC.
JKC's tough. That
Okay.
didn't roll real well.
They're playing at the Jack.
Playing at the Jack. The Cooker.
The Cooker.
Are they playing at the Cooker?
That's not bad. Jim's and only. What's up, Jim?
Danny just said it. Jack Kent Cook Memorial Stadium goes back to their heyday and the man who built it, and you just call it the Cooker.
I don't hate
the Cooker.
See, this is why we go to the people.
Mm-hmm.
When the stars align on a segment where we get some creativity and the juices are flowing, we're spitballing together, we're all in this thing, chopping the same wood in the same direction with the same axes. We get some ideas flowing, people. You see how beautiful this is? It's beautiful.
It is.
What's happening right here?
When you touch the people, it's collaborative. No bad answers. We're spitballing.
Take a deep breath.
Right.
This is life. This is living right now. The Cooker.
The Cooker. What are we cooking? Does the Cooker make the podium? Does the Cooker make the podium?
The Cooker. Does it replace Fed Up?
It's up to you. It's your list, man. It's your podium.
The Cooker. I'm going to Fed Up. I'm going to the Cooker. Yeah, I think so. Now, here's my only thing I don't like.
Okay.
I'm going to have to explain it a bunch. No one's going to get it at first blush. When I say the Cooker, they're going to go, what's the Cooker? What do you mean the Cooker? Where are you going? And I don't really want that. I think if I say Fed Up, Raljon, or the X, it's probably a little more obvious. Let's go to Jay in Forestville. What's up, Jay?
Hey, so I asked,
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's
Yeah,
up?
I asked ChatGPT what we should call it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, so what did you do? You actually
Chat-
just said, what should we call the Commander Stadium or what?
I said, so what I said was, what should we call Commander Stadium outside of Command Center? Right? So it came up with the Command Deck, the Barracks, the Shield, the Garrison, HQ Field, and the War Room.
Go back, like there was one in there that I didn't hate. Run through them again.
Command Deck?
No, that one's
The
bad.
Command Deck,
Okay.
No,
the Barracks.
I kind of
The
like the
Shield.
Barracks.
Yeah, I like the Barracks too. The Shield, the Garrison, HQ Field.
I kind of like the Barracks.
The Barracks.
Honestly.
Where's the game this weekend? The Barracks? That's an explainer,
Is it
though.
too military though?
It
I
is.
don't mean. I just mean, am I too like putting on war paint and like I don't like I've stopped as I've gotten older. I used to talk about like the boys are going to battle and it's going to be a war. I try not to even say that because it's like
Because they're not. It's
very
they're playing football.
dramatic, but but I'm probably don't need to over explain this, but it just seems like too much. Is the Barracks like playing too much in a commander and military?
Because now you've got to explain a little bit. It's got a nice ring, by
I
the
do
way.
think it's awesome.
So, like, let's sake of argument. Let's say you're playing. I don't know. Let's say you got a road game against VMI, and they call their field the Barracks.
That's
yep,
awesome.
Check it off.
Yes.
Right, that's badass. So you'll play an Army or whatever, and it's like, where's the game? Is it at the big field? No, it's at the Barracks. Woo,
I
badass.
think that's sick.
Doesn't seem right for this one.
John's in Richmond on G&D. What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Chilling,
buddy.
chilling.
I was just thinking something simple like Gibbs Field or Gibbs Stadium.
Oh man.
I really like
Now
it.
you're tugging at the strings.
Now they should do this, by the way. They should just name it Joe Gibbs Field or Joe Gibbs Stadium. That's what they should do. And when they do, I'll gladly do that. But in the meantime, I'm just making something up, and nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm going over to Gibbs for the game. Games at Gibbs.
No, they don't know it yet, and you're trying to make it a thing. It's like you're trying to make fetch happen with no groundswell.
To be clear, that's what they should name it. Like they should have a big announcement week one when he's there, and they should name it that and put his name on the field at both 25-yard lines or something. Do that. Normally, we have to wait until someone's no longer with us to do something like that. Just honor the guy. Let's go to Mike in Ashburn. Hey, Mike.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, well, thank you for making the call.
Appreciate it. So,
You let the Zorn wash over you, and now you go.
There you go. Me and my kids are thinking Pigpen Park is the coolest name you could go with.
Pigpen Park is really
The
good.
Triple P, little Pigpen Park.
I want your kids to know that I like where their heads are at. I do. Danny, the decision time has come.
Okay.
You're first.
For me, I'm still going with Nubs. I'm just going to call it Nubs. Game's at Nubs. The whole thing's Nubs. It stinks. My other two are the X and Waitlist Field.
Waitlist Field.
Waitlist Field. That's a surprise dark horse candidate I was waiting to pull out here at the very end.
Our boss said call it Purgatory, which is really funny.
Very similar, yes.
Very good. I'm now debating between Raljan or the X. I'm actually going to pick 4 and do a poll, and I'll let the people decide.
Oh, good for you.
Go vote at Grant H. Paulson. I will have the poll up in about a minute. We will win off the field next on G&D. Blitz at 4, and we're going to have the audio from Scotty Scheffler as he does his post-round presser today. Coming up at 4:25. You're going to want to hear that on Grant and Danny. then what happens? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. I'm going to say this is an off-field win. Danny, you'll have to be the judge because it is monetary, but it's not a lot of money.
Okay.
I decided today to put $5 on Paul Skeens getting 10 or more strikeouts. Paul Skeens is pitching in a day game for the Pittsburgh Pirates today. He is hitless through 5 innings in his second ever major league start, and he has punched out 10 batters.
So that means you win.
I've already won, and he's not done yet. My guess is he's going to get one more inning. He will have a chance to go 6 innings and somewhere between 11 and 13 punchies. I think he's probably going to go 6 and 12, 6 and 11, something like that. Empty the tank now in this final
is Washington's record or Paul Skeens' strikeouts?
Very funny.
Thank you.
Paul Skeens, ladies and gentlemen, the mustachioed, hardest throwing pitcher in professional baseball. Start number 2 in his career with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 10 strikeouts in 5 innings. But because it's only a couple bucks, I feel like it's an off-field win.
That's an off-field win, my friend.
Winning off the field?
Brucey. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
Also, I'm going to eat steak tonight because it's my birthday.
Yeah, it's a birthday.
Everybody's been very nice to me all day. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
So my winning off the field actually is related to your birthday. So I was a little bit earlier than I normally get down to the old radio station. Was asking if anybody wanted to do a lunch bit. Grant said he's already at Walters, right? So I am like, oh, I'll meet you at Walters, but am I going to have enough time? And my guy Grant's like, I'll go ahead and order for you in advance.
You know what was interesting about that, if I may? I was not even going to eat today because I wanted to save everything for my steak.
Sure, yeah.
But I was doing my computer bit, just kind of working, doing a little walk the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
I said, you know what? I'll go sit over at Walters. Then Danny says he wants to eat. I got to order some food for you.
Sure.
I'm going to order myself some. I got it. I'm not going to sit here while you eat.
Yeah.
Worked out really well for me.
It worked out well for everybody. And that's kind of my point. So we were able to get a nice little Walters session. So first of all, therefore I am.
Winning off the field?
You had it, Bruce. You were right. You don't have to stutter.
Bruce is a stutterer these days.
What remix? So here's the second way, if I can say this. And this is like, I feel bad about this. I kind of forgot that it was Grant's birthday.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, I did. We worked together thanks, Frank. We've worked together for over a decade now, right? I generally know that Grant's birthday is in the spring. I know that it's not that far away from my wife's. Exactly how far I couldn't tell you. You know it because it's your birthday and you've got a pretty good association with it, and you've come to expect your birthday.
I know
every
when
year.
my birthday is.
You know when it is.
I also know when your wife's birthday is because it's the same day as Star Wars Day.
Yeah, that's how I know it. That's how I knew that this was going to work. So I forgot that it was today. You and I ate lunch right next to each other.
Yeah.
We got separate checks.
Mm-hmm.
If I'd known it was your birthday right then in that moment, like, how could I possibly have let you pay for your lunch when you did me a favor to order ahead for me to give me the opportunity to get there and sit down and have lunch? It would have been a very reasonable thing for me to pick up your check, right? Because it's your birthday. But I didn't know it was your birthday at that point, so I didn't have to pick up your check. Therefore, I am.
Wow.
Winning off the field?
That was a hell of a swerve.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it was a losing off the field.
No.
Because you got a pal, but really, you're excited you didn't pick up the check.
No, it's like one of those, I'm begrudgingly accepting the win.
Funny winning off the
field.
Well, I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, like I felt terrible when we got here and there's cake and you're like, it's my birthday. And I'm like, oh my God, I totally forgot. Anyway.
Andrew's in Damascus. Andrew, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? I got 2. One, I forgot my wife's anniversary, so that was a big win.
Mm-hmm.
Just kidding. No, I went to Starbucks, had to spend the rest of my gift card thinking I'd have to dip into my own cachet, but the gift card covered everything, didn't have to spend any of my own money, walked out with a coffee.
Winning off the field?
Attaboy.
And boom goes the dynamite.
You find that old gift card. I got some of those that are stuck in my email, the electronic gift cards that I just never spend. Where I'm like in a folder, I'm like, oh, I got 6 gift cards still. Maybe we should do something about this. Anthony in the district, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
long time listener, long time caller, man. Happy birthday, Grant, man. So glad you happy and live to see another one, man.
I appreciate it.
You, man.
Beat the odds one more time. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what, guys? But I was sitting here while I was listening to you guys. I was just thinking, Grant, you practically like grew up with me, and we all practically grow up together when you guys on the radio, because like we know so much about you and so much about your guys' lives and your family and your past and like what you want to do in the future. I remember when me and Danny was fussing about David Emerson. That seemed like it was a gazillion million.
Dude, are you kidding me? That's so funny.
And you was like, you fairy, you, hey, we was going at it. Hey, I remember that like it was yesterday, but it seems so long ago. And I just want to say, I
So
love you
Danny
guys.
yelled at you about David Emerson in 2013.
Oh, hey, that was classic. You was pissed at me.
Sorry, dude. I feel terrible.
Hey, nah, it was great. It was great radio. That's how come you guys have a huge following and everybody loves you, because you keep it straight, you keep it honest. I mean, and we love that. That's why we continue to listen to you guys. When I'm at work, I have you on the app. When I'm in the car, I have you on the radio. Like, man, I love you guys, and we all woke up today.
Yes,
like
we
my
did.
mom said, every day above ground is a good day. So therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
First of all, Feel Good Friday.
Yeah, here we go.
Anthony, he's got me feeling
Your
good.
$4.18 is in the mail.
I want to hang out with that guy sometime. I bet you we'd have a good time.
We had a David Emerson argument, he and I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
11 years ago.
Gosh.
How about that? But that is the ultimate winning off the field, if I could say that.
Yeah.
We're alive. It's so much better than being dead. Think about that.
I've thought about that.
You could either be alive. You're having a terrible day right now. You're driving around, you're mad. Someone cut you off. You found out something went wrong. You were supposed to get a check. You're not getting it till a couple days from now. You got air in your lungs. You're alive. You're living. You're not dead.
Right.
Dead is terrible.
Dead stinks.
And here's something that gives me anxiety.
What's that?
Dead is forever.
No.
Oh, when you die.
Yeah.
You die for a long, long
That's
time.
it.
But right now, you don't have to worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
You're alive. And that's winning off the field.
Winning off the field.
Which of these names for FedEx Field is the best? At Grant H. Paulson, the poll is rolling. The X, Raljon, Fed Up, or the Cooker? Go vote. G&D, Beltway Blitz. Next, we're giving away Hank Williams Jr. tickets top of the hour. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. You are winning tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. at Jiffy Lube Live. The show's Saturday, May 18th. Quick look at the calendar. That's tomorrow. So get these tickets quick. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. G&D show exclusively sponsored, as always, by the law firm of Kondorian Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz on the Nationals, the NFL, the Commanders coming up in a moment. We do have the audio of Scotty Scheffler's press conference right after his round. Shot very well today. He's now within 2 strokes of the lead, as a matter of fact, after he was -5 back half of his round today, after being arrested this morning trying to get to the golf course for the PGA Championship. So you hear from him what he had to say today, coming up at about 4:25. But let's kick off the Blitz right now. And we will start on the diamond. Nats getting ready for the best team in baseball on the road. They are in Philly to take on the Phillies. Dave Jagler will be on the call with Charlie Slows tonight, 6:45 right here on 106.7 The Fan. Jags first, some roster moves. The Nationals have brought Joey Gallo back to their 26-man roster, and Trey Lipscomb got sent down. I was kind of hoping Joey Meneses or Nick Senzel, both have options, would get sent to the minors, but it's the kid, Lipscomb, who's getting thrown back to the minor leagues. What do you think?
Well, I mean, Lipscomb was the move when Gallo went on the injured list after Trey had come up when Senzel was hurt the first time. I mean, when you look at Lipscomb, I think there's some more development to be had. The question is, do you want to do that at the big league level or at the AAA level? You know, Lipscomb has been, good defensively, but occasionally some lapses, and just right now not hitting for a whole lot of power. 2 extra base hits, basically in 100+ plate appearances. On the positive side, he puts the ball in play. He gives you decent at bats. So there's a lot to like, but I think obviously they feel like a little more development to be had.
Jags, I still can't get over their starting pitching and how great it's been. A couple times through the rotation now. Patrick Corbin even throwing really, really well. I heard you on the broadcast the other night, got his ERA under 6 or under 5.6 or whatever the heck it was, as he's gone another deep into a ball game, only giving up a run or 2. I can't get over how good they've been. I keep asking this. How is this happening?
Well, I mean, the key, Danny, has been they've been keeping the ball in the ballpark. Now, how are they doing that? I think they're attacking the lower part of the strike zone. And when you look at that's been the success for Trevor Williams and for Jake Irvin, who's going to pitch tonight. It's just attacking the strike zone. When you have 8 walks, basically in 8 starts, you're attacking with your stuff and have confidence in your stuff. And that's going to be tested here in this series. Now, the Nationals are throwing their, statistically their best 3 starters out there with Irvin, Gore, and Williams. Small ballpark, home run hitting lineup that when they've done well against the Nationals hits home runs. So that will be tested. But they've cut their walks. They've cut the home runs. And really, last year they had an ERA over 5 as a team. This year it's in the high 3s. And that's why their record has been, at and around 500 here for the last couple of weeks. So a lot of credit to the pitching staff. And let's not forget about the bullpen. I mean, the back end of the bullpen has been stout, and they've been asked to do a lot. I mean, one thing also about the starters, Danny, is that they haven't asked them to do too much.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Williams is basically a 5-inning pitcher, and Corbin's had a shorter leash here his last couple of starts as he's pitched better. Irvin has been one guy who's been getting a longer leash. He went 7 innings in his last start, but the trickle down is the starters not pitching all that deep, although pitching effectively. They're asking a lot of this bullpen, and so far, for the most part, they've answered the bell. Dylan Floro hasn't given up a run in over a month. Kyle Finnegan went about a month without giving up a hit. Harvey's been good, sometimes pitching across multiple innings. So the entirety of the pitching staff has been a real bright spot here in the first quarter of the season.
Jags, I have no delusions of grandeur here that Jake Irvin is Paul Skeens, who, by the way, just finished 6 no-hit innings at Wrigley Field.
And there's no chance he's going to finish 9. Wouldn't that be beautiful? I mean, he's already right around 100 pitches. But
at 100, yeah.
He's throwing a gem.
Would have been unbelievable. So his day's very likely done at 6 innings with double-digit strikeouts, no-hit ball, and his second ever start at a historical ballpark, which is cool. But I bring up Jake Irvin because I am immensely impressed with his development. And you referenced the rotation, the numbers, kind of some of the surprises. He's smack dab in the middle of that. What do you see from him? His stuff, unlike even some of the other young guys, honestly, has really elevated and jumped over the last year or two.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what I said before. I think the fact that he's attacking the strike zone. So to me, there's a confident demeanor. I mean, he's not a young guy. He's 27 years old. So he made it to the big leagues at 26. So it's not like he's a 21, 22-year-old. I mean, he's a grown man, really, pitching at this level. So I think just going through the league last year, now knowing that, hey, I can have success and being confident in his repertoire. And he added the cutter to try to give him just a little bit different look, because the changeup, while it's not bad, it's often called a sinker because the changeup is thrown so hard. It's like an 89 to 90 mile per hour pitch, often confused as a sinker. So he's kind of been a two-speed pitcher with the fastball and changeup being so close, and then the curveball being an off-speed. Well, that cutter kind of gives him something in between, just a little bit different look against the lefties rather than that changeup. So I think that addition to that pitch and just a confidence and a maturity that shows at the age of 27 has allowed him to have this success.
I mean, this is, there are relative tragedies around the world, Dave, but in terms of just watching baseball, my heart is breaking for Keibert Ruiz. That struggle is just so obvious now, how little fun that he's having at this point up at the plate just seems all kinds of uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't know what the fix is other than just to go Top Gun style and kind of keep sending him up. He needs the at-bats, especially for this club to have any kind of competitive season. He's got to get going, but it just looks like he is all over himself right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's been from both sides of the plate. I mean, at times he's been, hot left-handed in past years and struggling right-handed. And then last year he was better right-handed than left-handed. I mean, right now it's both ways, but there is no choice. And I think you have to look at the totality of his season. He was off to a bit of a slow start anyway. And then when he went on the injured list and they told us that he lost between 15 and 20 pounds, you're saying, man, that's brutal. And, he came back pretty quickly from that, because at the same time that he was due to come off the injured list, Riley Adams had kind of faded from a strong start. And so he only had, 2 rehab games, and just has never found his groove. And you want him to, if he's not going to be there offensively, to still give them some energy behind the plate and be strong defensively. So hopefully he can take some pride in how well this pitching staff is doing, because the catchers are involved in that. And you've got to have faith that, what he put up last year, even in the first year when he wasn't a great offensive catcher, if he can get to that, I think that'd be obviously a marked improvement over what we've seen over the first quarter of the season. So it's a long way to go. The book hasn't been written on his season yet, and we hope that a turnaround is here coming very quickly.
Dave, enjoy the series in Philly. We appreciate you as always.
Good to be on with you. Talk to you later.
Be good. There's Dave Jagler. Listen to him tonight with Charlie Slows right here on the Fan. Ball game's about 2 hours and 30 minutes away. Let's talk some football. Nate Davis, USA Today. Nate, I saw somewhere today, I don't know who to give credit to, that Tua is not taking part in OTAs. I always feel differently about this when it's quarterbacks. Other guys can do that. You're a quarterback, you got to be at work while you're waiting on that contract. It's kind of where I'm at. What do you make of this?
Not a whole lot, Grant. I mean, it's not like Tua doesn't know this offense or hasn't been in this system. I mean, I guess he's missing time with OBJ, but I tend not to get too wrapped around the axle on these kind of things.
Would that mean, though, that there's a possibility he wouldn't come to camp if he doesn't have a deal?
There's always that possibility, but I mean, I think quarterback deals tend to get done before camp or this time of year. I mean, I don't think there's any real sense of, I guess you'd say, urgency that there is going to be a problem here. I mean, obviously Jared Goff got done a couple days ago. That kind of probably informs the market a bit more. He came in a little higher than I thought he would. So it could be that the waiting helps Tua in the long term, but we'll see how it plays out.
Nate, you wrote this column, and I read it. As I always do when you write it, I bothered to read it. Winners and losers from the schedule release. Your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are it's amazing that I'm writing winners and losers about a schedule and what an event we've kind of turned this into. But some fun things. It's interesting just to kind of see how the NFL continues to get creative with the schedule, where you're seeing a team play 6 days of the week in the Chiefs' case, or I think the Chiefs even had 8 standalone games. all the revenge factors, the fact that the Ravens get sent away to play on Christmas Day for the second straight year. So there was plenty to dig into. The NFL always provides some interesting little nuggets with this stuff when they roll it out.
Of the early games to start the season, standalone, any of those matchups, what jumped out at you from either a game standpoint or networks getting games kind of angle? What stood out?
I mean, it's interesting to me that the more the NFL is kind of diversifying into the streaming area and kind of giving the Netflix the Christmas games. So I'll be interested to see how those go. Those are obviously later in the season. Should be. I thought that the Jets 49ers, you asked about early games on Monday night of week one, is kind of a fun one. I mean, obviously Monday night with Aaron Rodgers. A year later, going to see Leonard Floyd, the guy who sacked him on the Achilles tear last year, playing for a different team this year, and of course going back to Northern California. The NFL even admitted, in the call yesterday, that they feel like the Jets owe them a little bit after what happened last season. So, interesting that they doubled down on them. But the Jets have those 7 standalone games, I think, in the first 11 weeks. Presumably, we'll be seeing a lot of Aaron Rodgers out of the chute there.
I don't know exactly when we got here, Nate, but we did. The social media departments of every team, it's now like an arms race to outdo themselves every year for these announcements. This feels like it's their Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, one of my colleagues actually ranked all the videos in there. I guess there are still a few teams that are kind of holding out and not putting a whole lot of time into it, but you can tell that a lot of the other ones obviously devote a heck of time to it. And if you're not following the Los Angeles Chargers social media department year round, you're missing out. But I think they probably won the day again.
They seem to always win the day. What's a team that you're not as high on maybe as everybody else going into the season? And maybe the flip side of that, a team that you think's not getting enough run?
I haven't done the record projections yet. I'll have to go back and kind of maybe get back to you on that one on the overrated side. But I mean, I think I might say that, excuse me, I'm watching is maybe the Colts. I think everyone's kind of given the Texans, we're kind of crowning them early with the AFC South thing and expecting that they'll have a big year, and they very well could. But I think the Colts are maybe a team that's kind of lying in the weeds. Anthony Richardson they had for 4 or 5 games last year. I think Jonathan Taylor wound up playing 10 games last year. They still end up winning, going 9-8, nearly making the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. I'm really curious with what they can do with kind of everybody on board, and Shane Steichen in year 2 as their head coach. I think he's a really underrated play caller, and I think that's a team to watch out for.
Nate, thank you as always, bud. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. Our guy, Eric Bickel, new radio program here on the station called The Sports Junkies. Give the boys a listen. There's good chemistry. I think they have a chance. Eric, I actually don't know your opinion on this. I actually haven't heard you talk about it. Do you like the C word? Do you like the stupid name that we're all supposed to use for the Washington football guys? Do you like it? Are you in on it?
No one likes it. Literally no one.
There's a couple of marks that like it.
Who?
I mean, just the fans that that have kind of
they tolerate it. Nobody likes it. They tolerate it.
That's possible,
right? But I mean, whatever. I'm over this idea that we could somehow find a way to get the Redskins name back. I mean, that would be wonderful. It would be a sign that all is maybe right with the world again. But I don't see that happening. So I'm just kind of resigned to it. I think if they go down the road of trying to find a new one, though, we're going to have the same. No one's going to like anything that's not Redskins, in my opinion. We're not going to be unanimous.
But you agree it'll never be Redskins again, and they're never using the old logo again.
Oh, listen, I wish I was wrong, but I just don't see how we go that way. Like, I think it's embarrassing that we changed it, and I said it at the time, and nothing has changed. I think if you don't like that name, then don't support the team. And unfortunately, they won because the people with the checks decided not to support the team. And so, reality set in. We lost. So I just don't think they're going to go back that way because you would always run the risk of losing a big advertiser like that again, right?
How about Hogs? Could that meet you in the middle a little bit?
It's fine. But, it's a little, it's tribute to the team. There's a little meaning to it. But no one is going to embrace it like they would. You know what I mean? We're going to be unhappy with whatever they come up with. in my opinion. I'm just thankful that they somewhat kept the team colors.
Kind of.
Adjacent.
I'm looking
Kind
at
of.
this John Allen jersey next to me in your studio.
I know.
That we
I mean,
borrow every day. And I'll
yeah.
tell you, this ain't the team
It's
color.
not the same.
It's close enough for me. I'm okay. It's close. It looks like the Cardinals, but it's close enough for me. I'm fine with it.
USC alternate
When
jersey.
I saw you on the show rundown, I was actually more excited to ask you about Scotty Scheffler.
Thanks, because I told Ryan I got nothing on the skin/command. I got nothing. I mean, what on earth could I have on them right now?
I mean, we just wanted to, Jaden
Well, it's May. You got your
Daniels.
record prediction, right?
Yeah, your record prediction.
Well, I officially, because I know you guys care, I went 9-8, but it took all the strength to not go 11-6.
Oh,
but
look
I
at
just,
you.
I dumbed it down.
So
I don't
hear some
regard
of
a lot of the teams. I just don't feel like a lot of the teams we're playing are that great. But then the reality check is neither are we, which I always lose sight of.
And the quarterback schedule's not that arduous. But no, so we're going to listen to some of the Scotty Scheffler audio. He just spoke a few minutes ago, as you know.
Yeah, watch the whole thing.
We can't find the full presser, so if you know where it is, send it our way. But we got a bunch of cuts we're going to play. But the point of the dude's story is, I want to know, based on you having already watched it, what was your takeaway? What is he basically saying?
My takeaway was exactly what my takeaway was this morning when we were on the show and I was stunningly seeing him in cuffs, is that this is obviously a massive misunderstanding. We're not talking, this is not like some duplicitous guy who lives a weird second life like Diddy or OJ Simpson. This guy, if there's ever an unimpeachable guy, it's Scotty Scheffler. Something clearly happened here. My understanding is this, chaotic scene, right? There was a fatality. He wasn't aware of it. Cops are freaking out. Somebody just died here. And they got 100 people pointing in 100 different directions. It's stressful. And I think he thought he was supposed to do one thing. Another cop thought he was supposed to do something else. And they got carried away. I think he did literally nothing wrong.
Well, what if, so we don't know, and maybe he did, I don't know if he described this or not. If the cop gets on his hood and he keeps driving, knowing the cop is there.
I don't think that happened.
Okay.
I don't think that happened.
So what happened that the cop
the
got
phrase,
dragged?
the phrase that I'm latching on to, Eric, and I have no idea either, and I wasn't there, but is latched onto his vehicle. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to latch. I don't know what that is.
Well, I think Darlington or some of the reporters were actually behind him, and they said the guy was beating on his car with a flashlight. I might not stop immediately when he did. I mean, I don't know what I would do if I thought the weirdo was banging on my car with a flash. I don't know what I would do either.
Agreed, but I'm saying in a hypothetical, and we don't know, but if he was on his hood and he drives, or if the guy was his arms in the window grabbing at his arm and he's dragging him along the side, we can agree that shouldn't have done that.
Probably, but I'm going to tell you right now, Grant, if I'm going to go in blind on anyone on the planet, over my mother, over anyone, it's going to be Scotty Scheffler. If I'm going to go in blind and I'm all in on somebody, it's going to be this guy.
I get
this
the
guy's
bit. I get that. I get it, but we've never met him. Maybe we should save our confidence for someone.
I would have said that about Eldred Woods.
I refuse. No. I'm going out on this limb. Grant, let me go out on this limb.
Hey, you can walk on out there. And by the way, for the record, I think you're in the same boat I am. With Danny's seen me do this a million times. When I'm going to wherever I need to go and I know where I'm going, if a police officer
Grant cannot be bothered.
Full police uniform was standing there, I am all ears, whatever you got. If you're in that yellow rain jacket, and I just think that you're a security person that was brought in for the day, I mean, a traffic person with a flag for the day, you can call me a jerk if you want to. I got my credential. I know where I'm going. I'll see you next time. I'm not
probably stopping. Especially when you had other guy in the yellow jacket tell you to go there where you're going. You're listening to the other guy.
So
and
we're
lockstep
on this, Eric. I mean, I do think this is probably a giant miscommunication. I guess the only difference is I want to know what latched onto his car meant. I need to know that before I exonerate Scotty.
I think the overzealous cop who was angry and stressed out, probably had a rough day, probably hasn't had his morning duty yet, got in the way of things, and it just became a poop show. I think he interjected himself into this situation. I don't see a scenario where Scotty Scheffler's Dukes of Hazzard style hauling ass, through a stop sign. Yeah, I just don't see it.
We do have a lot of listeners because we never talk about golf that probably don't know as much about Scotty or golf as you.
Yeah.
The shtick on this guy is essentially family man, boring, doesn't harm a fly, that kind of guy, right?
Yeah, the guy doesn't even hits a bad shot. He says, "Oh shoot!" The guy's this is not the guy. Like, there are rich, entitled athletes. There are douches. Put me at the top of that list. He's not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal.
Not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy.
Yeah, this ain't it. If you want to find the guys, you can find plenty of them. And I'm like Grant. I would probably say, hey, I'm trying to get to my tea time here. You know what I mean? I'm like the guy like 3 shots back. You know, like I would probably do all that. He didn't do any of that.
So if there were FanDuel odds this morning on most likely PGA golfer to get arrested before the start,
It
of the
would not
tournament,
have been. Yeah.
he would have been low on that list.
Yeah. No, I mean, the most unlikely. I mean, there's probably, to be honest with you, I know this will disappoint people. Most of these guys are pretty good dudes. They're you know, most of the athletes, honestly, most of the athletes that we run into, especially, they're pretty good dudes. They're not going to do something like this.
Who would be most likely to get arrested? PGA Tour FanDuel odds.
John Daly, right?
Current players.
Oh, Jason Bishop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait,
There
were
it
you
is.
saying of the junkies?
No, I meant golfers, but he went Bishop.
I know you meant golfers, but I'm just telling you right now, Jason Bishop has road rage.
But as an aside, unrelated, Jason Bishop has road rage.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric, as always, buddy.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy.
All right, thank you, boys. Enjoy.
Don't worry, more on the Commanders next time. I try to get my zing in.
You got it in.
I don't think he heard it there. I just want to hear him yell about how he's got nothing on the Commanders again. All right, let's get some of that audio from Scotty Scheffler next. Arrested today before the PGA Championship. We finally heard from him just a few minutes ago. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making this show part of your day. We know you got options. It's been a busy sports day, and the biggest story in sports and in the country probably today, even outside of sports. Scotty Scheffler, the #1 golfer on the planet, showing up at the PGA Championship, maybe the #3 tournament on the PGA Tour, gets arrested on his way into the tourney today. For those of you that don't know the story, I'm going to give you the quick backstory, and then I want to play a chunk of the press conference from today. He finally spoke. But he is driving into the golf course. He's going with his credential in a marked car where he's told to go, supposedly. The way to get into Valhalla changed today, where the event was taking place, because there was a tragic death. Somebody got hit by a bus, someone walking onto the premises, and so they were kind of redirecting traffic. He was told to go down a certain path that supposedly other golfers had taken. A police officer, not knowing maybe who he was or not wanting him to go down that path because that's not where the patrons were going, stopped him. There was some type of miscommunication, it sounds like, and it led to this cop. We still don't know exactly what this means, but getting on his car or latching onto his vehicle.
Yeah, the latching on part to me is the key phrase.
About 10 yards worth of dragging the cop or moving while the cop was trying to stop his car led to 4 different charges. He was arrested, cuffed and stuff, thrown in jail, and then still made his tee time today. Went out and played 18 holes. He's now done playing for the day. And by the way, professional athletes, just different mentally. He goes out and shoots a -5. He's now -9. He's 2 strokes off the lead. The greatest golfer in the world is right back in the mix to win yet another major.
Trying to compartmentalize, right? Like you've gone through that today. I'm not saying he's a victim necessarily. I'm just saying that's a lot to go through. That's not your normal prep to go play a round of golf in a championship event, one of the 4 majors. And that's how your day starts. And instead of hitting on the practice tee, you're stretching in a jail cell. That's an unusual disruption to your routine, I would say.
For some reason, golf thinks it's like 1913. They put out an entire word-for-word transcript on the Golf Channel of his press conference without any video. But Darius has gone to the end of the earth to find us the press conference so we can listen to it and discuss it. Here it is on Grant and Danny.
Good afternoon, Scotty. Thank you for joining us. Before we open it up for questions, is there anything you'd like to say to start?
Yeah. First of all, my sympathies go out to the family, Mr. Mills. I can't imagine what they're going through this morning. One day he's heading to the golf course to watch a tournament, and a few moments later he's trying to cross the street, and now he's no longer with us. So I can't imagine what they're going through. My heart, I feel for them. I'm sorry. My situation will get handled. It was just it was a chaotic situation and a big misunderstanding. And I can't comment on any of the specifics of it. So I feel like y'all are gonna be disappointed, but can't comment on any specifics. But my situation will be handled. It was just a big misunderstanding. So if y'all got any questions about the golf today, I'm happy to answer them. But outside of that, I can't really get into what transpired outside of, my heart goes out to the family.
Thanks, Scotty. We'll open up for questions now, starting with Marty on mic 2.
How do you encapsulate everything that happened to you today?
I don't really know. I feel like my head's still spinning. I can't really explain what happened this morning. I did spend some time stretching in a jail cell. That was a first for me. That was part of my warm-up. I was just sitting there waiting, and, I started going through my warm-up. I felt like there was a chance I may be able to still come out here and play. And so I started going through my routine, and I tried to get my heart rate down as much as I could today. But like I said, I still feel like my head's spinning a little bit. But, I was fortunate to be able to make it back out and play some golf today.
Here on 1.
Scotty, what was it like even making the decision to continue to compete today and shifting focus to the task at hand and coming out and shooting 5 under?
Yeah, well, like I said, it was just a huge misunderstanding this morning that'll get resolved, I think, fairly quickly. And I came here for a golf tournament. I was driving in this morning trying to get to my warm up time and get ready for the round of golf. I didn't really have an understanding of what had transpired this morning. And my main focus after getting arrested was wondering if I could be able to come back out here and play. And fortunately, I was able to do that. And it was nice to put together a solid round today for sure.
Dan on 17.
it seemed like the crowds were really behind you and your fellow players kind of rallied around you. Did you feel the support out there today from your community?
I really did. It was really nice. The fans were tremendous today. I felt like they were cheering extra loud for me today, and it was. I mean, I really do. I know sometimes you can't really see it on my face, but I really do enjoy playing in front of the fans. The support I've been getting the last few months out here has been tremendous, and I'm really grateful for it.
Dylan on 18.
How long did it take before the golf felt normal, or did it feel normal at any point once you got out there?
It probably took a few holes to feel normal. Obviously I didn't have my normal warm up, and I'm a pretty. I usually stick to my routine. I'm a big routine guy, especially when it comes to my preparation. But it took a few holes to settle in, and it was kind of nice just to be out there inside the ropes competing. It's one of my favorite things in the world to do, and so I was fortunate to be able to come out here and do it again today.
Right here, Mark on 4.
Scotty, we've come to know you as a pretty unflappable person out here, not affected by a lot of stuff. Can you describe how rattled you were when you were, and you just referenced, being in a jail cell and whatnot? Just describe that mindset and how surreal that was for you.
Yeah, I was pretty rattled, to say the least. The officer that took me to the jail was very kind. He was great. We had a nice chat in the car that kind of helped calm me down. And I was sitting there waiting to kind of go in. I asked him, I was like, "Hey, excuse me, can you just come hang out with me for a few minutes so I can calm down?" And I was never angry. I was just in shock, and I think my body was I was shaking the whole time. I was shaking for like an hour. It was definitely a new feeling for me. And he came out and we had a nice chat. And then the officers inside the jail were tremendous. A couple of them made some jokes, I think, when they figured out, who I was and what happened and, how I ended up there. They this one older officer looked at me as I was doing like my fingerprints or whatever, and he looks at me, he goes, "So do you want the full experience today?" And I kind of looked at him, I was like, I don't know how to answer that. And he's like, "Come on, man, you want a sandwich?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll take a sandwich. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet." And so, I mean, they were really kind. I'm grateful to have. I'm grateful that we have such strong police, and there are protectors out there. And like I said, we just got into a chaotic situation this morning. That's really all it was.
Mike 6, Jim.
Thanks, Scotty. In terms of the ability to compartmentalize, how difficult was that challenge for you today once you got on the course?
Yeah, like I said, my body was, I was shaking, almost, I would say, in shock and in fear. And so coming out here and trying to play today was definitely a challenge, but I did my best to, control my mind, control my breathing, and, basically just calm down so I could come out here and try and play golf. I knew there was going to be a lot of distractions, but I didn't really know what the reception would be like. And to be honest with you, it was great having the fans behind me. They cheered for me really loud. I felt like they were really, really glad to have me out competing today. And, it was a nice day to come out here and compete.
Scotty Scheffler's press conference after his round today. He shot 5 under. He's now within 2 shots of the leader, Colin Morikawa, at the PGA Championship. This is the #1 golfer in the world who was arrested trying to get into Valhalla to play his second round today. Was that enough to maybe diffuse the situation? Certainly seems like he is suggesting this is going to get worked out. He didn't necessarily talk about the arresting officer, but was very complimentary of everybody else with the police department. So cooler heads could prevail here. What do we think happens moving forward with him? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Taking you up to 6:10 tonight, which means a very abbreviated Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag to wind the show down before we get out of here today. It's Friday, though. We got to give you a G&D's Tony's Mailbag. Also got an audio vault coming for you next hour. The audio vault is always fun. Scoured the interwebs for some entertaining audio for you. A lot of football audio, I would say. But we'll go off the beaten path just a little bit. Ring announcer boxing audio. Some good audio vault clips on Grant and Danny. Speaking of audio, we were just listening to Scotty Scheffler's post-rounds press conference. Number one golfer in the world, arrested going into one of the biggest tournaments on the planet, PGA Tours, a PGA championship. Unbelievable story today. One of those things where you wake up and you see the picture of him, and in this era of the internet, the assumption is it's fake, it's AI generated. It didn't even look real anyway.
Yeah, I thought it was fake for the first 30 minutes of my day.
It was not.
It was not.
He had been arrested. He had been thrown in jail. He was stretching in jail. And then because he's the number one golfer in the world, presumably, and has a pretty good attorney, he got out pretty quickly and played around today and shot 5 under. You and I would probably still be in that cell if we got into that same dispute, I would imagine. But I thought he handled himself really well in the press conference. He came off, first of all, calm and not overwhelmed by the situation, not overly nervous about what's going to happen. I don't know if he's as confident as he sounded about this is a misunderstanding. He didn't use the word that it's going to get dismissed, but this is going to get handled, taken care of. He was even complimentary to, if you notice, every officer he was interacting with today, other than the arresting officer, basically, who he had the miscommunication with. But I think overall that went about as well as he and the police department could have hoped for. I thought he diffused a lot of the venom, the animosity, the anger from golf fans as well.
I thought he did an excellent job talking about Scheffler at his press conference. Again, I don't know what law enforcement thinks locally. I don't know if charges are going to be pressed or not. I know what the original arresting document said. We've gone over that over the course of the show.
Well, what's the difference between? He was arrested and charged with 4 crimes. So,
if they eventually drop those, if this was a misunderstanding, you're released on your own reconnaissance, or if no, we're going to pursue this.
But aren't we? I know you can drop charges like moving forward, but he has been charged with crimes, which you can be arrested and not charged, right?
Right.
And he has been arrested and charged.
I believe so. I think that's an important distinction. But again,
charges.
This could be, we'll see you in court whenever we get it in wherever this tournament's being held, at the local police station, or this could be, we'll drop it over the weekend. I have no idea. Again, we need to wait for as much information to come in as possible. The thing he didn't comment on, because this was golf media asking him about golf, understandable. And he also said I wouldn't be addressing specifics of the incident, which is still what we need to know here. But
yeah, what's your number one question that's not answered? Because I want to know from him or the officer or a bystander, what was happening in the sense of this idea that the officer was latched onto the car.
Yeah, I want to know second by second what happened. I've got a vague version. I've got misunderstanding.
My original thought was like the cop was standing in front of him and he started moving and the guy kind of climbed up on the hood and he went like 10 yards and the guy fell off the car or whatever. Like that was what I was envisioning. It doesn't sound like it happened that way. But what does it mean that he latched onto the car? Did he grab you through the window and you started driving and so he was like holding on to the window and on the side of the car he's like trying to keep his feet from going under the tires? Like what happened?
Again, I don't know. And I think that's what's so key here. So as Scheffler's press conference doesn't make him at fault or not at fault. What does is what actually happened with the incident. So again, this is my point always. Everybody gets a bit of information. They want to rush to judgment one way or the other. This is serious enough that he was in jail for a brief moment, for at least part of the morning. It should be treated seriously. I would love to find out exactly what happened before I kind of make my best evaluation of the situation. But to me, everybody dismissing it as a small misunderstanding, I don't know. As far as I can tell, there's still charges. So like that's escalated beyond misunderstanding. Like I thought you said 2 and you said 4. Whoops, that's a misunderstanding. There are charges that officers of the law said you did.
Yeah, and if you get charged and the charges don't go away, you can call it a misunderstanding if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's DUI can be a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Were you drunk and driving?
Right.
Probably committed a crime and you shouldn't have been.
You can be in court and wave to the judge. This is just a misunderstanding.
Right.
They may still slam the gavel on your butt.
Yeah, you still potentially committed a crime. So I guess what I wonder now is where do we go from here? I hope that his calmness and the way that he presented this
Mhm.
is kind of how they view it at the police department as well. And we look back on this, and like he and the guy that arrested him do some joint presser at the end of the tournament and talk about how, hey, nothing to see here. But we got no idea how that guy's feeling.
Right.
Last time we heard about that guy, he had to, he had bruising and went to get checked up, and he had his $80 pants that he's not going to be able to wear anymore. He might be very angry. He might be sitting somewhere stewing. Apparently, some of the other cops were making jokes about it. That doesn't mean that guy's not salty.
Right. I mean, I've had to go a couple different times to a police station. And in order to kind of get through there, I got the sense that a lot of those guys, and I haven't talked to anybody about this specifically, but there's some gallows humor going on. Like you see some pretty serious stuff, even at, Andy Griffith, Barney Fife type police stations, even in Mayberry, you see some pretty gruesome things. You see some pretty hard stuff. So to get through that, the human condition, you'll kind of make some jokes about that. So again, just because a guy was cracking wise with him when he's sitting in the jail cell and offering him a sandwich, doesn't mean he didn't do the bad thing. You see what I'm trying to get at there? Like, again, I'm not saying he did or didn't. The point is, we do not know. And that's what I always kind of harp on in our instantaneous, this is the conclusion, I bang the gavel, I've decided. I have no idea yet. I would love to know, but I know this is probably frustrating for folks that they would like some sort of screaming hot take. I don't know if what he did was serious. I also don't know if it was a complete nothing burger. The way he sounded this afternoon sure sounded closer to nothing burger than serious. But again, that doesn't make it so.
Based on the best guess I can give you, if we're in the guessing game right now, I do think this was probably a massive misunderstanding. I don't think Scotty Scheffler was like, there's a police officer who's angry at me. Let me just
I'm running him down or something.
Yeah, try to run. Like, come on. Really? I bet, he was trying to go where he was going, thought the guy was a traffic person, some security for the place, said he knows that I'm going where I'm going, put up my credential, and next thing you know, one thing led to another, and we had our brouhaha. That's my guess. Now we wait for some of the evidence, the information, but at some point he was going to have to talk today, and I thought that went about as seamless as it could have.
Agreed.
Now we'll wait for more intel from the other side and see what the police department puts out and says as a rebuttal if they do. Grant and Danny, with you on the Fan, which NFL team is most likely to go worst to first? I think you'll be shocked how often it's happened over the last 2 decades. I want to get into that. Plus, next hour, an audio vault coming your way on G&D. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back to the Grant and Danny Show, exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murat. They'll provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention that we referred you. That way you get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:10 tonight. The Nats and the Phillies play at about 6:40 right here on the Fan. Charlie and Dave pregame. Before that, coming up, got an audio vault I put together, Danny. Looking forward to the audio vault, 525. But how about this? This stat was crazy to me. I want to bounce this off you. In the last 21 football seasons, over 2 decades worth of NFL football, 19 of 21 years, one of the last place finishers in a division has gone worst to first the following year. Last season, the Houston Texans pulled it off. Worst to first, got to the playoffs after being a doormat the previous year. So 19 times in 21 years. This almost always happens. I don't know about you. I think that's a crazy stat.
It's more than I thought, but it's the drum I beat every season is half the teams that made the playoffs one year don't the following.
Yep.
So that means that 6 new teams are making the playoffs that didn't the year before. And we seem surprised every time. It's another reason on a mountain of reasons. It's the Kilimanjaro pile of reasons why nobody, and I mean nobody, should be picking records in May. Nobody should be doing wins and losses in May. We don't know. No one does. The league surprises. It's one of the biggest reasons why it's so entertaining. It's the best. And that's part of the reason.
I just think 90% of the time,
It's wild.
for a last place team to become a first place team over a 21-year span is pretty amazing. Last year, Houston, we could go back through them, as I said, but 9 out of every 10 years, this happens.
Yeah, every Washington division win over the last however many decades, they were last the year before. Almost every
Right.
time, right? I mean, so you do that one time in the other 8 divisions, and there you go. That's how you get it.
But what I wanted to do was look at the 8 teams that finished in last place last season and figure out who the most likely worst to first club is. And maybe more important than that, locally, if it's not Washington, where do they rank in terms of likeliness? If we're saying that it's going to be 20 out of 22, that the 90% clip's going to happen, someone's going to go worst to first. So first, I'm going to give you the teams, and then we can go back through them. Last year's last place clubs, one of these could win their division. Patriots, Bengals, Titans, Chargers in the AFC. Commanders, Bears, Panthers, Cardinals in the NFC. Those are your 8 teams. So let's go one by one. The Patriots, I would say, have absolutely no chance to win that division. Twofold. One, the division's excellent. Jets, Rodgers back, really good. Dolphins, juggernaut offensively, very good. Bills, favorites in the division, maybe the second best quarterback in the league. Even if they take a step back, still outstanding. 3 really good teams. And then there's the, oh, by the way, that the Patriots are horrendous.
You combine those 2 things, you got a nice little meal there of they're not going to happen.
So we can cross them off the list.
I would say so.
Okay. And then there was 7. Let's go Titans next in the AFC South. The Titans have a new head coach. They got rid of Mike Vrabel. They bring in Brian Callahan. This is Bill's son. Brian Callahan comes over, OC of Cincinnati, running his own shop now. They keep Rand Carthen, GM, who had the power struggle with Vrabel. He runs the show in the front office. They've got a new look coordinating situation, too. Denard Wilson, who I remember recently as a player, is their D coordinator. Nick Holes is their offensive coordinator, first timer, I believe, in that role. A lot of names I'm not familiar with on the coaching staff, but they are tapping into Brian Callahan's expertise offensively. The Titans are in a bad division, kind of as we view it, right? Someone's going to win the thing. I think most people think the Texans have a chance to be outstanding. They're considered to be one of the best teams in the AFC on paper. The Colts get Anthony Richardson back. There's upside there. I don't know what your take is on Jacksonville, but they were recently.
I'm just not a believer.
Yeah, they were recently good, but kind of trending down. But I would still say Tennessee has no chance to win the division. unless Richardson's just unbelievable. Unless Will Levis is unbelievable and we don't see it coming. But I'm not really a believer in Levis based on what I saw last year.
7 losses by 1 score or less last year. 6 by a field goal or less. Talking about your Tennessee Titans. Now, the reason their point differential, Pythagorean win-loss looks a lot worse was because they had a couple blowouts. A 27-3 loss against the Cleveland Browns, a 26-3 loss late in the season against Houston after everybody had been hurt and, they weren't particularly good. But this was a team that was actually frisky under Mike Vrabel. With new leadership, Brian Callahan more offensive-minded, with a couple personnel decisions that might go right somehow in a division that to me doesn't have a clear dominant juggernaut, they're a sneaky chance. They're not my pick here, but I wouldn't rule out anybody in that division because I think it's so mediocre.
Ooh.
We've crowned Houston because of how fun last year was.
I think the difference between the Titans and the Texans is pretty massive. You're right. We're probably pre-crowning them and overdoing it some. If you think they have a chance to win the division, I think you like Will Levis a lot more than I do. I watched him last year and went, all right, when are they going to find their quarterback of the future?
No, he's not great. But I don't think anybody in the division is great. I think again, we've put the crown on Houston because they were the tallest of the shortest bunch.
But
there.
they got so much better this offseason.
They did.
Take away the fact that they went on that meteoric run and it was a crazy impressive season. Nobody thought they'd keep their OC Bobby Slowick. They did, kind of a Ben Johnson situation where he stayed put with D'Amico Ryans. They go out and they add Stephon Diggs at wide receiver with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. They brought in Joe Mixon in the backfield, Damian Pierce. They've got a better running back situation. They retained Dalton Schultz, who was a free agent. They've added on the offensive line where they signed a starter and they drafted a starter. And then on the defensive side of the ball, they went out to add to Will Anderson, their pass rusher, the best pass rusher in the league by way of sacks last year. Daniil Hunter from Minnesota comes over. They signed Danico Autry from Indianapolis. Like they had a hell of an offseason.
I agree. And I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth there because I'm going to pick them in all likelihood. Now, who knows what happens in training camp, but if I had to do it today, I'd pick them to win the division.
I think they could go 12-5. Like, I think they're really good.
I think they're the best team on paper, certainly in this division. I guess my point is a franchise that has been awful for a really long time, having an upstart season when everything broke their way, even after they got beat by 30 points to the Jets in a game that everybody thought they had to win as everyone else in the division was falling apart in December. It's not like they were that much better than everybody the whole season. They're the best team in that division. I guess my only point is I don't trust anybody in the AFC South.
All right, so there's 2 piles. I'm putting them in the no way pile. It sounds like you're putting them in the they got
maybe.
A shot.
Yeah, Titans.
Okay.
Maybe.
So they got a shot. So I've got 2 in the no way pile. I'm eliminating Tennessee personally. All right, let's go to the Chargers. In a division with the Chiefs, in a division with I don't know how big of a deal it is that the Raiders and the Broncos are with them.
I don't think it's a big deal at all.
But the Chiefs certainly are very good. Now, you've made a coaching change. Jim Harbaugh in, new coordinator Greg Roman, a complete shift in philosophy and paradigm from being throw every down to a run-first team, which is odd because the J.K. Dobbins, who gets hurt all the time, is their number 1 back. Gus Edwards was signed as well. They've really beefed up the line. They got a lot worse at wide receiver. They're going to count on Quentin Johnston, who was statistically awful
He was
as a rookie.
wretched. I was so wrong about him.
But they did draft Ladd McConkey, so him and Joshua Palmer are going to help out. I just think this looks like an 8-win team to me in year 1 of Harbaugh. If you told me they make the playoffs in year 2 because he's got some Harbaugh magic, they'll sprinkle on him, I could buy into that. But they're not winning a division that the Chiefs are in year 1 with Harbaugh. It's not happening.
They're also my maybe pile because this is honeymoon Harbaugh. This is not year 4, year 5 Harbaugh where everybody's worn thin.
For him, Harbaugh.
This is what they do. And to me, Kansas City is like, remember the big 3 with the Celtics when it was Pierce, Garnett, and Ray Allen? They were like the 4 seed. Get us to the postseason. Get us there. Kansas City just finished doing it. They went on the road, won all their games on the road. They're basically saving energy. That's fine. We'll get the wild card. We'll win our 10 games. They weren't great wire to wire, Kansas City, last year. So that's my only sneaky suspicion. Again, I'm going to pick Kansas City because it's chalk and it makes the most sense. They're the best team in that division. But I could see Harbaugh getting 10 wins and winning on tiebreaker.
I think you're right about the regular season. And last year we saw it where I don't want to say they mailed it in, but it was very clear it was just we'll turn it on when we
Our
need
priorities
to.
are in January.
And they still went 11-6.
That's right.
And that was with Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, and nothing else.
When no one else in the division was over 500.
Yeah, and I kind of think the division's the same. I mean, the Broncos are going to have Bo Nix starting.
So under 500
ish, the Raiders, Gardner Minshew, maybe Aiden O'Connell,
question mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my point is, I think, the Chargers are about 8-9 wins. There's just no way the Chiefs don't win 10 games to me. And I think it'll be closer to 12 or so. My question with the Chiefs is wide receiver. Are they right about Xavier Worthy out of Texas? Can they keep Hollywood Brown on the field? Do they still add somebody else? Because I worry that Rice is going to miss a lot of time. He's been in a lot of trouble this offseason.
The league might have a say in that, yeah.
So it's probably a half season or more maybe for him if I had to guess. So I'm putting them in the no way pile.
Maybe.
All right. So we have different thresholds here. Bengals are definitely a maybe for me. What works against them is the division.
Division's so good.
Ravens are awesome. Steelers are good, but I don't think they'll be definitively better than the Bengals. Browns are very good. I would order it Baltimore, Cleveland, and Cincinnati kind of side by side, and then Pittsburgh. All of those teams kind of in the 9 to 12 win range going into the year for me. It's kind of how I see it. But because there's that much quality, it's just hard to say you go worst to first. Also, I'm underlining this factor. I've mentioned this as many times as I can. I want to see Joe Burrow look like Joe Burrow.
The Burrow wrist thing, man.
Before I'm confident about them this year. No quarterback has ever come back from the injury he is. And it's because no quarterbacks had the injury. He cannot find anyone on record at any level who's done it at his position. That is scary to me.
100%. So this is why I've got an asterisk by it. They're the best team on paper. They were 9-8 last year.
Of the last place team.
Yeah, with Burrow a disaster for the first few weeks because of that calf. He was getting better, or wasn't himself. Then he was playing like Joe Burrow, putting up 15 touchdowns, 2 or 3 picks over the span of 5-6 weeks. Then the injury happens and they fall off a cliff. That's division is a juggernaut, as you said. I think it's the best in football, personally. They have enough track record for me, though, where they're my most likely candidate. Like, if he's right, I'll take my chances with them against anybody.
You've seen the ceiling.
Yeah.
They've been in the AFC title game 2 years before last year in a row. They were in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Like, you know what it looks like. And the group is pretty much the same. So out of the AFC, we agree the Bengals are the most likely. NFC, I'm ruling out the Panthers. They've just got way too far to go.
Correct.
I need to see more from Bryce Young.
I mean, I don't think anyone in that division is particularly good, but I don't trust the Panthers at all.
The NFC West probably is not as deep or good as people think. It's like the Rams could fall off, and I don't think it would be shocking. The Seahawks could fall off with Geno Smith at quarterback and go to Sam Howell and start their rebuild, and that wouldn't really surprise me. But the 49ers are pretty damn good.
Yep.
You got to be, to me, that's the Kansas City of that division in the sense that you got to win 11, 12 games to even be in the conversation. The Cardinals are not going to be in that conversation.
I mean, maybe you get that weird San Francisco year that every 4 or 5 years they go 6-11, 6-10
if you lose
because somebody's hurt.
If Brock Purdy gets hurt, and you end up starting 9 games with a backup.
But I just don't see it in terms of Arizona climbing over those other couple teams.
Who is their backup now that Sam Darnold's gone? Their backup quarterback is Josh Dobbs.
Wow.
Brock Purdy better not get hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be fun. Dobbs did some good things last year, but the clock struck midnight pretty quickly. He got benched for eventually. Who was it? Nick Mullins was quarterback in the Vikings instead of him. The other teams in the NFC are the Bears and the Commanders. The Bears are actually my answer, believe it or not. Maybe I'm overrating their defense. I think their defense will be top 10. In the last quarter of last year, they were dominant at times. In the last half of the season, when Matt Eberflus took over play calling, they were a legitimately formidable group you didn't want to play defensively. And the Montez Sweat edition, when he came over from Washington in the trade at the deadline right around Halloween, elevated them as a pass rushing group immensely. They've added weapons, including quarterback Caleb Williams on offense, Roma Dunze, one of the top receivers in the country from Washington. They traded for Keenan Allen. They still have DJ Moore. They're going to be able to run the ball, I believe. Got a good backfield. I am in on the Bears.
I like what the Bears have done a lot.
The Lions and the Packers are both playoff caliber teams, so I'm not convinced they'll win the division. But if you told me right now the Bears go 10-7 and make the playoffs, I would be 0% surprised.
I'm going to be picking the Bears in all likelihood. Again, things change, training camps happen, whatever. But again, if I had to do it today, I'd pick the Bears as a playoff team in the NFC. I think that division is going to get 3, talking about the NFC North.
So who's more likely than the Commanders to go worst to first? Bengals, Bears, anybody else?
Bengals, Bears. I would throw You're not going to, but I would throw the Titans in there, not because they're good, because I trust no one in that division. And if Houston has any stumbles, then it's anybody's game again.
I mean, the South is definitely a worse division in the NFC East. No argument from me. I just think the path for the Commanders winning the division is Jaden Daniels is unbelievable. Like you have that 2012 year nobody saw coming. I think there's a better chance Jaden Daniels does that than Will Levis does that. And that's why I would go Commanders.
Which I get. This is my AFC. My Titans is less an endorsement of the Titans. It's more they catch a couple breaks. Again, last year they lost 6 field goal games.
So you don't see the Texans I think they have the second best odds maybe to come out of the AFC and get to the Super Bowl.
No, again, I'm going to pick them to win the division. My point is, I'm going off the numbers. 19 out of 21 years, someone does it. Half the teams that make the playoffs don't the following year, and we act stunned. Teams regress and take step backs all the time, especially one-year wonders that have this renaissance. We're like, this is it forever. I don't know yet. I think so. I was impressed with C.J. Stroud as anybody. And if I had to put $5 down, I'd say they found that he's a star. He's great. My point is, we get these moments and we act like this is now the new norm.
Can have that happen, that regression or frankly an injury. Like if Stroud's not available, that's a different team. That's a different story. And then that could happen to anybody, no doubt. Grant and Danny on the Fan and Audio Vault, some of the best audio that I could find from the interwebs. Next on G&D. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan on this Friday afternoon in mid-May. Feels like a good time for an audio vault, doesn't it? Why don't we step into the vault and see what's cooking? You guys sit back and enjoy. I scoured the interwebs with Darius, and we have found some gems for you today in the audio vault. First and foremost, Danny Maria, how many baseball games have you been to in your life in the crowd?
Pro games or all games together?
All games together.
Gosh. Honestly, 700?
700
is my guess.
Number.
Yeah.
I think several hundred for myself as well. Have you ever caught a foul ball on the fly?
No.
Me
Isn't
either.
that unbelievable? I had a pop up from Wilson Ramos in my hands. But it was close to home plate, and it's spinning so much that as I'm trying to catch it like an egg, it pinched my middle finger on my left hand and the seat. And I don't know if you remember this. It swelled up like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Oh, so you had a shot to catch
I had it in my left hand.
E5.
E9.5.
Oof, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I do have a Major League Baseball that I got from a pitcher who's warming up in the bullpen.
I have never caught a foul ball at a baseball game. There was a guy this week who caught a foul ball on back-to-back pitches. There are thousands of people who have been going to baseball games their entire life, hundreds and hundreds of times, who have never and will never catch a foul ball. This guy was not like just tossed two balls by the ball girl or ball boy or something. He was way down the left field line at AT&T Park in Seattle, up against the foul line, probably about 280 feet from home plate. And on consecutive pitches, the same batter hit the same exact foul ball distance directly to him, and he caught them both.
I lift the opposite way. MJ Melendez is into the corner, and you talk about a basket catch in its truest form. Hot start for that guy out there. The 1-1. Again, one a little straightened out a little bit more. Let's see. Into the corner. What we got? He's got both! He got them both! Jerry, give that man a contract.
Mariners Television Network. He just lifts up both hands, baseball in each hand. I want to know the mathematical chances of that happening.
It's win the lottery twice in the same week. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, it's one thing to go, hey, there's a pattern. The guy's hitting a foul ball to a similar spot.
Yeah.
That's within from 300 and some odd feet away. You're talking about a relatively similar spot. That's like 20 seats, 50 feet away as it starts to curve or spin or do something different. The exact same spot, and then to make a play on it two times?
Well, that's the other amazing thing.
It is beyond comprehension.
To have it come to you twice, amazing. To actually field the baseball and make a nice little basket catch and then kind of going down toward the seat in front of you, making another catch. Just breathtaking. I will never get a foul ball, and I've made peace with that, and I'm fine with that. I don't expect one. I don't need one. But he got two.
He got two.
Consecutively on two pitches. Next up on the audio vault, head coach Jim Harbaugh of the LA Chargers, just a football guy. This guy is a maniac, and I think you can kind of tell it in this clip.
About 3:34 in the morning, woke up, staring straight at the ceiling, and said to myself, it's not just another day, it's today. And maybe that's just another way of saying attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. But yeah, it was a great day.
I don't know, man. I'm sure he's like to hang out with him would be fine and he'd be fun. He scares me a little bit. I just don't want to have to interact with him anytime soon.
Number one, why is he breathing heavy?
Well, because he's giving you so much passion and energy that him just speaking is maxed out and turned up to 11.
Ooh. Now, here's the thing.
An enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Football guy.
Enthusiasm. I'm like, first of all, why are your eyes so big? Like, that dude, you're going to win. And if that's the price, I get it. I get wanting to pay that price.
He also does the Ron Rivera bit that visually I just don't like, which is he wears those glasses that are dark for some reason. Like they change shade depending on the light around you. I hate those glasses.
Well, he's got his hands on the podium. Like he's splitting the podium. Like he's 1 microsecond away from either pushing down to crush it or ripping it off its stanchion to throw it.
Which
like
way is it gonna go?
He's gripping it so hard and like he can't stop the intensity.
But
It's just
mind you,
flowing.
his energy, Danny, this passion was because he got up and he got to go to OTAs. Like he was basically talking about, the question was something along the excitement of being back on the grass with his players, being at OTAs.
About 3:34 in the morning, woke up, staring straight at the ceiling and said to myself, it's not just another day, it's today. And maybe that's just another way of saying attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. But yeah, it was a great day.
He's a character. Like if he's in a movie, you're like, this character's written a little too weird. It's not believable. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's not a real person.
Like a cult leader you stumble across. You're like, no one would follow that.
Great football coach.
But they're going to win.
Leader of men. I think that kind of like stuff is so gimmicky and it's not for me. But there's a lot of reasons why I didn't make it as a professional athlete. The talent and the athleticism.
That stuff's probably the biggest one. Yeah.
But also, I would be in a locker room and he'd be like, I've got the enthusiasm not known to mankind. Who's with me? And I would have like giggled when everyone else is like, yeah, coach. Yeah, where's the brick wall? I'll run through it. I would have just laughed at that.
Because to me, he's one of those guys where you can dip into that and you serve me the soup. I go, okay, that's awesome. Yeah, week 10 now. I'll eat the soup. Year 4, am I still eating that soup?
Well, to your point, I mean, year 4s haven't gone nearly as well as year 1s and 2s.
And that's kind of my thing.
And certainly in the NFL, we'll find out. I loved this clip. This one's a little off the beaten path, but you know me, I'm a play-by-play mark.
Yes.
I'm a broadcaster nerd, right? I love John Boog Shambi. He's got unbelievable pipes. He's a great play-by-play broadcaster, does a lot of the TV stuff nationally now for ESPN Baseball, calls some other sports as well. He was on Pablo Torre's podcast, and he was taking Pablo Torre and Mina Kimes to task because of something they'd said. Basically, I guess on some recent show, they claimed that Tom Brady's going to be amazing as a commentator. And Boog, who takes this so seriously and it's his entire life, is going, why? Like, how do you guys know that? This is an actual art and a craft he's never done before. And their claim is because he knows a lot about football, he'll be a great broadcaster. And he's like, that is not how you, like, that helps. He might be smart and interesting because of that, but that doesn't mean he's going to be good at this at all. I don't know if this is too nerdy or if people care, but I found it really interesting.
I just thought it's hard to be an analyst, and the idea that, look, if you're betting on it, more often than not, these guys come to become color analysts. They're not very good.
The ex-athletes, like in this case, Tom Brady was
and there's
the guy.
So many reasons for it. I mean, I would say number one is they're not going to respect it and put the work into it that they put into their game. But then the next part that I would say that you guys were missing is just this idea of, like, when Tom Brady's playing the other team, he doesn't know the first and last name of all 11 on the other side. He knows the corner's bad and he can pick on him, but he doesn't know his first and last name. When the ball's thrown to him and he's broadcasting a game, he's got to say his first and last name. And accessing that is a completely different skill set than the idea of, oh, he's open, I can throw it to him. Like, it's completely different.
Where I was baffled by your take was, but he also has the most sophisticated high-speed processing of the mechanics of the game.
Yeah.
The X's and O's, he's dissecting a defense in a booth the way that he would presumably on the field.
And then he's got to say it, and that has nothing to do with him playing quarterback. If in the booth they allowed him to throw the ball, I'm not saying, look, he might be good, but I was annoyed that you guys gave him the benefit of the doubt that you think just because he can process, that he can process and spit it back out. No, we'll see if he can.
I just love that because I do think this conversation about Brady and in general with commentators is whoever the biggest name is, go with them. whoever is the smartest, like Peyton Manning would be amazing. I happen to think he would be. He's entertaining. He's funny. He's smart. Tom Brady would be incredible. Maybe. You know who the best guy I've seen and heard do this in a long, long time is? Greg Olson. Nobody was saying when Greg Olson first got that job, Greg Olson is going to be the greatest of all time. He's a kind of a nondescript tight end. He wasn't a superstar. He was a good player, but he wasn't Kelsey or Gronk. Another guy that I think is amazing at it is Charles Davis. He was a little bit before my time, but I don't remember him as a player.
Me neither.
Right? This is not about fame. This might be why you get hired. It certainly helps you get ratings and eyeballs when it's Brady or it's Manning or it's Aikman or some quarterback that everybody knows. But that's different than he's going to be so good at this. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, now if I was to bet, I'd bet on Tom Brady because I feel like that guy does something. It's super intense.
He's
all
never
in.
done this something.
He's never done this something.
When he does things on the field, sure. I mean, was his roast unbelievable? No, it was just a guy reading a teleprompter. It's fine.
Sure.
When he's out of his wheelhouse, we don't know what it's going to be.
Right, but this is a competitive field, and when competition happens again, I would bet on that competitor to be good at it. But to Boog's point, the idea that there's a crowning, there's an anointing, saying because he knows a lot. I could point to a lot of guys that know a lot of stuff about a lot of different things, right? Guys that baseball geniuses or football geniuses that couldn't communicate a simple sentence to you, right? I mean, it's a complicated skill set, and I thought Boog Shalman did a great job pointing that out.
The audio vault on Grant and Danny. Have you ever seen a ring announcer announce the wrong winner of a fight on a fight that went to the scorecards? That is something that took place as well, Danny. I want to get that in the audio vault. You're saying I didn't send you that one, Darius? Oh, I think you have that in the chat. All right. Well, I will send it to you right now. So this is a ring announcer, Danny, who they go to the cards. You have to announce who wins the fight. And I don't know if he basically announced the wrong winner or if he essentially just announced the first part of the outcome. But after she starts celebrating and everybody starts walking away, basically, he just starts announcing again without saying anything to continue the ring announcement.
5 draw. Judge Keatley scores the competition 96-94, and Judge Nakamura scores the competition 98-92 for your winner by majority decision, and still the WBA Women's Bantamweight World Champion,
A lopsided scorecard of 98.
So she's celebrating, and they're now reacting to keep it up. There you go. So they're reacting to her win, right? And then you'll just hear him cut them off and start reading more scores and reverse what he just said.
Seemed like she was in control down the stretch and had a 167-133 connect advantage. And by the way, Nakamura, who had that 98-92 scorecard, will be the referee for Lomachenko.
95-95. Keatley scores the competition 96-94. Nakamura 98-92 for your winner by majority. Fighting out of the blue corner.
Is this guy for real?
That's my favorite.
Joe Tessitore.
Is this guy for real?
Listen how mad he gets. He goes in on him. He's like, this guy's a joke. But the dummy, and I don't know what happened or how we got
So
here.
I'm not sure either. I've listened to it 6 or 7 different times. I can't quite figure it out.
He announced the wrong person. It's Jimmy Kimmel at the Oscars.
Yeah.
I think it was Jimmy Kimmel, right? That read the wrong winner. The year like Moonlight won or something. Do you remember that? You're looking at me like
No,
I'm
I
making this
mean,
up.
no.
Okay. So you should
believe
remember
you.
it. It was like a viral thing that everyone talks about. But he announced the wrong movie winning Best Picture. And they all start celebrating, high-fiving, and then he has to say, oh, my God, I was wrong. It's actually, and I don't know how it happened. Was it him or was it the guy from Family Feud?
I
Steve
remember
Harvey.
Steve Harvey?
I feel like I remember it being Jimmy Kimmel.
That makes more
Yeah.
sense. So anyway.
How about it be if Steve Harvey's reading Oscar winners for some reason?
Well, he could have hosted, I think he hosted the Oscars at some point.
And he was reading the winner for Best Picture? I don't know.
But anyway, so Jimmy Kimmel did the same bit where it's like, this is kind of important not to screw this up.
You'd
And
like to
he
get it right.
completely botched it. And so this girl's like being lifted up as the still champion and she wins and everyone's going crazy. And then she lost.
And then she didn't win at all. Is this guy for real?
So good. G&D on the Fan. We've got a mailbag before we get out of here, top of the hour. We'll also preview the Nats game ahead right here on the Fan. Dunaway, who came out and screwed up the Best Picture winner. And the reason I thought it might have been Steve Harvey is while Darius and I were going down this rabbit hole during the break, Steve Harvey accidentally announced the wrong winner of Miss Universe.
There you go.
So while I say that this kind of thing never happens and shouldn't happen, it actually happens way too often.
We have a couple examples in recent memory.
I mean, how not acceptable is that? The entire night for the Oscars is a build-up to the Best Picture winner. It's right there listed for you on the envelope. So we dug this up. Here it is. This is Warren Beatty, Faye Dunaway, giving out the award for Best Picture. So awkward. First off, please open the envelope.
Yeah, Beatty's struggling up there, by the way.
It's not that hard. Open the envelope. Everyone's waiting. Anytime, whenever you're ready.
For Best Picture.
And she just blurts out the wrong movie. I don't know what she was doing.
La La Land.
Now, realize that La La Land, they think wins. The PA announcer doesn't know what's going on, so
Right.
she launches into her
La La
script.
Land was a script about this, and this
Yeah.
is the first win for director. What's his butt?
So they all walk up on stage, and these geese, these goofballs, are all talking and going up to the microphone, and we're the best, and let's all celebrate our art, and we did it, you didn't. And it's like into this speech before Warren Beatty, awkwardly, it was so weird, he just starts walking up to the guy, like tapping on him like a little kid, like, I need your attention. I need your attention. They're into the speech.
Yeah, the speech has been made.
He's making it.
Thank you to our incredible cast and crew. We're all up here right now. Matt Pluff, you kicked this off. And Damien Chazelle, we're standing on your shoulders.
See them trying to get his attention? Like, something's wrong.
But, you know. I'm sorry. No, there's a mistake. Moonlight, you guys won Best Picture.
Moonlight won. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I'm afraid they read the wrong thing.
This is not a joke. Moonlight has won Best Picture.
Can you imagine?
Moonlight, Best Picture.
That was the most, this has to be scripted, this can't be real moment at the Oscars before Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. When everyone's like, this can't be real. This has to be a bit. Everyone thought that they had to keep saying over and over, no, we're serious. Please come up on stage.
No, seriously, you guys.
You guys are refusing to come up on stage. You have to come
We're
up on
all
stage.
up here, and we shouldn't be.
So this is Steve Harvey then.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we went way down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
This is Steve Harvey announcing the wrong winner of the, was it Miss University? Miss Universe.
Miss
pageant.
Universe.
Colombia!
I have to apologize.
What are they cheering for?
I don't know.
Do they know? Say it. Like, what is he doing?
The first runner-up is Colombia.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't do it anymore. So why is he waiting so long? Just get the words out.
You gotta hurry.
Anytime, whenever you're ready. You have one job there.
Yep.
If they give you the wrong thing on the card, now you're just a victim too, and I feel terrible. I don't think that's what happened in these situations.
No, he just went too quickly.
Right.
Like he saw Colombia and he read that. He didn't read the part that said first runner up.
How did the Oscars one happen? That one I don't get. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Next, why don't we do a little G&D's Tony's Mailbag and get you ready for Nats baseball? Stretch Run, Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D show exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services, estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, mention the show, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're out of here in about 9 minutes. Charlie and Dave pregame, and then Nats baseball deep into the evening on the Fan. It is Friday on Grant and Danny, which means an abbreviated G&D's Tony's Mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Every Friday at 6, Darius warms up the pipes, sings us in to the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. This is our Ask Us Anything. We start with Jay in DC. Hello, Jay. How are you?
Hey, Jay.
What's up, guys? Love this segment. Thanks for taking my call. Got three things. First thing is a comment. I think you guys should have a segment sometime this summer when nothing's going on about do you know your co-host? Because I feel like Grant forgets so much stuff that Danny tells him. Like, he completely forgot about that baseball thing you were just talking about. Like, I feel like
him almost catching a foul ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Like, I just feel like it's so much stuff that he forgets. Like, I just want to see if you guys could do that.
I like it. Do you know your co-host?
It's like a newlywed game, except we've been together 10 plus years.
Yeah. But I got two questions. Both have to do with nostalgia. I've been wanting to ask you guys this for a while. Kind of goes for Grant. You guys been talking about the name all day. The Hogs is a good name for the O-line. I think it's, the fans wear the pig noses. The mascot is a pig with a hot top fade for some reason. That's cool for the kids. It's a good name for the ownership group. But do you really think it's a good name for the team? Do you want to be called a pig? You know what I mean? I know it's nostalgic because it's old, but
I think it's awesome. I think
Hogs. Is it really?
I think it
they're
sounds
like
cool.
the ugliest pigs in the world.
You can make it whatever you want it to look like, right? But it sounds cool. It's one syllable. Appreciate you, by the way, as always. Thank you. The red hog is an actual animal, so if you want to stick with the kind of that theme or have the R on the helmet, I think you could do like an R with the outline of like a pig or a snout or something. You could do something cool. I like the idea of the cartoon pig for like almost like the throwback kind of fun cartoony look. But yeah, I think it sounds cool. It means something. It's one syllable. Hogs are badass, and that they can move, that they can be cool, I guess.
Cool.
They're portly and fun. Yeah, I'm in. I'm a Hogs guy.
So the physical attractiveness or handsomeness of the animal doesn't enter into it for me. You know what I mean? Sometimes they can be cute, like a dolphin's adorable. I don't necessarily care about that, right? Just what it's always been. To me, this was very simple. When were people happy? The 80s. What were they known for? The offensive line. What was that called? The Hogs. That's my name. If you wanted to do Red Wolves or something like that, that's cool with me too. But this made up, makeshift, generic, please don't make fun of us because we're loosely affiliated with the military thing needs to die.
Red Wolves plays too, and I'm fine with that. It doesn't really mean much to me, but I just think there's actual culture you can build pretty quickly, and there is seemingly some support for it. All right, Darius, let's do this thing.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Jeff is in Woodbridge. Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hello, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. So I do have a question, but if you don't mind, I'd also like to sing Grant my happy birthday song.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, please.
Birthdays come but once a year. Your death's becoming oh so near. Happy birthday. People die in an
everywhere.
earthquake. Hope that you enjoy your cake. Happy birthday. Anyway,
the going down on birthday is great.
I think it's is that the birthday dirge, isn't it called? Yeah.
It's a version of it, yes. But
very well.
Very well done.
My question, gentlemen, is, when you're preempted by the Nationals, and I mean it comes at odd times, double headers and all these things. So what do you do during those days? How do you plan? Do you come in, you working from home? How do you handle that? That's a little inside question.
Great question.
Radio inside.
Yeah.
Depends on when they start. Typically in this time slot, they either play in the 2:00 hour and we start at 5 like we did 2 days ago. Or if they play at 5, we just come in later. On those days, I come in probably an hour or two later, just do something with the kids, went to lunch with my son, or I'll take him to the, playground or do something, even if it's just around the house a little longer. That one's easier. If we, like yesterday, we weren't on till 5. So you just come in a little bit later. But the trickier one to me is when you're off, you come into work, you get off after 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then you're back home. Pretty much it's just the same day with less hours.
Yeah, with just less time. I mean, the only tricky stuff is if there's weather stuff. So if they called that Chicago game early, for example, the day that they got rained out, and we knew we had a double dip, but sometimes nobody thinks about it. And if it's raining in Kansas City where they're playing, or it's raining in Philadelphia, we've got to look and go, oh, crap, they might throw it back to us. We need to be here and be ready in case they do.
I also do the very popular Nationals podcast with Toby Altizer, Bustin' Loose Baseball. And because I do that pod, I want to watch every inning of every game. So I'm normally somewhere where I can watch. Like if they're playing during the day, I don't mind listening, like Charlie and Dave on the way in. They do a great job. But typically, if I can get to the studio and watch the game before we go on, especially if we're doing post game, I want to have seen every pitch.
Right. So that's a good point. It's different. If we're doing
build that
post game,
in.
which we haven't actually done much of this year, but when we do the post game show leading into our show, we need to be there. At least I feel like I do.
All right, one more. Let's go to Greg in Winchester.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Greg, what do you got?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Happy belated 10th anniversary.
Thank you very much.
Wondering what you think the text string was like between Scotty Scheffler and his wife this morning.
Scheffler gets arrested on his way to work. I saw a great one. There were so many funny internet things.
Oh, yeah.
But the one I saw best was like, guy just had baby, goes away to play golf, gets arrested, tale as old as time. Like something like that. I think, babe, I messed up or something like that is how it started.
Hey, hun, please call lawyer. Not a joke.
Come get me. I'm at jail. Might have been the first text. Or is he even allowed to fire a text?
I don't know. I don't know what the rules are now with that. Hope I don't find out, honestly.
I would love to never know.
Hi, guys. Real quick question before you put me in the jail.
A phone call.
Yeah.
You have a collect call from your husband. The old Bob, we had a baby, it's a boy. Commercial.
Great bet. Had a baby, it's a boy.
Yeah, so he did speak today. Says it's a misunderstanding. Says it's going to get sorted out. You're just jumping in the car, leaving. You don't know what's going on. Scotty Scheffler, best golfer on the planet, arrested trying to get to the PGA Championship today. Unbelievable theater. It is time to get you your Nationals lineups before we get out of here. Your Nats lineups, as always, brought to you by the Window Man.
Behind Jake Irvin, batting first, playing shortstop. See Jake Abrams in right field. Eddie Rosario. 3-hole designated hitter Joey Meneses. Batting fourth, Luis Garcia at second base. Joey Gallo batting fifth at first base. Keibert Ruiz behind the dish doing the catching. And batting sixth, Jesse Winker in left field. Nick Senzel at third base. And Victor Robles in the lineup batting ninth in center field.
Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure and home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. Want everyone to have a lovely weekend.
Yes.
Safe, enjoyable, excellent weekend. We are back at it on Monday at 2 o'clock for Darius and Ryan, Mr. Clary Casserole, and Danny. I'm Grant saying so long. Have a great evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.